What's up, everybody? Good morning. I forget what. Congratulations on first, second, to whatever, and last, but not 69. Callie, congratulations on second, whatever. Lard, what's up, bud? Good to see you today. How was your stream last night?
Ahoy, ahoy.
I was busy as heck yesterday. I did not get around to doing much. You are quiet. I have changed nothing on my end. Windows set my microphone down by 6%. 6. Weird. Oh, music's the same. Nothing has changed other than my mic was down by 6%. That's it. Music is literally always capped at this level. This is as loud as it can go. Your Destroyer of Worlds? That's awesome to hear. Yeah, I had such a busy day yesterday. I barely even got to lurk in your stream. I got up, cleaned out one of the rooms of the house. Just needed like spring cleaning stuff. And there's a bunch of like box parts or like box pieces for like shipping paintings. And then also like, you know, like painting stuff sitting around, and there's just a lot just that needed to be picked up and put away. So did that. Then it was yard work time. Mowed the grass, weed whipped, picked out some weeds. It seems honestly though that even though I picked weeds, it honestly feels like I did nothing to it when I looked at it this morning. I got a new flower as well for the flower bed, so put that in. It was on sale for like $7, so that was worth it. And then fertilized the grass, watered it, walked bandit, and then a whole lot of interior chores like laundry and vacuuming and cleaning up the kitchen and stuff. So it was a busy day yesterday, but I got a lot done. So today I need to finish rendering all the videos for Murky Cup. And then while those are rendering, I need to take apart my microwave and see if the microwave fuse is blown. If not, then I have to figure out what to do about that. Because my microwave's dead. It doesn't microwave.
Yes.
Congratulations, Callie, on the 175 watch streak. It's big. It's huge. Congratulations. But yeah, it's one of those microwaves mounted above the stove, so it's just even more of a pain. Like it's not like it's like a countertop microwave that it's you know, you can just take it apart. No, it's even more of a pain in the ass. So I'm not looking forward to that, but I gotta do it today. I gotta, like, it's either stop clicking your pause. Stop, mister. Every day, I have to yell at you about it. And your jaw will start bleeding, and then I have to take you to the vet, and then you hate the vet, so then it becomes even more of an issue. You gotta figure out your new plans for 4th of July for your family. Is going to be storms the whole day, so all outdoor stuff needs to come indoors. Oh! That changes things. Well, if it is an indoor day, you can do a lot of board games. Board games do work, are good for stormy days like that. What's up, Kaimo? How you doing? You're late again. You're kind of late. It's okay. We're just chilling. We're chatting. I was just talking about the extremely productive day I had and how I still have more to do. Oh, I did work on, and I made a Final Fantasy list of characters and stuff. I am going to count people's subs and stuff from last week, so we can go through that at some point today. But the only thing I don't know is where people unlock and if you unlock everyone like easily or so. Yeah, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Good morning. How we all doing? Good morning, good morning. Let me boot up the old Heroes of the Storm. We'll boot up the PTR because we're going to be doing the patch review, so I might as well boot PTR side. I was looking at buying little headbands people can wear, have a select a picture, and have the other person try and guess who they are, alternating questions. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's always a good one. I forget the name. There's a name for that, but yeah. That's always a classic, like, party game. I'm trying to remember, what is the name of that? Because I know it's been in, like, movies and stuff like that. It's not charades, because charades is where you don't talk. Let's see what our new background art is. Wait. This isn't new artwork. We didn't get new background artwork? Aw, GG's. I am in the PTR, because it does have the PTR thing over here. Alright, so there's that. Let's go ahead and we'll pull up our list so that if we need to review something. Card on headband. Card on head game. Identity games. Forehead math. Nope. Where's the card game where you... Oh, no. It's... Oh, see, these are actual card games. Hold on. It's, Celebrity game? Celebrity is a party game similar to charades, where the teams play against each other. Guess how many celebrity names as possible before time... Oh, that's kind of different. But it is? No, it looks like that is the name. Heads Up is another one. Heads Up is another one that pops up. Anyways. Well, hopefully your bakery stuff and everything's going well. But as I said, I made this... well, not... I didn't make it. I copied the Final Fantasy VII one. So we have this spreadsheet. So we can do... And I can obviously make, like, multiple rows and stuff like that. So that's not a big deal. The only thing I don't know is when do you get them, and if you get everyone for free. That's the only thing I don't know. So, but as I said, we can count subs and stuff from last week for sure, because there was a lot of generosity last week, and we can use that towards this as well. Is Magic the Gathering of digital... Wait, is this Magic the Gathering of digital monsters? No, it's not. So yeah, I can't find a guide that says, like, you get... Squall is given at the start, then the Q lady, then... Oh, so it's not even in the right order? Because I looked up a list, and that was like... Hold on, it was like FF... let's see, FF8 characters, like, in order. In order of appearance. And this Games 8 website I found literally has... This website loads so bad. So, like, this is the order that it lists it in. So I went by this list to make this spreadsheet. I don't remember if you get the lady in blue. This one down here. So he's at start. So you don't get Renoa until after Zell? Because she's like your other... She's like the protagonist girl. So yeah, this list I'm not 100% on. But if people want to throw names at characters, you're more than welcome to. Like Lard, you had... I'm just scrolling through my event list. Hold on. There's a lot of audio redemptions. A lot of... yeah, Lard gifted 25 subs, so that obviously counts. So if you want to get 25 subs worth of naming in, by all means. I don't know, Balls. I legit don't know. As I said, I found a website earlier that had it in order, and this was the order it gave it to me. But I haven't found anything that actually tells me when the cutoff times and stuff like that. You can't trust websites. That's true. That's very true. But yeah, like Rob Dog and Simon have gifted like 100 bits. That's $1. You know, we'll just do it in dollar values. So, you know, 25 times 5. Straubs has stuff. LaFacia as well. Kaimo resub. So that's, you know, 25 right there. So, yeah. I think it goes Squall, Severe, Quintus. Okay. You did what? You tier 3'd for 97 months. That's 25. We just convert it to monetary value. Is this renaming the game? Because I don't think you get to name all of them. Oh, you don't, Dankin? See, this is like, I literally spent 30 minutes yesterday looking through different websites. I spent another half an hour this morning looking through all this. And I was looking up playable characters, and this is what it gave me. So this is why I really, like, I can't find anything that, like, is super, because there's tons of Final Fantasy stuff out there, Final Fantasy 7 stuff where it's like, here's how you get this. This is when you get this. I can't find anything similar for 8. It's weird. I would appreciate that a ton, Lard. I think it's just Squall, but it's been a long time since you played, so you're not certain. Interesting. Because, like, the websites and stuff that I found literally listed all of these as playable characters. So I was like, all right. And I was like, that's a lot of characters for a Final Fantasy game, but I've never played 8. I don't know, like, anything about it. So we might have to ditch this, because I might not know. Or we just do it as we go. But either way, if you want to name some characters, by all means. And we can also do multiple rows of these. So, like, because we had one of these for Final Fantasy 7. Here, I can actually show you the... We had one of these for Final Fantasy 7. Stark actually made the base of this, if I'm not mistaken. And then I just copied stuff over. But yeah, like, this is what we had for Final Fantasy 7. Where we had, you know, you can have multiple people, you know, multiple options. So we have kind of like a bid war on names. So I got a laugh out of this morning because I had forgotten that we named Yuffie Big Tacos. I forgot about that. So yeah. We'll figure something out. We'll figure something out with this. Yeah, it was supposed to be Big Fat Tacos, but there's only 9 characters. According to my Googling, you get 15 characters in Final Fantasy VIII. According to my Googling. But my Googling has been bad, apparently, for this, because I apparently don't even have this in the right order either. So, yeah. Alrighty, let's see. Oh, I meant to have music going in the background during all of this. Whoopsies, there we go. Let's get some jams going back there. Alrighty, shall we make a YouTube video, everybody? Shall we make a video for the PTR patch? I'm seeing you can't even rename most of the characters. Really? Well, that's good to know. Well, my waking up half an hour early to work furthermore on this spreadsheet has been wasted. Not wasted, but, you know, it's not yielding too much for us here. All right, scooch you guys there. Now is the best time to send sub alerts and ruin Baja's YouTube video. If you do the tier 3, it does ruin my YouTube video, yes, because it has the F word in it. YouTube doesn't like you to have the F word within the first 5 minutes of a YouTube video. Even if you're not monetizing stuff, it pushes down your viewership. Of course, it might. Oh, that's another factor? Jesus Christ, this is more complex than I thought. I legit was just like, oh, it's a Final Fantasy game. We get to rename everyone. Because, like, that's how it is in Final Fantasy IX. Any character that, you know, joins your party, you can rename. So, Baja's waiting until after my tier 3 sub to do a YouTube video? You don't have a new tier 3 sub. You tier 3'd 3 days ago, Kaimo. There's no way you have another one already available. But no, it's mostly that I can't have massive swearing in the first 5 to 10 minutes of a YouTube video. You wait. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, you're so funny. Shall we get into this video? Alright, we got music, we got chat, we got all of that, we got PTR loaded up if we want to check stuff. Alright, so we're just gonna get this YouTube video stuff ready to go. Just gift one. Unfortunately, if you gift a tier 2 or 3, it doesn't trigger that alert because Twitch hasn't figured out how to... No alert system has figured out how to do that, which is wild to me. But then I just always typically rerun a specific alert. Anyways, here we go. Leave a blank spot, and then we get going into our PTR video. I have to burp. I can feel it. Also, good to see you, Turbo and Balls. How you doing today, buds? And Dankin as well. Good to see all of you in chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back in. We are here in the new PTR patch, June 29th, 2026. We have this brand new patch note. I skimmed through this as it did drop on my day off, and wowee. So let's go and deep dive into this all together. I do have the PTR loaded up in the background, so we can check stuff over there if we want. But let's get into it, the brand new June patch, or at least the PTR patch. So, of course, we have General. We got your map updates, balance updates, and bug fixes. The General players can now party with unplaced players in Storm League. Oh. Okay. Haunted Mines has been added to rank. Double. Okay. All right. Well, then. That's actually kind of wild. Map updates. Hanamura, additional bush has been added in several locations. No image? Nothing? Nothing that we can take a look at here? Do I have to have... I didn't think so. I was gonna say, do I have to have players in this? I don't think I do. Oh wait, doesn't it insta-end if I do this? And there it is. And there it is. Literally, there it is. Tier 3 sub. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Tier 3 sub.
It's my birthday on 69 day. Can I get 1,000,000 nices in the chat?
Nice. Crush, thank you for the tier 3 for 69 months. Thank you so very much for that. That is massive. I appreciate it. 6 minutes in. We are 2 minutes into our video here. So, that I think is new. That side bush? I think these side bushes are new. Trying to, like, skim through the map really quickly and find where these are. Is it literally just those 2 side bushes? I think that was always there. I think it's literally this and this are the 2 new bushes that they added into the map. Just edit that part out. I don't do any editing for these. I literally release them straight to YouTube. Warhead Junction. Wait, I'm tempted to just restart it. Warhead Junction, the channel penalty on interrupt reduced from 10 to 5 seconds. Kaimo, thanks for the redemptions. Be Crazy, thank you for the redemptions as well. My golly gee. The alerts.
My back.
I think you saw more bushes, but that's not relevant. What? Okay, I'm restarting this because I'd like to have a nice clean YouTube video here. Crush, thank you again for the tier 3 for 69 months, but I don't want my YouTube video to get pushed down to 0 viewership because of the F word. So we are going to restart this this YouTube video really quickly. But what do you mean? I thought the bushes that we saw on the 2 sides were the new ones. I don't think there were any really new other bushes.
Skadoosh. 4 more months till the nice number.
Nice, nice. Be Crazy, thank you for the Prime Gaming for 65 months. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you so very much. But yeah, I only noticed those 2. The only I'm trying to think of the other ones because like everything else seemed pretty normal where it was. All right, let's the moment I try and restart this is the moment we're gonna get a hype train. Is that what's gonna happen? I have this gut feeling the moment I try and restart the patch video, we're gonna get a hype train, aren't we? That's how that works. Let's see. Oh, this is the old Hanamura. This is like the giga old Hanamura. Hold on. Is this the new one? It's not the new one, but it does show the bush. No, it doesn't, because you don't have the Sentinel Camp and stuff like that. I don't know if there is an updated version of this online. I'm literally not finding... Oh, wait, I think I found one, but it's like super small. Yeah. That's really hard to see, and you don't even get to see the whole map. What's up, Kyle? How you doing, bud? The side entrance exits in the first fortress. Mini-map. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see. Oh, wait, hold on. It is updated, but it's still very, very small. So you can't really see the bushes. I guess we could load up the base game, but that would be, yeah. All right, let's restart this YouTube video. Because we had a lot of alerts. Thank you all so very much for the resubs. I do appreciate it. Crush and Balls, or Be Crazy, excuse me. Be Crazy, thank you for the redemption as well. We'll do those in a minute after we finish this up. All right. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome. Like, I know you're memeing and stuff, but I really don't want my YouTube channel to get knocked down on viewership because of dumb shit like that, so please don't. Get to it. Funny future BlizzCon Hotscast, man. Funny. What's up, Yoda? How you doing, bud? What's up, Mixon? Alright, everybody, welcome back in. We are going to be getting into our brand new Heroes of Storm PTR patch notes. It is going to be here for June 29th, 2026, and let's dive into it. As we do have your quick navigation for the general, the map updates, balance updates, and bug fixes. For the general, we have players can now party with unplaced players in Storm League, so you don't need to do your ranked matches to then play ranked games. So I guess there's that. Haunted Mines has been added to the ranked rotation. That's wild, not gonna lie. We've been talking about this a little bit here, and we're going to take a look at it. The additional bushes have been added to several locations, so I got a little lobby set up here, so we're going to go ahead and observer mode. We're going to check this out really quickly and see. Because I'm trying to figure it out what looks new, and one bush location looks new, but I wish they would actually specify with an image. Like, even just putting an image and putting, like, a highlighted here and here and here, like, that'd be really, really nice. Because the one that I found, these two look new to me. And then, I don't know if this has been here. I don't know if that's been there. I think this might be new as well. So it might be this one, and then, of course, you'll have this one over here. And I think this is what was being talked about in chat as well. Yeah, so I think we've got like 4 new bushes, because that's there. I think that was always there as well. This one.
5, 4, 3,
trying to just look at different parts of the map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one was already here in the past. So I think we just got 4 new bushes, because I think there was one here as well in the past as well. Yeah. So couple new locations for that we did fine. Warhead Junction. The Warhead channel penalty on interrupt it reduced from 10 to 5 seconds. Okay. Warhead Junction enjoyers rejoice. Yeah, we don't have to talk about heroes. Let's not talk about stuff that's too far in the PTR because I haven't gotten there yet. Honestly, couldn't find any, likely not in the PTR yet. That would be wild, but I think we just found a bunch of them. Let's get into the balance updates, though. For Abathur, I did hear a lot of discourse about this. The Spawn Locust. Health reduced from 350 to 225. Locusts now heal for 20% of the damage they deal and heal for 20% of their maximum health when a nearby minion dies. Talents level 1 and Venom Nests, the armor reduction increased from 10 to 15. Locust Brood moved from level 16 to level 1. Cooldown increased from 45 to 75 seconds. You do have level 4 Slapather, which honestly, I legit thought people were memeing. I legit, like, people mentioned this, and I was like, no, you guys are messing with me. You guys are like, it's my day off, you're messing with me. No, it's right there. Abathur's base attacks now stun non-heroes and deal 500% additional damage. Wild. Evolve Monstrosity, level 10, now displays as a quest. Didn't it already? Abathur now has a monstrosity unit frame for tracking health and stats. Cause didn't we already have it as displayed as a quest in the past? Unless they're changing how that display is working. Let's see. Do I have? Hopefully I have this. Oh, I have to go to collection. Heroes. And then we got Ebba. Man, maybe the display is new?
Much work complete. Allow
Let's just set you to level 20.
Choose a talent.
We'll take the Slapather, sure.
Choose a talent.
Whatever. Evolve
Choose a
Monstrosity, whatever.
Choose a talent.
Monstrosity, sure.
Yes.
Well, give me Minion. Okay, so bottom left you can see. Oh, I am being silly.
First blood.
Improved.
Oh, so... Hold on, because if I... So you have a little tracker down here in the bottom left. Let me, here, give me 1 second. Let me... Just so chat can see this a little bit more clearly. There we go. No, my monstrosity!
Symbiotic link established. You improve.
Anduin!
An excellent strike.
There we go. Okay, so you have a little, like, marker on the side. How much am I doing? At level 20, Abathur does 342 damage per auto attack to Siege Giants. At level 20.
Good.
Come here, Arthas. Wait.
A killing blow.
Hold door. So it's two separate things. Okay, so it stuns non-heroes and just deals 5... Because I was like, wait a minute. Is that damage not supposed to be onto Arthas?
Yet animated, perplexing.
Yeah, there's... Okay, so it's two separate things. It's stun non-heroic enemies and deal 500% damage. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Evolve Monstrosity now displays a quest. We just checked that. Abathur now has Monstrosity unit frame for tracking. So that's what we were seeing in the bottom left. That's that new thing there. And then level 16 Survival Instincts move from level 1 to level 16. Health bonus increase from 100 to 200%. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see. It would be clear if written the other way around. Oh, wait. Are we saying that Heroes of the Storm tooltips are not super clear? Because, yeah. Here's the Storm tooltips have notoriously been a little unclear in that aspect. Yes. How is the new Locus? Let me reset talents.
Choose a talent.
I'm gonna get rid of characters, just so it makes everything easier. Tally. Set level. Oh, we are level 20. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and just get like Locust Brood. We'll get Slapather, sure. Mule, Evolve, Bomb, Survival, Locust. All right. So at level 20, let's see here. So they have minus 43 health per second at level 20. But, I mean, they are not dying currently. Yeah, these things are, like, I feel like if you build up a really good wave... Did I take Carapace? Oh, I'm just, here, hold on one second.
Choose a talent. Choose a talent.
I want to see really quickly.
Choose a talent.
Yeah, the Network Carapace.
Choose a talent.
Sure. Let's see here. And then if we symbiote this... Wait, did I take the wrong? All nearby allied heroes, minions, and mercenaries. Oh, okay, summons it doesn't, right, okay. I was thinking if you could network Carapace all of it, but right, it's not the entire thing. But I mean, right now, at level 20, these boys, these lads, these bombard strains are currently dealing this. I ain't even doing anything. Alright, so, Abathur. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Alex Straza.
Good enough. Can improve.
I know I can improve. I'm working on it. Jeez, Abathur. Stop yelling at me. Alex Straza base, Dragon Queen D, the trait. Cooldown now starts after Dragon Queen has expired. Probably rather than it being an active, like, so like Tychus's Odin is a 100-second cooldown, but that 100-second starts the moment you pop Odin, so technically it's like a 70-something cooldown. Cooldown reduced from 130, or for 150, 130. So there's sort of the adjustment for that. Talents that affect Gift of Life also apply to Breath of Life, okay. Talents that affect Abundance also apply to Preservation, okay. So Breath of Life, and these are just, you know, the Dragon Queen versions of these. Human, or, she's an elf, right? Elf version? No. What is she? Someone in chat knows. Someone's got lore in chat for me. Breath of Life, Dragon Queen Q, healing reduced from 20 to 15%. Thank you, Kaimo. Yes, she's a dragon. Preservation, healing reduced from 30% to 25%. Level 1, Live and Let Live. Great James Bond movie. We've got, now provides 25% recharge rate for Breath of Life. Flames of Fury, new mythic reward. Hit an additional 40 heroes without dying to cause Dragon Queen duration to be refreshed when damaging an enemy hero. That's actually wild. That's hard, but that's that's interesting. Dragon, she's using Blood Elf form. Thank you, Mixon. I appreciate the direct answer. Level 7 Life Blossom now makes Breath of Life remove slows and roots. Transforming Dragon Queen will no longer remove the collection of Life Blossom. Level 16 Draconic Disciple no longer affects Dragon Queen duration for each allied hero healed. Allied hero healed with Dragon Queen's basic attack reduce the cooldown of preservation by 1.5 seconds or 1.25 seconds. All right. On Ruby Wings level 20 rework, if the last 3 heroes are in the area hit by a fireball, that fireball charge is not consumed. Does not provide quest stacks when active for Ancient Flame level 20. Okay. Kind of wild. That 40 stacks is I mean it's mythic, you know? It's living up to the name a bit. So in permanently flying healing her team. Yeah. Just meh. It's honestly some of these changes are I'm like reeling from them. You know, you almost got me. Almost. Kev, thank you for the tier 2 for 58 months.
I got something mythic for you right here.
I appreciate that greatly. Thank you so very much for the resubs. So many resubs today. I appreciate it greatly. Good to see you, Stark. Welcome on in, everybody. All right. It's honestly just, it's already been such a wild patch. Blaze, level 1 Adrenaline Stim Pack. Active attack speed bonus reduced from 100 to 85%. Level 10 Bunker Drop, a cooldown increased by 5 seconds from 80 to 85. Okay. Nothing really crazy about that. A little nerf onto Adrenaline Stim Pack to maybe make Neural or Endurance Stim Pack more popular or played. I don't know. That'd be my best guess. I don't think like Adrenaline Stim Pack was like OP, but I think it's probably a reduction just to maybe give breathing room for the other 2 talents. Cho at level 7 is going to have Calloused Hide. The health threshold required to trigger reduction from 60% to 40%. Threshold required to trigger reduction. Okay. So his health needs to be further lowered to be able to get the trigger. I'm understanding that. Firestarter level 7, cooldown reduction per base attack increase from 1 to 1.5 seconds. We don't see a lot of Firestarter. It's a very, very uncommon level 7 talent. It's pretty much Calloused Hide, if I'm not mistaken, is what we see. Well, actually, hold on. Isn't Calloused Hide at level 1? Is it being moved from level 1 to 7? Or am I just misremembering Choke all talents off the top of my head? Would not be surprising. Why can't I just look at your character? I know there's the toggle, but... Oh, it's the skin, not the hero. That's why. I'm silly. I was in the wrong category. That's why. I was like, I can't see your abilities. Yeah, Calloused Hide is level 1. Okay, so it's just a typo. So while under 40% maximum health, Cho gains 50. Okay, so that is so this writing is a little confusing. The threshold to require to trigger reduced from 60 to 40%, but okay, Calloused Hide's a level 1 talent. I was right with my thought on that. Gaul at level 4, the Rising Dread bonus per bounce reduced from 25 to 20%. Bombs Away no longer has a cap on stacks. Damage bonus per stack lowered from 5 to 4. Level 7 Double Trouble, Shadow Flame cooldown reduced from quest reward increased. Shadow Flame's cooldown reduction from quest reward increased from 0.5 to 1 second. And Leaden Orb stun duration reduced from 0.75 to 0.6 seconds. I don't know many stuns in Here's the Storm that are like a not a quarter integer, like, you know, 0.25, 0.5, 0.75, etc. I don't think I've ever seen a 0.6 reduction. But weird. Chromie! Base Dragon's Breath W now shows the radius preview to enemies. Interesting. I feel like that'll help some people, but also no. I think that's like an okay change. I don't think it's like a massive like it doesn't give like a tactical advantage to the enemies or anything like that. I don't really think. I think this is just going to teach people better about like where Dragon Breath is going to hit. So I think that's fair. I could see maybe like counter argument for it, but the time trap health reduced from 400 to 250, so they can tank less tower shots. Is like casting the range, or is the individual? I'm assuming it will be like as the Dragon Breath is hitting, that's where the circle will appear. So it's not going to show all three. It would show like 1, 2, 3 as they're hitting. It'd be the way that I understand that. Dragon Breath should show an indicator where it was going to hit. It does that. That's the pile of sand on your dead body. Try it? Yeah, but so that's why I was like, I guess we could go into, maybe we could try and do this. It doesn't really matter. We could try and do this maybe. And then maybe we could try and see if we can get, we can set the enemy here to Chromie, and then maybe we can try and get her to do the attack, and then that should do it. Yeah, so it's exactly what I thought. You're just seeing them as they're about to land. Chromie, do another one. Do another one. Show us! Stop attacking me! Chromie?
Oh, this'll be good.
First blood.
You guys saw it once anyways. Alright, so, let me make sure I'm off of Junkrat so we don't have to hear him constantly yelling at us. Level 1 for Chromie. Once again, the first time. Quest requirement reduced from 40 to 20 stacks? But it must be completed without dying. Okay. I was like, that's a significant drop, but okay, I see. I don't know. I feel like 20 stacks is kind of difficult to get, honestly. I feel like I see most Chromies finishing once again the first time like around like level 10, level 13, somewhere in that pocket. That's where I feel like I see it completed the most. Deep breathing, damage per stack reduced from 1% to 0.5%, no longer has a cap on stacks. That's scary. That's a bit scary, I'm not gonna lie, because that could be some real big damage as the game progresses into late game. Level 4 Chromie Chronic Conditions now causes Time Trap to activate automatically upon touching an enemy hero. Slow reduced from 30 to 20. Movement speed bonus reduced from 30 to 20. Wild. Absolutely wild. Huh. That's gonna be so annoying to deal with. That's gonna be so annoying, I feel. Time Trap, if I'm not mistaken, is a 15-second cooldown. Abhorrent Anomaly gives you an 8-second cooldown, so it makes it 7 seconds per trap, if I remember right. So you still have, with Chronic Conditions, you still have a 15-second cooldown per trap, but still, like, yeah. That's crazy to me. I feel like that's going to be such a good tool for a lot of, like, newer Chromie players, too. You can just throw things into the bush for defensive, and you don't have to sit there and actively... Anyways, 13, here and there, range increased from 20 to 40. Snap targeting is used. The echo nearest the player will, the snap targeting is now used. The echo nearest the player's target position will be used. Okay, cool. That's pretty nice. That range increase is pretty significant, though. Chromie.
a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a talent.
Oh, I should have, I did. Hold on. Complete quests. There we go. So if I... so it's just gonna prioritize whichever I'm closest to my cursor, I'm guessing? So let me try and set some up a little bit further away and toggle cooldowns. So if I just do like that, okay, cool. And then if I do... What is the range on this? Wait, do we not see the range? Can I not see? There's no radius for the range around her. Like, you see, there's like... See, there's this radius for Dragon's Breath. But I have no... It's not so big that I can't see it, is it? No, because you'd see it on the minimap or something. I mean, they've doubled the range, but I wanted to see what visual that from 20 to 40 range would be. I feel like this was the range previously, and I feel like it's been doubled.
Wow.
It might actually be that big, but if it is that big, then if I go to the right... Oh my god, it's the blue line. Jesus, that is humongous. Oh my god. Holy Jesus. I don't think that's 40. That's like the whole map. It's like an entire lane. Wow. I was like, it can't be that big. Jesus, it is that big. All right, wild. Wild is the word of the patch. Diablo Shadow Charge damage increased from the Shadow Charge damage increased from 40 plus 130 with collision to 45 plus 140 with collision. Okay. That's a good way to write it, honestly. Damage increased from Fire Stomp. Damage decreased from 12 on expansion and 36 on return to 11 on expansion, so that's going out, and 34 on return coming back. Overpower damage increased from 73 to 80. Diabolical Momentum. Cooldown reduction per basic attack increased from 1.5 seconds to 2. And at level 20, Dying Breath. Cooldown reduction per hero hit increased from 25 to 30 seconds. Lord of Terror. Health stolen increased from 10% to 12% of maximum health. Honestly, like, pretty good changes for Dying Breath and Lord of Terror. I don't know if anyone's really going to pass up Hellgate, because Hellgate utility is it can be, like, playmaking. But I like the Diabolical Momentum shift. Like, that I like that a lot. Maybe we get a little bit more auto attack at level 7 and stuff like that, but, yeah. I think this is a solid change for Dying Breath. I think Lord of Terror is underutilized. I think Lord of Terror is really good. Because not only are you getting health stolen, you also get some souls, if I'm not mistaken, per enemy hero that you steal life from. So that's also really nice as well. Genji! Oh boy. What's happening with Genji? Talents, level 1, Swift as the Wind, movement speed bonus increased from 30 to 40%. Strike at the Heart... Damaging at level 4, damage increased from 134 to 142. Perfect defense level 7. Cooldown reduction per hit increased from 2 to 2.5 seconds. Flow like water, cooldown reduction per hit increased from 3 to 4 seconds. And final cut damage reduced from 125 to 115. But a lot of Swift Strike upgrades, a little debuff onto that final cut, but still trying to maybe buff up the Swift Strike build direction, because we don't really see a lot of it. There's like 2 or 3 Genji players out there that are really kind of going Swift Strike with Dragon Blade. It's pretty much, though, like your Cyber Agility at 1 and 7. You get your Shurikens at 4 and 13. Maybe you take Deflect at level 16. We see that here and there. Final Cut gets picked up quite often as well. And then you get Living Weapon with, or X-Strike with Living Weapon. So, yeah. I'm a very big fan of build variety. What's up, Muffins? Good to see you, bud. Johanna, base, Shield Glare E, cooldown increased from 12 to 13 seconds. Nerfed, unplayable. Laws of Hope is the only level 1 talent now. Keck, W. No, I'm kidding. Talents level 10 plus shield cooldown increase from 60 to 65. That's a small changes to Johanna. I don't think they're gonna make her like go from a top tier tank to like D tier or something like that. Maybe she shifts down slightly, but I don't think this 5 seconds or this 1 second is really gonna be that big of a deal. Mal'Ganis, oh boy. Oh boy. The two talents I assumed it would be are the two talents that it's going to be. Level 1, Will of Trachondris. Stun duration increase reduced from 0.5 to 0.25 seconds. So you, the reward, you still get the 4% lifesteal from finishing out the 20 stacks, but you no longer have a 0.5 second increase. It's now a 0.25. So it's a 1.25 second stun on the final slash rather than 1.5. And now we have Blind as a Bat. There's now a 0.2 second reactivation delay upon finishing 3 swipes of Fell Claws. This matches the time between other swipes. So previously with the 0.5 and without this, you could literally, if you found the target, you could effectively just pinball back and forth in your Blind as a Bat and just like perma-stun them. So yeah. Is that a reduction? What was it doing before? This right here? This is the 1.5 second stun. Now it's a 1.25 second. And now there's no more mosh pit Blind as a Bat. Well, exactly what I just said. If you find one target, you can literally just sit there and just pinball on the one person. Kira on the left-hand side is going to be having your base revolving sweep Q. Once attached, revolving sweep can no longer be detached by becoming unstoppable. Wait, once attached, revolving sweep can no longer be detached by the target becoming unstoppable. I don't know, my brain read that weird twice. Interesting. So you can't cleanse revolving sweep? You just can't cleanse it? I love no counterplay in my games. Blood Rage W. Only cleanse the stun. So when the target was turned unstoppable, she used to detach from it? Yes. Yes. That is, yep. And now it does not. Weird. Blood Rage W. New baseline quest. Deal damage to enemy heroes with Blood Rage Bleed to permanently increase the damage by 0.5 per stack. Blood Rage Bleed damage reduced from 11 to 8 seconds. Sorry, let me snooze some ads here. I don't want you guys to miss out on the content, so we'll snooze out some ads, and we'll run the ads after we get rid of or once we finish the patch. Level 1 for Kira, though, as well. The Fatal Wounds, damage bonus against low health targets. Increase from 30% to 50% quest removed. Okay, so Fatal Wounds used to be, like, have X amount of duration of bleed onto enemy heroes. I think it's, like, 150 seconds, I think it is, or was. And then you would unlock this damage bonus, but I guess it just, you now get it. Ragnaros! That is a lot of words for Ragnaros and a lot of baseline changes as well. So base Blast Wave W. Damage increase from 104 to 120. Alright, the Molten Boy is getting some love. Molten Core cooldown increased from 120 to 180. So going from your 2-minute to 3-minute cooldown. Health increase from 3,996 to 5,000. Duration increase from 18 to 23 seconds. Ragnaros is now stunned for 1 second upon exiting. Is it like the Vikings? No, it's not. Because you know, like Vikings with the Longboat Raid, if they don't channel the full duration, they come out of Longboat Raid stunned. I was thinking it was that, but no, that feels... You really got to make sure you pay attention to where you enter into Molten Core, because I feel like you could really get bodied. Damage, Meteor Swing for the in the Molten Core form. Damage increased from 161 to 250. No longer deals increased damage to minions. Cooldown increased from 6 to 9 seconds. Now also knocks enemies back? Wild. Meteor Shower W, damage increased from 151 to 200. Cooldown increased from 2.5 to 6 seconds. Area of effect increased by 66%. Delay between hits significantly increased. No longer deals increased damage to minions. Slow increased from 25 to 35%. Range reduced from 35 to 20. Ooh, that's actually significant. But now extends up to 35 overtime. Interesting. Now deals 75% reduced damage to structures. Explosive Rune, the E on Molten Core, cooldown decreased from 4 to 2.5 seconds. Now applies a damage over time, or a dot, that deals 88 damage per second for 5 seconds to impacted targets. No longer deals instant damage. Range reduced from 35 to 20, but now extends up to 35 over time. No longer deals increased damage to minions. Now deals 75% reduced damage to structures. Molten Core is stronger, so maybe it's hard to get in position to collapse on Rag after Molten Core ends. Yeah, yeah. The other, I mean, this Meteor Swing, this knockback right here, once I read that, I was like, okay, all right, because you could literally, if you're timing things out, you know, you're about to lose your Molten Core, you swing, and then you drop out, and then you can run away after your 1 second because you have that knockback. So I think, yeah, I think this is. At first, I was like, oh no, but then. I'm coming around to it. I think this is pretty interesting. Talent, level 1 Engulfing Flame. Damage bonus reduced from 75 to 50%. This is the standard level 1 you see for a lot of Ragnaros players, so just a little bit of shift on that to maybe give priority to the other 2 talents. Level 10 Sulfur Smash. New Mythic Quest. Hit 8 enemy heroes with the center of Sulfur Smash. Mythic reward. Sulfur Smash gains an additional charge? What? Oh my god. That could be so good. That could be... Oh my god. Could you imagine having 2 Sulfur Smashes? Lava Surge at level 20 no longer reduces the cooldown of Lava Wave by 30 seconds. Now gives a 200% movement speed to allied minions and mercenaries in its path. That's some really interesting functionality. They're gonna ride the wave effectively, the minions and mercenaries of your lane, and push up faster. That's actually really interesting. I actually like that. Because the lava wave, you're obviously like pushing out the wave, and then you're waiting for your minions to kind of push out. So having that 200% movement speed, man, how much are they zooming? Hold on, how quickly are the minions zooming now?
Choose a talent.
I don't want any characters. Sure, whatever. Yep. Sure, whatever. Lava Surge. Oh, they're zooming! Oh my god, dude, they move so quickly. Look at him go, dude! Woohoo!
Now this is pod racing.
Oh my god, that's actually wild. All right, well then, that is really cool. Heroic difficulty, new functionality. Decrease the cooldown of Molten Core by 110 seconds, so it now becomes a 70-second cooldown. When used on a dead fort or keep, in addition, the starting range of abilities in Molten Core are increased by 100%, will continue to grow? Bro, Ragnaros got some good love. This is some really cool changes. I like this a lot. I hope we get to see some Ragnaros. when this patch drops, I assume late next month. I mean, we were getting it late in June, so I assume it'll be late in July. It should go live. Why, dude? This is such a crazy patch. White Mane, Searing Lash E, new quest. Hit heroes with Searing Lash to increase White Mane's maximum health by 3 and mana by 2. So she just has a baseline quest now. Okay. You have the level 1 Pity the Frail cooldown reduction per hit reduced from 1.5 to 1 seconds. Pity the Frail is like the standard level 1. Inquisition Prayer was similar to Searing Lash as Inquisitor's Prayer. Rework for each hero hit by Searing Lash for 25 mana. Passive Zell's duration is increased by 2 seconds. That's not bad. That Zeal's duration being increased by 2 seconds is really nice. That's pretty good for White Mane. Intercession cooldown increased from 45 to 60 seconds. Oof. She doesn't have any baseline cooldown or anything like that on the Intercession, right? Yeah, it's just unstoppable. Wow, 60 seconds for a cleanse. With no, like, augment or cooldown. Because, like, Lily can get cooldown from her fast feet. Uther can get cooldown from autoing? No, that's not right. What is Uther's cooldown on Hand of Protection again? It's, is it autoing enemy heroes?
Greetings, friend.
Uther Bacon's attacks reduce the cooldown. Yeah, it is autoing. It's 90 seconds, but you get 5 seconds per auto attack. I feel like 60 seconds for Intercession with no augment is really, really high for a cleanse. Actually, hold on. Let me just look really quickly. What is Malfurion's? Because his is a multi-character, much like hers. I don't know who you are. Please don't add me. Let's see. So remove all stuns. Oh, but it isn't an unstoppable. It is just a removal. So there is a slight difference in the verbiage. Interesting. But either way, let me also make sure I'm not into Malfurion so we don't get his constant barrage of voice lines. Level 13 for White Mane, the Scarlet Wrath. Mana Restore increased from 0.5 to 1%. Level 20 Guiding Light now also increases spell power gained by Zeal's activation by 15%. As a White Mane main, I appreciate the baseline dings, but I dislike the changes overall. I kind of like this. I think that can be really useful. I Pity the Frail is a bit of a bummer because Pity the Frail is like a very standard level 1. The baseline dings are nice, yeah. Intercession getting a cool. I don't like this Intercession change personally. Snooze and ads. Urel! Righteous Hammer. Heal increased. The Righteous Hammer Q. Heal increased from 320 to 370. Damage increased from 140 to 160. That is a typo there, because I was about to say, like, wait a minute. Righteous Hammer doesn't heal, but Vindication. Vindication is the actual correct thing for that. Righteous Hammer W. Stun duration increased from 0.75 to 1, missing a 2. Damage increased from 125 to 140, because the hammer definitely needed some buff, for sure. No. Avenging Wrath E, slow increased from 50 to 60%, because we totally needed more slow in Avenging Wrath. Damage increased from 225 to 260. Didn't need this either, but okay. Divine Purpose, cooldown increased from 8 to 16 seconds! Let's go. Let's go. Cooldown is now reduced by 8 seconds whenever Urel's basic abilities are interrupted. Interesting. Talents, level 4, Hand of Freedom. Cooldown increased from 30 to 40 seconds. Let's go. Movement speed bonus reduced from 30 to 25. Let's go. Nerf on Hand of Freedom. You can still use it on yourself, but at least it's, nerfed. Seraphim. Nerfed. Oh. Oh. Yes! Finally! Some sort of nerf onto Seraphim! Finally! Something! Something! Oh. Yeah, because realistically, it's an active cooldown, so it's a 2-second unstoppable, and it starts the moment you push the button, so it's technically an 8-second cooldown. Oh. Oh, is there missing stuff? Let me... Bruiser. Let me see here.
Remember the lessons of the past.
No, I'm good. Light of Karabor level 1. Quest, collect regeneration globes. Upon collecting 10 regeneration globes, increase vindication radius by 15%. Upon collecting 20 regeneration globes, hitting an enemy hero increases vindications. Do you mind, Urel? Yeah. Vindication's healing by 45%. If more than one hero has hit, the bonus is increased to 90%. Interesting. Righteous Momentum is now quest as well. Hit an enemy hero with a fully charged Righteous Hammer. This quest cannot be started until all previous selected quests are complete. So you can't...
Even the patience of Adranai has its...
So you can take the talent, but you can't do it until you finish Light of Karabor if you've taken Light of Karabor. Reward. Upon hitting 10 heroes, gain 5% movement speed. Urel is no longer slowed when channeling Righteous Hammer and is instead bonus to quadrupled. Okay, so. Alright, so they made Righteous Momentum a quest.
There is a time for prayer and a time for action.
Aldor Peacekeeper. Hit at least 2 heroes with maximum charge of Light of Karabor, one of which must be an enemy. Oh, I see. Hit at least 2 heroes, one of which must be an enemy. This quest cannot be started until all of quests are completed. After hitting multiple heroes 10 times, enemy heroes hit by Vindication at maximum charge deal 40% less damage for 3 seconds.
Even the patience of Adranai has its limits.
Me too, Urel. If Urel completes all 3 of her quests, reduce all charge time of all her basic abilities by 50%. That's actually wild. That is crazy. So if you finish all, if you do the quest at 1, 7, and 13, you can reduce all charge time of all her basic abilities by 50. That's crazy. Does it say the charge time for all of these? 1.5 seconds. Okay. So it'd be a 0.75 second charge time. I'm not the biggest Urel fan, but I think that's really cool. I think those quests are pretty cool. I'm so happy about Seraphim getting nerfed. I'm so happy about this. Let's get into some bug fixes. We do have attack beams from forts, keeps, and the core will now be more visible when attacking heroes. Maps, haunted mines, fixed an issue that caused players, fixed an issue where the players would not auto-mount when using Hearthstone from inside the mines. So it's like a Hall of Storms issue. Warhead Junction, fixed an issue that caused heroes to not be revealed when launching a warhead. Fixed an issue that caused the warhead channel beam to persist when interrupted. On a level 10, I have Horus Bug. No longer reveals in global line when hitting a structure. Removed a minor delay when dealing damage to heroes. A Nubarak base Scarab Host trait. Fixed an issue that caused beetles to created by Ultimate Evolution clones of a Nubarak to not gain spell power bonuses. Fixed an issue that caused Nubarak's beetles to not have their damage reduced by Diva's defense matrix. Leeching Scarabs for a Nubarak level 7. Fixed an issue that caused the healing done by Leeching Scarabs to not be affected by the damage modifiers. Arthas based Howling Blast. Fixed an issue where the visuals of Howling Blast didn't match the hit area. Level 10, Army of the Dead. Fixed an issue that caused Arthas' ghouls to not have their damage reduced by Diva's defense matrix. Base Cataclysm for Deathwing. No longer will be teleported where Cataclysm is targeted if he is killed during Cataclysm. Oh, I like that bug! Like, you guys ever see Deathwing being, like, he starts to do Cataclysm, and then he, like, teleports, like, 10 feet, like, further because he died as he was doing that animation? I like that! I thought that was great! Yeah, I thought it was like a silly little thing. No, give it back. Give it back. Give back Cataclysm Bug. Like Anduin holding his sword up. That's not a bug, it's a feature. Deckard level 10 Lornado. Fixed an issue that caused Lornado to not deal damage to unstoppable enemies. Honestly, I thought that was the intended animation too. Like, I thought that was the whole, like, yeah, anyways. Hogger level 20. No control. Fixed an issue that caused no control to target enemies that are not visible. Jaina base Frostbolt Q. Fixed an issue that caused Frostbolt range indicator and actual range to not match. Fixed an issue that caused Frostbolt used Frostbot used by Ultimate Evolution clones of Jaina to not gain spell power bonuses. Blizzard W. Fixed an issue that caused Blizzard to fixed an issue that caused Blizzard used by Ultimate Evolution clones of Jaina to not use spell power bonuses. Same thing with Cone of Cold on the Ultimate Evolution as well. Water Elemental, base attacks, damage, now inherits all damage modifiers placed on Jaina. And level 20, Wintermute for Jaina. Fixed an issue that caused the Water Elemental Wintermute effects to deal more damage than intended to chilled targets. Wintermute's Blizzard damage now inherits all damage modifiers placed on Jaina. Cone of Cold inherits all damage modifiers. Cone of Cold... wait. Wintermute's Blizzard.
Who the hell's that? That's not what's his name, the grad student.
Nah, he graduated. Must be the new one.
New one. That's supposed to be a
Prime sub.
Frostbot legit.
I thought Water Elemental Wintermute only cast Cone of Cold and Frostbot. I didn't think it did Blizzard as well. But it says mimics all. It says will now mimic Jaina's basic abilities for 40%
Well,
damage.
if you're not going to do anything, I'll just use this time to study.
Give me a second here. There was a Jaina of the past where this was true. Yeah, I'm like, am I tripping on this?
Choose a talent.
Wintermute.
Choose a talent.
Because, like, Wintermute. Yeah, Wintermute doesn't cast Blizzard. Okay, I was like, did they add this in and not tell us or something? Alright. Cone of Cold damage inherits when Cone of Cold initiates. Cone of Cold cast time is the same as Jaina. Frostbolt damage inherits all. Okay, and then Frostbolt now initiates the Frostbolt same time as Jaina. Okay, so a little bit of change in there, a little weird patch note issue. Kerrigan level 10 summon Ultralisk. Fixed an issue that caused Kerrigan's Ultralisk to not have its damage reduced by Diva's defense matrix. Leoric level 16 Royal Focus now displays the remaining duration around skill to swings button. Malfurion level 1 Vengeful Rooks. Fixed an issue that caused Malfurion's Treant to not have damage reduced by Diva's defense matrix. Treant damage will now display as Vengeful Roots on the death recap. Medivh level 4 Raven Familiar. Fixed an issue that caused Medivh's Raven Familiar to be created by Ultimate Evolution clones. Medivh will not gain spell power bonuses. Guardian's Tristfall. Fixed an issue that caused the targets near the edge of Arcane Rift's range with Guardian Tristfall to not be hit. Nazebo Ritual Trait. Quest progress indicators will now show around the killed enemy minion. Quest progress will now be gained in instances where a second Nazebo damages the target, and the target dies within 6 seconds of the first Nazebo applying Voodoo Ritual. Fixed issue that caused stacks of Voodoo Ritual gained prior to selecting Thing of the Deep to not be granted a Thing of the Deep. Fixed an issue that caused Voodoo Ritual tooltip to display incorrect total damages. Damage values. Fixed an issue that caused Vile Infection tooltip to display the incorrect total damage value. Thing of the Deep level 1 no longer causes Voodoo Ritual display to quest indicators. Level 4 Blood Ritual. Fixed an issue that caused Blood Ritual to not grant health or mana when the target affected by Voodoo Ritual timed out due to their health passively being reduced. Level 20 Nova Fast Reload. Fixed an issue that caused fast reload to trigger when triple tap target dies before it hits them. Probius Base Photon Cannon E. Fixed an issue that caused Probius' Photon Cannons to not have their damage reduced by Diva's defense matrix. Gathering Minerals for Probius now also empowers any Photon Cannons already in the battlefield upon quest completion. Tychus Base Overkill Q. Fixed an issue that caused Overkill to reveal unintended areas. Zool Ray Skeleton base trait. Fix an issue that caused the Zool Skeleton Warriors to not have their damage reduced by Diva Defense Matrix. Skeleton Mages. Fix an issue that caused Zool Skeleton Mages not have their damage reduced by Diva's Defense Matrix. Fix an issue that caused Zool Skeleton Mages not to apply their slow in an area when blinded or against evading heroes. Fix an issue that caused Zool Skeleton Mages to not apply their slow with their attacks against heroes with heroic attack or only evasion effects. And weaken level 16, fix an issue that caused Zool's Skeleton Warriors to not apply weakens damage reduction while Zool is blinded against heroes with heroic attack only evasion effects. By golly gee. Zagara Infested drop E, fix an issue that caused the roaches created by Ultimate Evolution clones of Zagara to not gain spell power bonuses. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the deep dive, a very deep dive into our June PTR patch. There's a lot to go through here, so thank you all so very much for checking it out. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, be sure to like and subscribe so we can grow the YouTube channel, all that good stuff. And if you're watching here on Twitch, be sure to subscribe and continue supporting like Slayer did during this for 28 months with their Prime, or even Cav with their amazing Tier 2. So thank you everyone for watching, and until the patch drops live, I've been Bahamut, and I'll see you in the Nexus. Wink. May we swear again? I mean, we don't really swear a ton in this channel, but okay. From the wiki, Blizzard mimicked by Water Elemental is cast after all 3 waves of Jaina's Blizzard have fallen. Elemental casts Blizzard in the exact same area as Jaina's regardless of distance. Yeah, but it don't do that, though. You see the Abathur stun structures? No, that's probably not intended, right? I would assume that's not intended. YouTube. Oh, I need to go to YouTube through this. Frick? Yoda? My gosh. Kids these days. Let's go to YouTube Studio. People are coping and saying it's intended. What, the Abathur stunning structures? There's no way. It should not be. That's not. There's no way that's intended. Alrighty. Ads off. Revenue still processing. Oh, okay. I'd manage what you haven't turned on ads and premium earnings for this video. Because I don't have that option, YouTube, yet. Unless you gave it to me and I didn't realize it. Alright, let me get this patch video up on YouTube, and then we'll do some casting, and then we're going to watch the old, then we're going to watch the Open Division Finals from HGC days. We're going to watch the old Heroes Hype series where they qualified to become HGC team. But we'll do some Heroes, we're going to do some Heroes Lounge first, because I want to cast some of that stuff. So we'll dig around Heroes Lounge and see if there's anything that we would like to cast. But let me, as I said, we got to upload this YouTube video and all that good stuff. Editing, OBS recording. What is today's date? Today's date is the 30th. Today's the 30th, and this file is 2 gigabytes. That seems like the right duration to me. I quit too early in the Jaina. Do 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 do.
I look forward to
Choose
the
a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a talent.
Yeah, it does. But does it do that in live? Alright, so this video... Sorry, I'm doing like 6 things at once. Bear with me, everyone, while I just get this video up on YouTube. This is the PTR patch from, so this is June 29th, 2026, right? Yep, trying to keep my verbiage all the same on these. June, here is the patch link. In that, upload image, Twitch, Bahamut, YouTube, patch, select playlist, patch review, there we go. And then we grab our tags, which pretty much do nothing on YouTube, but we tag anyways. We tag either way. Heroes of the Storm. And was AI used? No. There's an option now to literally say no, AI was not used. Wow, that's great. I will check that box every time. Tag, cards, quiz, copyright, public. Copy link, publish. We're still checking your content. Publish anyways. Close. Alright, so that's out. And I'll upload the command. I love this. I love this from YouTube. I love this from YouTube. So, you haven't turned on ads or premium earning for this video. Okay, I'll turn on ads and premium earning. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks. I really appreciate it, YouTube. That's super kind of you. Really appreciate that. Wait, what? Wait, it said something about region. Oh god, they changed the region selection. Okay, we'll go into EU anyways. That's all good. Alrighty, so what's up, Kalis? How you doing? The smelly open division and the contrast, the glorious CCL and the hero's rise. Alrighty, F5 this. Where is my patch video? Get shareable link. Alright, so here's the Storm soundtrack. We can turn that off for now. We'll swap our cameras back to how they were. Let's go back over to our casting screen. And, oh wait, hold on. We were going to test something really quickly. Hold on. Man, that like I didn't see the game, but that was wild that you guys already knocked out. That's a little wild. I'm not gonna. Oh, the HOTS Rogue is still on my PC for this, so I can't do testing. Right. I can't. I need to delete out the HOTS Rogue if I want to actually do testing for this. I guess I could go into one of like the custom maps or something like that.
Greetings.
Oh, it does? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I honestly, I did not recall it ever doing that. But I guess I did not know. Sometimes you just don't know everything there is to know in a MOBA with so many things. Alrighty, testing schmeshting. Yeah. Alrighty, so YouTube video link, and this is going to be June 29th. This is going to be a PTR patch review update. Okay, so that command should be updated. The video still should be processing. All right, everybody, welcome back. Nope, the video's already up. Cool, wonderful, love it. Okay. Stark gave me some information about the bid war thing. You can name Squall 7 characters, but also every single Guardian Force 9 characters. The list will need to adjust. Okay, so my list is very incorrect. Okay. Now your checkbox is a lie. Wait, what? Oh, what if YouTube used AI to process your video quicker? Gotcha, sorry. I missed that initial message. So, alright. I'll work more on the spreadsheet. We'll get that set up for tomorrow. Where are we going to go for our Heroes Lounge casting, chat? Where are we heading in for our Heroes Lounge casting? Where is the website? There you are. Colorado, Norway. Take a look at Division 5. One of the team's names is Fat Earth, and I literally want to cast that game just because this team's name is Fat Earth, and I don't know why it's making me giggle, but it is, so we're casting them. Oh, God. And just the visualization in my head is very funny. Alright, let's see. Players are on opposite sides? Players are on opposite sides, that's okay. Please do cast Fat Earth. We're scrimming against them on Sunday. Would like some insight, Kappa. So I shouldn't cast them then? Alright, so this is gonna be patch. Casting, Heroes Lounge, Division 5. Also, Forget What and Rob Dog, thank you for YouTube stuff. Appreciate it. You do whatever you feel like. Well, now I don't feel like doing anything. Now I feel like just sitting here and watching speedruns before GDQ. No. By the way, my GDQ paintings, they shipped out, all that good stuff, so they all should arrive to the site on Wednesday. The viewer that won the painting from our last raffle, they should get their painting on Wednesday as well. And then I just gotta figure out when we're gonna do our next Baja raffle for this year. That's what we gotta figure out next. Yeah, FAT stands for Free Agent Team, for those that may not know. Alright, can anyone click on the patch video link for me and make sure it is good and working for someone that isn't me? I would appreciate that greatly. All right. Players have been pinged. Works for you. Works for you. Thank you, Umber. Thank you, Stark. Thank you, Crush. Appreciate the check. Alrighty, so that's all good. That's all set. Names are good. I know what the gamble's going to be for this game. Let's run some ads and get ready for this map number 1 in our first best of 3 of the day. Think that sounds good to me? Yep. All right. Stark, I did see I skimmed through your message really quickly, and thank you for the information. I do appreciate it. So I'll have to work on that spreadsheet. I just operated that it was a Final Fantasy game, and it operates the same as all Final Fantasy games. Is you can name all the characters you run into. You're working. Oh, I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you so very much. I could have just given you access to the one that I have. I guess you still probably have access to the Final Fantasy VII one that we did, because that's what I did to base this one off of. I copied over the Final Fantasy VII one, and then I went through and I found all the images, and then I... because I legitimately... I was talking about this earlier. I legitimately found an article, because I was trying not to find too much into this. And, so, this is what I found. And it says, this is the list of all playable characters from the Final Fantasy game, 8. Remastered. The main party characters are presented first, followed by temporary playable characters. And so I made the list based off of this. Thanks for casting this game. It will be crazy. I appreciate you coming by. We're just talking about... Tomorrow we're going to be starting out Final Fantasy VIII. I've never played it before. I know, like, minuscule things about the game, so I'm really much looking forward to it. But we like to do, like, naming stuff for the characters, and I should have set this up over a month ago. I didn't realize that it was more complex than it is, but that's my own fault. That is my own fault. And if you're wondering, I'm looking it up right now. I know I own FF8. I bought it like ages ago during a sale. Or did I? I can buy it on PlayStation though too. 6, 7, 2013, 9. I don't have 8. I can buy it, though. Let's see here. I either buy it for my PlayStation or I buy it for, through Steam. I am way more unprepared for this than I thought. Wait, is it not even on Steam? I guess it's not. Yeah, no, honestly, Balls, same thing. Same thing. That's all I know. It is on Steam. You bought it like 20 minutes ago. Final Fantasy. Is it written as 8? Okay, I don't know why, but I literally typed in VIII and it did not pop up. But it's $7.99. I'm gonna buy it right now. I'm gonna buy the remastered version, right? That's probably what I want to go with. I mean, is there a significant difference between remaster and no? I was thinking remaster would be the better way to go about it. Yeah, it's 60% off. It's $7.99. I'm just gonna buy it right now. My cart. Yeah, we'll do remastered. Next, progress to card. Okay, whatever. I agree. Purchase. They use numerals. So the weird thing is, Balls, I typed it in with numerals. It didn't show up, but I typed in Final Fantasy VIII, the number, and then it popped up. It was the weirdest thing. I don't know. I'm gonna blame AI. When in doubt, blame AI. All right, so ads are done. Thank you for your patience. Thank you also, Stark, for helping out. I appreciate it. Maybe it's an American thing. Yeah, it might be. Or maybe I spelled something wrong and I didn't realize it, because that also is very, very common. Like, maybe I typed in like 2 I's in Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy. Maybe I misspelled it in my speed Oh boy, Infernal Shrines, yeah. How many level 1s, or how many base stacks for Nazebo by the end? 200 or more, 199 or less. Alrighty. Get some sip of tea here. See if Blizzard emailed me for BlizzCon yet. Sorry, just give me a second. I wanted to send a quick note, see if you were happy with the quote, blah, blah, blah. No, okay. All right. Yo, what's up, Mono? How you doing, bud? Alrighty, so not 10 minutes, 5-minute gamble, and go, go, go.
Prepare yourselves for battle, heroes.
Welcome in, everybody, on the left-hand side. We are going to be having the members of Memento Mori with the Muradin, Nazebo, Anduin, Tychus, and Dahaka. Right side is Fat Earth, free agent team. Leoric is going to be with this team. You have Li Ming, Johanna, Brightwing, and Falstad. Yeah, I saw something about it this morning, Kev. I didn't look too much into it, but I did see something. Nazebo! Baseline is going to be your quest or your Twitch prediction. Will Nazebo get his 200 stacks? Will he get 200 stacks or more by the end of the game? Now, keep in mind, bad medicine is something that is something that exists at level 20. I don't know if they take it, but either way, we'll go ahead and see what we got here as you got 5 minutes on the Twitch prediction. Give him the axe for Muradin. Press the advantage on your Tychus, enhanced agility, power word shield. Frequent flyer on the Falstad as well for that auto attack build. Greater polymorph, Zealous Glare, Aether Walker, and been seeing it picked up quite a bit more lately. Consume Vitality for Leoric for that Skeletal Swing. Getting a 4% heal and also cooldown for that Skeletal Swing Tychus. With a little grenade onto the Johanna there, but won't be able to get any fatal damage onto her. Mortar Punisher will be the first Punisher of the map in the bottom lane, as we have left and right camps to be grabbed by both these sides. And those should be able to pressure mid lane a little bit. We'll see if there's going to be any quick clear onto that. We actually do have Leoric doing a little bit of double soak for the allies. I wouldn't be surprised if Dahaka maybe speeds his way down into mid lane to be able to catch the soak while the allies are then going to pivot into this bottom lane. I'm assuming they're going to be going for Impaler for bottom. Shield Glare goes out from the Johanna. She steps in. Tychus stepping up. Condemned from Johanna. That might have been a subdue if she had the level 4 talent, but we continue in. Nazebo, by the way, going Widowmaker's level 1. Took him a little bit to grab that, but he already has 10 stacks on it, so not too bad. You do have the 100 stacks needed for that attack damage increase and their duration increase as well. Some magic missiles firing out, Arcane Orb as well. Little Impaler camp, the causer of mid lane. Dahaka doesn't look like he's going to be focused on clearing that, as we do have an overkill from Tychus active. PX36 will back away with the rest of the allies, as the Impaler camp did go over to the left-hand side of Memento Mori. How are we doing on gambles? Hey, we got odds. That's all I really ask for. Appreciate it. No Ghastly Reach for the Leoric. He's going to go Paralyzing Rage, level 4, for that 60% slow on the Skeletal Swing. Jahan, a little Condemn going out, poking at the enemies here and there. Tychus with his In the Rhythm, level 4. And actually, no Subdue for Johanna. She'll go Hold Your Ground. Right Wing actually going to continue with her Unstable Anomaly at level 4. As we get our first objective, bottom lane. Fallen Shaman, left side being worked on. Manwee is going to join the allies, maybe looking for that globe really quickly. Unfortunately, we still have that minion wave pushing up onto the gate, so a little bit of free damage will be achieved by Fat Earth, and Divine Star goes out from Anduin for that little bit of healing. Actually going to delay the delay the camp a little bit here. I don't think this is necessary, but she's going to try and get this a little bit closer to when the objective is contestable. Okay. I think you could have got it at like 2-minute 50-ish, because it still has like 10 seconds to rotate around or into the lane and stuff like that, so. But I still, good camp timings for both teams, all in all. I'd say you could maybe shave that 10 seconds so you could rotate and you're here at the objective at the announcement moment, so you have that positioning priority. Would be kind of the only thing that I'd really mention off of that. Polymorph from Brightwing into the Dahaka Iron Skin from the Johanna was activated as well. And it is going to be Mortar Punisher worked on really quickly here. Master eating a few of those Arcane Orbs from Li Ming. Johanna steps up with another Condemn into the enemies. Hold me. The Johanna a little bit low. Murden tries to Dwarf Toss to taste them, but won't be able to get any follow-up damage for a kill. 0-0 in kills so far. As Divine Stars continue to fire out, we have a nice drag from Dahaka landing into Leoric with the Arcane Orbs from Li Ming. Coming through, Dahaka did burrow to avoid fatal damage. Leap of Faith with 71 HP for your Nazebo, and he will not be taken down. 31 to 19 in Skeletal Defenders, as we do have some well taps to be had. Nazebo might be resetting. No, he's just going to go ahead and tap well, wait for some of that healing over time to activate, and we do have a drag from Dahaka landing onto the Brightwing. Can she get out of here? Soothing misactivated, but First Blood will go over the left-hand side of Memento Mori, as well as this first Punisher. Muradin misses the Stormbolt onto Leoric, but I believe he had the Wraithwalk already active. And we are going to be seeing Mortar Punisher moving in. Li Ming got to play it safe here. Oh, Falstad, nice barrel roll to the side to avoid the stun. A few more Arcane Orbs firing out here and there. The Punisher's going to have a jump pretty soon, and got to be careful because that gate is going down. There could be a priority jump that Murden can play off of with the Stormbolt. Great Iron Skin timing from the Johanna right there. I actually thought she was going to get stunned, but she hits the button in time. A zombie wall from Nazebo locks Heldor from backing away, but there will not be any sort of further pressure on the Brightwing, as the major siege and structure damage is going to be focused on this bottom lane fort. Johanna hit with the Chastise. The Piercing Light goes through for a third stack during all of this. 1-0 in kills. Next Punisher at about 8 minutes in game time, 7-minute 30 about for that contested phase. And Manwë on this Dahaka is going to let the wave crash into the gate. Going to lose a little bit of structure health, but just having that safe clear, Leoric can't pressure any further. Let's go ahead and cycle through the other numbers, get an idea of what your damage healing experience looks like so far in this series, or this map number 1. Best of 3s, by the way, for all of these maps that we're going to be casting for Heroes Lounge. In about, like, I don't know, like a month to 2 months or so. Probably closer to 2 months, we'll be getting to, like, best of 5s with Heroes Lounge with their playoffs, but we got a good couple months of Season 30 of Heroes Lounge. It's crazy to think about. 30 seasons of Heroes Lounge. That would have been subdone right there. Arcane Orbs flying out, little Divine Star here and there from Anduin to heal up the allies, but right now, we're just waiting for that next objective, still 2 minutes out, and less than 2 levels for your level 10 talents. Should have it for the contested phase. Really good condemns from Johanna. Huge Arcane Orb Magic Missile. Combination landing in Nazebo as he gets chunked, but not taken down. As another Arcane Orb flies out from Li Ming, but she's unable to get the Triumvirate cooldown value. Johanna stepping into this Nazebo, pops the Iron Skin as Bird and Stormbolt would have connected. And a Brightwing phase shifts in with a Peekaboo level 7 as more magic missiles fire in. But pretty standard builds for all these players. I will mention Emerald win for the Brightwing, no blink heal. So we'll probably see the intensive wins level 20 for the 5-second cooldown, no mana cost. Gust, Falstad, Bless Shield, Wave of Force, as well as your Entomb for Leoric. Waiting for the heroics on the left-hand side as we do have those rolling on in with this mid lane clear. Avatar, Light Bomb, Draken, Laser Drill, Adaptation, and the Ravenous Spirit. I was literally about to say, oh, pretty standard stuff, but then we get Draken, then we get Adaptation. Ravenous Spirit isn't like crazy. I prefer Ravenous over Gargantuan, but there's definitely value with Gargantuan for sure. I just like being a big slappy ghost. And also, if you can't finish out your stacks, the Annihilating Spirit level 20 upgrade is extremely strong. The Humonganoid as well, level 20 is great for the Gargantuan as well, but let's go ahead and see what we have for this next Punisher. We're gonna have another delay on the camp grab. Muradin's still soaking bottom lane for the allies, and we do have all heroics off cooldown and ready to go. I'm just gonna check really quickly if Falstad's got flight as he's heading to bottom lane to get a little bit more soak. He does have 92 stacks. At 150, he'll have his second milestone, which is going to be an additional 50 damage, so 70 auto attack damage increase from the first and second milestones on his frequent flyer level 1. As Murden Dwarf tosses in, looking for the Stormbolt on the Brightwing, does land at Arcane Orbs from Li Ming landing, and the Wave of Force pushes back Dahaka. Able to force back Dahaka before he can get the drag pull onto Brightwing further away from the allies. As Muradin continues to step up here, gonna focus on the Summoner. The Fallen Shaman wave. We do have Falstead Hammering going out with that secret weapon for the range increase and damage increase while the Hammering is in flight. Stormbolt goes out. Big Light Bomb to maybe get a stun for Master, having the window to get that Avatar Gust into this Entomb. Good Entomb from Leoric, but Brightwing Emerald Wind does not save Leoric, and that Hammering from Falstead nearly takes down a couple enemies. Dahaka Drag misses. Li Ming still trying to step up, and the Arcane Orb misses as some well taps are happening. And Deja Vu have been here before. Memento Mori. They get chunked. They get a kill, and then they step back into the objective area, and can they find a second kill here into the Johanna? Absolutely. Li Ming trying to now back away, but gets dragged by the Dahaka. And I just realized the Leoric player's name is Annual Soup, and I don't know why, that's just great. That's a fantastic name. Alright, so we've got camp or objective to be cleared out. 53 stacks for the Nazeeba, by the way, as the Dahaka Drag lands onto Leoric. This is the drain into Manwee. And the Frozen Punisher moving it through top lane. Is Draken Laser Drill available? Not for 27 seconds. Punisher does jump onto Brightwing. Murden's unable to step up into this. Does not have the Piercing Stormbolt value. Still 10 stacks needed for that 45 mark. But the gate has been taken down, and another Punisher jump is going to be imminent, as we already have Johanna using Iron Skin. So this Punisher jump should get a stun. And will there be a way to play off this? Chastise to follow up. Murden trying to get some extra damage in and locking down Hold Me. As the fort gate has been opened up completely, Brightwing phase shift comes through with the Peekaboo Vision. Tychus dashing away, and next Punisher at 13 minutes, 11 seconds in game time. Not too bad. The control from Memento Mori in this map number 1 is really good. They're having solid rotations. They have a little bit... No, actually, where's the experience being made up from? Is it minions? It is minions as always. Look at that. 4,000. And I'm going to guess Leoric and Falstead are putting in work for the team. You can see 7,000 on Falstead, 10,000 on Leoric. As Tychus does get taken down in mid lane, that is going to be a very low Johanna, though, trying to get away from Murd, and Dwarf tosses in and lands the Goomba Stomp. We do have Leoric trying to back away. The damage over time will be enough to take down Annual Soup. It is Nazebo, poison damage, to take credit for the kills. Dahaka does activate Adaptation, heals up to 50%, and burrows to back away. Avatar from Murden will be expiring here in just a few seconds. Yep. Bottom lane wave is pretty hefty, and that's where the next Punisher is going to be as well. Falstead flies in. Nazebo almost has the zombie wall on to Falstead, but it was focused on the fort here as the fort does go down. And honestly, I'd like to see them back away, grab other camps, and double soak, and continue to maybe build up this experience. 65 stacked Nazebo does have Ice Block. Alright, well. Paler camp starting to weaken the fort gate. Entomb from Leoric captures the Johanna. The Nazebo blocks Johanna inside of that as she rips the Blessed Shield, but it finds no target to stun. As the Khazras just below continue to siege in as they have that vision from the allies pushing onto the gate. Now that they have no structure or tower to work on, they're going to have to maneuver into lane, but this is some great initial siege for Memento Mori on this lane. Grenade from Tychus goes out. Stormbolt misses. 45 stacks from Murden were picked up. Has that 0.5 second cooldown per auto, piercing on the first target. As Leoric has a little drain applied, we should be having the announcement of the objective in about 30 seconds. We have a Stormbolt onto the drag. Leoric minus 10 armor as well. Falstead barrel rolls in. The Dragon Laser Drill. There's going to be a Light Bomb. The Gust from Falstead trying to push people back, but it just didn't work out. As I think it was Wave of Force and Gust kind of counteracting each other. And that is a deadly Ming. Yeah, 30-second cooldown, 40. Yeah, that math makes sense, honestly. Because I saw the Gust angle, I was like, that's great. And then I saw everyone not moving. I'm like, what? Oh, Wave of Force from Li Ming. Little anti-synergistic moment there. But after a couple more kills are picked up, the mid lane fort will go down, and Memento Mori does have control of map number 1 in our first best of 5 of the day. Best of 3 of the day. I'm going to do that a lot. Oh, as a reminder, the Eternal Conflict is going to be starting this Sunday. Exclamation bracket. We'll get you over for the information for that if you'd like to sign up for it. It is going to be the first 3 Sundays of July are going to be the singular events, and then the last weekend of July, the 25th and 26th, if I remember correctly on my dates, is going to be a Saturday, Sunday. So exclamation bracket if you want to check out more for that, if you want to sign up with your team maybe. Trying to do my best to support Ravencourt as they do an amazing job running tournaments. Invade on this top left camp. 7 kill difference. Level lead is about 4 in between the two sides. Li Ming, Brightwing working on this Johanna anchoring for the allies, but this is a bottom lane Arcane Punisher pushing up. You have Dahaka in top lane, which I'm assuming has brush stock available, and he does indeed, so he's going to work on this Fallen Shaman. The other one is going to be cleared or stolen away. Khazra mid lane is grabbed. Khazra bottom lane grabbed very late, as the Punisher's already under the gate here, so they're going to get some, or sorry, Fat Earth is going to get some initial siege onto this. And they do get the Punisher dropped to about 50%. Draken Laser Drill very forward pushed, or placed. I feel like they could have waited for the gate to go down, then placed it about between the gate and the keep, and try and get sustained damage on this, force the enemies to maybe step up to clear out that Draken Laser Drill. The forward positioning, unfortunately, is going to allow them to clear that out really quickly. The Punisher goes down. Next one at 17:40 in-game time. Leap of Faith pulls Murd into safety. The Zebo did pop his Ice Block. He's trying to get away from the false auto attack damage. Li Ming with 70 HP steps up for the well tap. We do have Dahaka. I think he popped the adaptation. Burrows for a moment, and indeed he did pop the adaptation. I think there was a drag into Johanna locking her down. She will fall. Leoric the next to go down. This is a very low Murd, and the auto from Fulstead tracks but does not get the kill. So we have 219 stacks on the Falstad. The minion wave is still pushing up. Anduin takes out the sidewall. Li Ming blinking forward. Murd and Dwarf launching with his level 16 into the enemies here, and that is going to be Brightwing taken down by the Tychus. 11-1 in kills. And this is bottom lane keep to fall. As I said, 17.5 minutes in game time just about for the top lane Frozen Punisher. And this fort's still available, so wouldn't be too opposed to seeing, like, grab the Khazra mid lane, rotate to top, take down the fort with the minion wave, something like that. Try and set up pressure for the next objective. Maybe leave Nazebo down in the bottom mid to double soak to build up more stacks, because you are getting very close to level 20, and we're, is that like 85 stacks away from getting completion of the baseline quest for Vile Infection. Leor did clear out the wave in top lane, so it's going to be a little further pushed out. I seriously, I can't get over the Ragnaros Lava Wave level 20, the Lava Surge. I am so excited for some aspects of when this next patch goes live. Abathur, obviously one of them. Alex Strauss is going to be very interesting. But yeah, Ragnaros, I feel like he's going to see a bit more play, especially with that Lava Wave level 20. Even the Sulfur Smash. Stormbolt lands onto Leoric here. He's going to be able to Wraith Walk out. Bless Shield from Jahan to create a little bit more space. Tychus dashing forward, double dashing forward, as he does pick up the Bob and Weave at level 20. Emerald Wind from Brightwing does push back Master, pops the Avatar just before the Condemn connects. We do have Draken Laser Drill for the Tychus summon, and it's going to take some tower shots here. Maybe the intended reasoning for that summoning. Great phase shift from Brightwing onto Annual Soup. And this is Murden trying to Dwarf Toss in. Will be taken down by the Retreat Tower. And Leoric, we do have Light Bomb going out, finding no stun. This is a Shield Glare and a couple resets are leaving. They want to get the Finland. Can they get it? It is going to be a quadra kill, but Dahaka has zoomed to bottom lane with his speed boost, enhanced agility level 1. Huge turnaround moment though for Fat Earth. I'm gonna mess that up in the series. I keep wanting to say flat or fat, and I keep thinking I'm wrong. Alright, phase shift from Brightwing on to Li Ming, Peekaboo once again. We do have that intensive winds, blinded by the light, winning tunnel, repulsion for Li Ming, and buried alive Leoric. That late game team fight is humongous for Fat Earth. They've got top lane fort taken down. Minion wave is going to get some small siege onto the gate. We could see the fallen shaman picked up as well. The orc is going to soak up bottom lane, or at least clear it out, as we do have the keep taken down. It looks like Soup is going to rotate into mid, maybe get a swing there, and then join the allies top. And no invade onto the bruiser camp coming out from Fat Earth. 139 stacks for Tychus, by the way. We do have that Annihilating Spirit for the Nazebo. It is also going to be your Mountain King, Inner Fire, and that is Apex Predator for Dahaka. Falstead's still working on bottom lane, just checking really quickly. He's got Flight. Punisher jumps over onto what this flank was. There was a flank attempted, but that is going to be Li Ming having an absolute blast as we do get triple kill. Janna chasing onto Dahaka, lands the Drag to Condemn, will interrupt that. Burden trying to back away. He does get his avatar activated. Li Ming repulsion pushes him back in. Brightwing, do you have a polymorph or anything? No, okay. God, that Punisher jump was humongous. Buried alive Leoric as well. My God, that was absolutely huge. And a late game turnaround. This might be Fat Earth taking map number 1 with this Punisher push. It is. Falstead's not even here. He's actually taking flight just now. Well, that is back-to-back massive fights that go in favor of Fat Earth. Punisher jumping over once again for the quadra or triple stun, it looked like. Burden gets the light bomb and Dwarf tosses in for the stun. Emerald win from Brightwing with the intensive wins. 5-second cooldown with no mana cost. Keep that in mind. She can just pop it. It's also right now dealing like 400 plus damage to enemies afflicted. As Dahaka is going to utilize his adaptation, the Punisher will go down. I don't think we're going to see a 23-minute Punisher as this core is falling. The Buried Alive captures a few. No Finland in map number 1, but dang, that was a good back and forth. And we pick them good, don't we, chat? That was seriously Umber? Yeah, it was a really nice turnaround. Oh, Mixon, thank you for the DM. I appreciate it, bud. And then I see Stark has got a bunch of messages to me, too, that I'll dig through after the stream. All right. Oh, Nazeba, by the way, sorry, is 92 stacks. 92 stacks. What's up, Shy? How you doing, bud? Mixon just sent me this. Let's take a look at this. This literally just got announced. You can see right here. 30th of June, BlizzCon 2026 esports update. Classic Cup players revealed. I better be on this list then. BlizzCon 2026 is bringing an entire weekend of esports action to Anaheim Convention Center. We're excited to reveal some of the highly charged matchups you can expect at the show. In March, we unveiled the full slate of esports program coming to 2026 BlizzCon, including the Overwatch World Cup, Hearthstone's Master Tour, World of Warcraft Arena World Championship, and Mythic Dungeon International MIDI. And the Blizzard Classic Cup, we're revealing the players behind the Classic Cup legendary matches, along with the details of how the rest of these competitions are taking place as the best players around the globe battle to claim their spot. All right, Rivals return to BlizzCon. The Blizzard Classic Cup is a cross-title celebration of rivalries, personalities, and unforgettable moments that have helped shape Blizzard esports across both days of BlizzCon's iconic... I'm reading too fast, sorry. I don't know why I'm so anxious reading this. Across both days of BlizzCon, iconic competitors will return to stage under the banner Classic Cup Captains, Tasteless, and Artosis, competing for pride, legacy, and points towards the Classic Cup trophy. Within the Classic Cup, there are a series of legacy matches running back one high-stakes rivalry per title that left a lasting mark on BlizzCon competitive history. StarCraft Remastered Legacy match, Boxer versus Nalra. I honestly don't know this one. I actually don't know either of these players. I legit don't. But I didn't watch a lot of StarCraft 1, which I'm assuming that's what that is. StarCraft Remastered Legacy matchup brings together two of the most iconic names in Brood War history. Yeah, I don't know a ton about Brood War. Boxer and Nalra. It's like saying you don't know who the president is. Which one? We had like 40 of them or something. From 2003 to 2007, Boxer. Yeah, I did not watch a lot of StarCraft 1 esports, I'm going to be honest. Flame me if you'd like to. That's okay, too. I don't mind. Faced off 11 times in premier competition with, I'm assuming Nalra? Is Nalra the right way to say it? You know, you never watched League and you know who Faker is? That's fair. That's fair. Did I hear Abathur changes? Yes, you did. The patch video's out and everything. One of the most memorable meetings that came in 2003 MSL tournament. We're going to win. Cementing his place among the StarCraft elite. Both players were later honored as part of the Korea Esports Hall of Fame Classic in 2012. I'll point this out. In 2003, I was 12 years old. In 2007, I was 16, and I got my license, and I was chasing after every girl that gave me attention in high school. Boxer is widely regarded as one of the most influential esports athletes of all time, a champion of Star League, World Cyber Games, KPGA Tour. He even held the #1 ranked world ranking from November 2001 through March 2003. That's wild to be able to do that. Recognized as a lifetime achievement in 2024. Stands among the most decorated players in StarCraft history. #1 Protoss player. Nalra. Protoss player in the world. #1 Protoss player in the world for much of 2003 and 2004. He claimed championships across KPGA Tour, MSL, OGN, and OSL. StarCraft, for like 2 seconds, I thought this was Hazuabs. I don't know why. He's not that bald. Let's see, StarCraft 2, Hydra versus MC. Let's see. Oh, okay, I'm already skimming ahead, but we'll take a look at that. You put a bigger beard on him that's red. We could be brothers. We could be brothers. We could like you put some glasses, you give him a nice red beard, we could easily be brothers. Let's see, though. It's shared one of the StarCraft 2 most heated rivalries during the early years of Wings of Liberty. They met at several major events in 2011, 2012, with both players taking wins. Who can forget their clashes at MLG Columbus 2011? MLG that takes me back. Hydra was also a prolific Brood War player and became one of the most recognizable Western competitors in StarCraft 2, champion in Intel Extreme Masters of Major League Gaming. He, at times, considered by many the best foreigner in the world. MC stands among the most decorated players of Wings of Liberty era with championship in the Global StarCraft League, Home Story Cup, Intel Extreme Masters, Blizzard, WCS Premier League. Heroes of the Storm is gonna bring back Dignitas versus Gen G. We literally watched this like last week. We literally just watched this last week. Bakery, Jabin, JPL, Wubby Poik, and Kyocha Meride Sign, Dami. So it's not the original team though, because Jabin's not, and there's no Rich. There's no Rich in this, but I mean, I mean Rich is currently very deep into League of Legends that we were looking at last week. Here's the Storm returns to BlizzCon stage. You know what's funny to me in this article? Heroes of the Storm got the little R StarCraft and Brood War, any mentioning of StarCraft and Brood War didn't actually. That's weird to me. Like, I don't know. It's just it's interesting that they didn't put the little thing. Returns to BlizzCon stage with a match that pays tribute to the last time the game appeared at BlizzCon 2018. Here's the Storm Champion Finals, where Gen G defeated Dignitas to claim the title. Representing Dignitas will be 5 players who have competed at BlizzCon before, including 4 members from the 2008 team. So yeah, you've got 1 sub. Standing across from them is Gen G, represented by an all-star lineup of Korean players who have all competed in past BlizzCons, including Kyocha from the title-winning Gen G squad. Oh man, Todd. That's wild. Todd coming back to play. I mean, well, Todd actually plays in Warcraft 3, right? Todd plays in Warcraft 3, like, still to this day. I think I've seen him in some of the Back to Warcraft Cups. Todd and Ted are two. that might be a little difficult to cast. Todd and Ted, 2 of the most Warcraft decorated champions with 8 Tier 1 titles between them from 2005 to 2012. Todd and Ted both arrive at the Classic Cup with strong 1v1 histories, highlighted by Todd's career accomplishments and Ted's 4-1-1 head-to-head record against Todd, including ESWC Esports World Cup 2008 quarterfinals. I'm assuming that's what it is. Todd is a Warcraft 3 champion across Intel Masters, CPL Tour, World Esports Games, International Sports Festival, Blizzard Worldwide Invitational, and more. Todd also became an accomplished StarCraft 2 player caster, calling some of the biggest StarCraft 2 esports in history. Todd also was, in the early days of Heroes of Storm, he also did some hot stuff. Ted brings a legacy of his own 1v1 champion and MCG to the World Cyber Games, as well as a decorated 2v2 competitor with titles in the Golden Champion Series. More to come on the Classic Cup. These legacy matchups are just a taste of what's in store for BlizzCon Classic Cup. We'll be sharing more events on the entertainment matches as we get closer to the show. Stay tuned. Prior to BlizzCon, Tasteless and Artosa will draft the announced players for the respective teams, setting the stage for BlizzCon Classic Cup competition. No casters. All right. Nothing about casters I don't see in here. Let's actually Control F and type caster. Todd is the only thing that pops up on that list as a caster. The only word that says cast, or cast. So just keep waiting for that email. Just keep on waiting. Thank you, Mixon, for sending that to me. I really do appreciate it. Glad to be able to check that out. Yeah, this is just BlizzCon caster waiting room, right? You're welcome. Thanks, bud. Where is the Baja cast? I know, right? Where? When? How? Who? Any day now, chat. Any day now. Any day now. I'm certain of it. Or they're just waiting. They're just waiting, and they're gonna come by the Twitch channel, and they're gonna be like, "Hey, you want to come cast Heroes of the Storm at BlizzCon 2026 as one of the most premier English casters out there?" And be like, "Yeah, yeah, that'd be a great way to do it." You know what else we have to do, because I am sometimes bad at my job? We need to do bandit redemptions. Be Crazy redeemed these 2 hours ago. But I got so involved with the patch, and then then this game, and then the esports thing, and then sorry, Be Crazy. Mr. Bandit, do you want to clean those chompies? Huh? You good boy. You so well behaved. Breathe. I can't. I literally had anxiety reading that article. I don't know why. Sir? Oh. This morning, I need someone's dog in the face. Hear me out. Tahoe doesn't have a lot of sidewalks. And a lot of people walk their dogs off leash, like Bandit. But Bandit, if you've ever met me or Bandit, you know that Bandit doesn't even go like 10 feet from me. Like if I leave a room, Bandit's following me. He has really good recall, all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't walk him off leash without it because, and I also have rules too. Like if there's people that are walking towards us and I don't know them, I leash him. If there's a dog and they're off leash and Bandit's off leash, then I don't leash him because typically they're cool. There's one house on the walk we do where there's two very rambunctious dogs. And they were coming out from their house and going to the car, but they didn't have a leash on those dogs. Those dogs came around the car before the owner saw Bandit and started running towards him. So my logic was, I'm going to put that dog between me, or I'm going to put myself between that dog and Bandit. So I literally did that, and the dog ran towards me. And for those that don't know, I learned this from my dad, and it's always been true. If you raise your knee, not your foot, like not to kick, but if you raise your knee, like up and out, dogs typically don't jump up onto you. My dad told me this when I was young. I do it all the time. It always works. So basically, that's what I did. The dog was running towards me. I was assuming it was going to jump towards Bandit, so I put my knee out, and the dog's face went into my knee. I didn't feel bad because their dog was running and growling towards Bandit, so it's, you know, I'm set up in defense. The person came outside, yelled for their dogs, didn't say a sorry or anything, and I was like, all right, whatever, dude. But yeah, that was this morning when I was walking Bandit. It's not the first time that dog has run out, but yeah. Why do you need their dog on your You're grabbing a torch. But yeah, it was literally to protect Bandit. That's the reason I need a dog in the face, but it was just kind of funny to me because like the dog basically just ran straight into my knee. It didn't hurt me or anything like that. It's whatever, but yeah. I mean, I've chased coyotes down the road. I have no problem. I've had a bear move towards me with purpose, and I've done the same thing. Not like put my knee out, but I literally put Bandit between me and the bear. Let's do a Thrall level 1, I think. Oh, wait, actually, Orphea is going to go Growing Nightmare. We'll do Orphea. Bandit approves. Oh, dude, he was, like, the entire, like, interaction didn't even phase him. The entire interaction didn't even phase Bandit. He was like, oh, okay. Some dogs, like, aggressively running towards him. And you know that sort of, like, growl bark that dogs do as they're, like, running towards you? It was like that. Good boy, Bandit. So yeah, there's my little story of the morning for you all. There's my little story. All right, let's go into the next map. I mean, honestly, Kovir's, yeah. He knows too. He knows. He's definitely. There's been a bigger dog like at a party. And he'll, like, try and, like, be aggressive with that bigger dog, and that dog will shut him down, and he runs over to me, like, Dad! That dog was mean to me! It's like, Yeah, what's up, Cam? How you doing? I'm alright. I'm doing alright. We did a patch review. We did a big frickin' patch review today. It was quite a significant patch we had for the PTR. So we did that. We read through the esports announcement for BlizzCon. And we're casting some games. Later on, towards the latter half of the stream, we're going to chill and watch the old HGC Open Division Heroes Hearth versus, I forget who they went up against, but it's going to be the HGC like deciding matchup. It's not Scythe. That was a different year. It was the next year for NA. But was it Even in Death or something? Diva's defense matrix works, and Rag has a lot of changes, and Yrel had some pretty big changes. Seraphim's finally nerfed. Hand of Freedom got nerfed a little bit. Johanna got a little nerf, but I don't think it's going to change here much. Mal'Ganis got nerfed. That was expected, with Will of Dracondrus and Blind as a Bat. Ragnaros, significant changes. Diablo got some changes as well, some buffs. Blaze got a small nerf onto Adrenaline Stimpack, but I think that's honestly fair, just to give a little bit more talent variety. Those are just off the top of my head. I know there's more that are in there. Abathur can now throw hands. Yeah. All right, let's next map. Thank you for your patience in the downtime. I know we had to run ads, but also I wanted to check out that esport announcement. Oh, I didn't check sides. Annual Soup was on the right side last time, and they are again. Okay, cool. Players on the same sides. Memento Mori on the left side in the blue with your Johanna, Tychus, Sonya, Ando, and Orphea. Right side of the map is going to be Fat Earth up in this best of 3 series with a Cassia, Leoric, a Nubarak, Brightwing, and Thrall. We have a Twitch prediction for the level 1 for Orphea, the Growing Nightmare. Can she get the triple hit by the end of the game or not? Get your predictions in. You got 5 minutes to do so. If you know the results, you're welcome to gamble. Just don't spoil it. Power Word Shield, Tough as Nails, Quarterback, as well as your Zealous Glare. You do have your Thrall going into the Echo of the Elements. Greater Polymorph Brightwing. Consume Vitality Leoric, as well as your Charge Strikes and Ruby and Armor for a Nubrak for that 65% spell armor. Trying to mitigate some of the Orphea Burst. And she does have a little bit of burst. I'd say she leans a little bit more into like sustained damage mage, just with the ability to be able to throw out so many shadow waltzes and such so quickly. Looking for that early triple hit from this angle, but is unable to get that initial triple hit stack. Just gonna double back for that globe really quickly. But map number 2, Tomb of the Spider Queen. Sonya, Leoric are gonna trade blows in bottom lane. Leoric looks like he's gonna grab globe and grab those gems as well. Orphea? Well, get your predictions in. Oh, she's done. Drain applied to the Sonya here. I honestly, this is like the 4th or 5th time we've done this prediction. There was one time when it was completed just as quick as this. Oh, there's that. So Bruiser Camp left and right will be grabbed for either side. We do have, I'm just checking on Leoric and Sonya in bottom lane. We don't get to watch solo lane too much, and since there is a bit of a lull in the double soak, we can at least take a look at and see how these two are matching up into each other. Now for me to mispay out the gamble, right? Nubrak burrows to the side. He's going to be able to avoid any further damage. Yeah, but as I said, that patch video is quite big. We also did a lot of testing when we were actually doing the review, which I think is going to help out with some people seeing some of the visuals or changes. Visualizing the changes. There we go. That's better phrasing for it. Oh, and our double soak continues, though. We do have that bottom lane Siege Giant camp grab. Bruiser camp mid lane has been cleared out. Sonya still pushing up against Leoric and bottom as Cassie and friends are actually going to get a wave onto the fort gate. No, they're not going to continue pressuring. Okay. Shield Glare goes out. Hold Me is going to be poked at by the Divine Star from Anduin. Take a look into Sonya in the bottom lane really quickly. And she got some siege with the Siege Giants. I was looking at Orphea here. Maybe she dashes out. Chastise misses onto a Nubrak. He burrows to the safety of that Brightwing on the right-hand side as an Arcane Flare goes out to try and delay. Similar build from map number 1 for this Brightwing as she does go into the Greater Polymorph with the Unstable Anomaly at 1 and 4. Sonya unable to land that spear for the extra fury into Leoric. But hold on, top lane. Brightwing not taken down by a grenade nor Shadow Waltz. And there's no Dread over the wall as a phase shift will bolster the health of this Cassia. Tychus trying to turn in 6. We'll put him up to 40 of 50. 22 of 50 on the right side turned in with 27 held. Still need another 4 gems on the left-hand side to be able to get the Webweaver summoning as 6 are currently held, and no team has gotten a Web Weaver yet. But we are looking like it's going to be happening soon. It also is Bed of Barbs level 4 for the Anubarak. My apologies. Tychus getting the minigun damage onto Annual Soup with that bigger they are level 4, just chunking through the health bar so quickly. But both teams have the available turn in. And there's the gem. Oh, there's the gem count if you want to see who's holding what. Dude, that's actually, it's so wild. They're going to bring back the Dignitas versus Gen G matchup. That's so cool. I legit can't actually get over that. That's really, really interesting that they're going to be doing that. I mean, very notable names, and really, I think that's going to hype people up a lot. I mean, I'm hyped for it. Blue Web Weavers have entered into the lanes, favoring Memento Mori, as we do have a Feral Spirit coming out from Thrall. No Frostwolf Pack level 4, as we do get that Monotide. Also going to be going into the Rolling Thunder level 7 for the extra charge, and also percent-based damage and healing return as well. Just kind of peeking around the map, as we do have Sonya continue to slam into bottom lane. Is there a collapse onto Anubarak? Doesn't look like that'll be happening. Tychus gets Polymorph for the Brightwing, interrupting his minigun value. Anubarak bursts inside and will not be taken down. Sonya bottom lane still slamming. Annual Soup getting a little bit low. Needs to be a little bit careful. Did go into that Drain Momentum at level 7. Which you do pick up. You do have the Drain applied here. Sonya looks to back away and break that connection. Looks like our Blue Web Weavers have expired. 10 talent tiers coming up soon, so let's go ahead and cycle through the stats and such. As your Thrall currently sits at 36 stacks. Hail from Anubarak from the bush, obviously. It's apparent that he's there, but we do have Red Web Weavers summonable nearly the entire turn in, held by Hunter, this Thrall, as he backs off in the mid lane wave and tries to get some more Echo of the Elements stacks, trying to get to that second milestone. I believe he's already hit the first, if I saw the stacks correctly. I believe he just has mana cost reduction. Chastise finds the Anubarak. Tychus with a nice minigun. The Manwee is not going to be able to get any kill here. There's going to be a Shield Glare out from the Johanna. A lot of damage. That is Brightwing taking down First Blood. Picked up by the side of Memento Mori. Shield Glares continue to fire out. Feral Spirit thrown back as well. No root into PX as Anubarak looks to burrow to safety, and Hold Me will be fine to back off. How does feeding gems into an egg make spiders hatch faster? Because the spiders, they drop gems from their butts, and those butts get fed into the clutch, and then the clutch summons the Web Weavers. I mean, the lore is pretty obvious, right? I have a feeling... Oh, that's a really good Bless Shield Light Bomb. Sundering from Thrall to maybe create space. The Crushing Jaws from the Orphea. Oh my god! The amount of gems that have been lost. Wow. The lore that I'll throw at this is basically you're not turning in gems to summon the Web Weavers. You're turning in gems to get the benefit of the Spider Queen, the lady you're hearing in the background. So when you give her enough of the gems that you've collected, she then gives you her offering, her boon, her blessing, her Web Weavers. That legit is probably the actual, like, lore and such if you want. Because every map has, like, an announcer who, like, a guardian of the map. You know, you have the Raven Lord on Curse Hollow, Gravekeeper on Haunted Mines, Gravekeeper versus Raven Lord on Towers of Doom. That's a lot of damage into Anduin as he looks to back away. The Anubarak burrows in, though, and does find the burrow charge stun, but Orphea steps up, and we do have Tychus taking down the Cassia. Anduin falls to your Thrall, and it is still going to be gems held on both sides. See, as she says, my power shall aid you. Wrath Berserker, Crushing Jaws, Light Bomb, Odin, and Blessed Shield, by the way, as we do have the Valkyrie, Entomb, Cocoon, Emerald Wind, and Sundering for the Thrall. And speaking of Thrall, he is on the 66 of 125 stacks, so he does have that additional charge, and he did get the additional bounce from that level 7. So now just looking to finish out his mythic aspect to get that multiple strikes per target. Not doing too bad at 71 stacks at 9 minutes in-game time. Second Webweaver phase has been summoned. Both of these have gone over to the hands of Memento Mori as the Light Bomb connects onto this Johanna. She is able to get the double stun. Cocoon onto her, will apply afterwards. Valkyrie pulls in the Tychus, and he's just trying to avoid any tower shots, but he wasn't really being threatened. Sonya, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, does manage to take down Leoric, and he is going to lose a significant amount of gems as well. That is a really good pull from Sonya. Nade over the wall, shield glare as well. Overkill from Tychus with the level 13 spray and praise. You see that increased range. Condemn from Johanna. So do have a few impales and such going out from a new Barak. Barak tried to burrow for something, but he just did not have the range to be able to land a stun onto the enemies. The Orc level 13, what is he going into? Is he draining? Is he Ominous Wraith Royal Focus direction? Is he gonna be auto attack direction with Spectral Leech and Mithril Mace? Oh, he's gonna be going into your Unyielding Despair, so Crushing Hope, possibly Burning Despair level 20. Hunter looking to turn in 17. That isn't going to be checked here, but there's this invade that might yield a couple kills. That's a beautiful Emerald Wind from Brightwing to force back the enemies. This camp invade, though, might be successful as Johanna does rip the Blessed Shield to create more space. The Valkyrie from Cassia comes out, pulling Anduin in, but there's going to be a beautiful Crushing Jaws from Orphea that creates the space for Anduin to then be able to get some Divine Stars out and back away in his positioning. Chastise firing out once again. There's going to be an Entomb from Leoric. This is a Condemn from Johanna, and Leoric, Cassia, and Anubarak all fall. The blue health bars are so very low, but none of them are falling. The red Webweavers may be entering the lane. Sonya's already going to manage that, and Tychus with the Annihilation and Ragnarok missile firing out. Manwee confirms the quadra kill in the end for the team, as this mid lane and bottom lane Webweaver find relatively no value. Top lane is going to be ignored, it does seem, as maybe they want to push in to this keep, but not going to be the call, actually. Okay. Alright, so boss is going to be called for in top lane. 36 of 60 turned in on the left side, 22 held. 55 needed for the members of Fat Earth, and 46 held by them as well. It is a 2-level lead and 8-kill advantage, and no one freed Harrison Jones. The poor man is stuck in Tomb of Spider Queen forever. Sonya goes to grab Bruiser Camp on the left-hand side. Orphea is done with level 1 and 7 on the Dread Eruption level 1 with the Growing Nightmare, and then has the Growing Nightmare and then Mind Devourer, sorry. I kept want to say Growing Infestation. I'm like, that's not right. That's a literal level 7 for Stukov. But we do have blue Webweavers. 12.5 minutes in with boss knocking on Keep Gate. Orphea gets the remaining turn in. No, who's got it? Ah, Sonya. Sonya's got the 10 needed. Mid lane gets pushed out a little bit. Boss is going to be relatively low when the Webweavers do descend. Oh no. They're going to let boss do its thing in top lane. They've got a massive wave through mid pushed up. Blessed Shield missing, but the Light Bomb will connect onto the Cassia. Cocoon into Anduin, and Cassia falls. We do have Wrath Berserker activated by the Sonya as well, as I heard that yell in the background. Looking to slam and jam and sustain that Hatred Man, as we do have Hold Me getting so very low. The core defense is firing up. This Webweaver wave in mid lane is massive. And Memento Mori, they're advancing towards core at 13 minutes. Can they make a quick map number 2 happen in this best of 3 series? We're all taken down. Leoric, the next target. We do have a Nubrak and Brightwing dancing inside of the Hall of Storms here and there to get mounted healing. And Nubrak burrows out once again. The Webweaver through mid is clear, but there's bottom and top still pushing in. Core shielding has dropped. HP below 50%. Wrath Berserker from Sonya, I believe, has expired during all of this. No, wait, she still has that. No, it's done. Anyways, that is going to be map number 2 over the side of Memento Mori. They equalize things in this best of 3 series, and we got ourselves a 1-1 score and a best of 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats, and we'll pay out the gamble, which, yeah, we all kind of knew the results to, but either way, we'll make sure we pay that out incorrectly so our 2 doubters can get a bunch of channel points. All right. Good games. Really good games here. Very, very fun stuff. So it is a completed quest, so there you go. There's your channel points back. Who put 10,000? Who did it? Kyle Wood. Kyle Wood. You would, Kyle. I hope I won the bet. I was legit thinking about paying out the wrong bet for the meme of it, but I was like, nah, that's just mean. It won't let you go higher. The highest is a quarter million is the highest gamble you can do in here on Twitch. Unless you don't have quarter milli. All right, let's see. Sides, we do have the Sylvanas right side, Sonya left side, okay. Tried to do all, said no. Huh, that's weird. I wonder, unless Twitch changed its gambling rules. You were thinking about BlizzCon announcement? Well, so there's one section of that. So keep in mind that there's they announced this before. There's like one legendary matchup, and then there's like a couple regular matchups. So the one that they mentioned is like the big legacy matchup. That's what they were talking about in that article. There are other matchups though that are going to be happening from the way that I understand things. That's they banned your you feel honored because they banned your Falstad. Hey, nothing like getting a target ban against you. I that's the way that I've understood it. Because I want to say that there's actually like a schedule as well. BlizzCon. Let's see. History. What tab did I open this in? I think I opened it in a different tab, but let me just go get Mixon's link again. Mixon link. There it is. Because they had this like, we unveiled the full slate of esports programs coming to BlizzCon 2026. Is it this one? Because there was something with there it is. So yeah. So here's what I'm talking about. Across both days of BlizzCon, you expect a curated mix. Oh wait, maybe I have to scroll up a little bit. Taste Center Services won't be behind the desk. They'll be leading their teams into battle across the Blizzard titles. The captains will draft their teams, testing recruits' participation, adaptability, fortitude, and for more information on that draft to come. In addition to the captains of their teams, Tosis will be stepping in to cast selective matches alongside with a fantastic. This is the one thing that everyone's like, dude, they already announced Artosis and Tasteless to cast, but then there's this paragraph, there's this line right here, alongside a fantastic roster of talent they'll be sharing in the coming months. I hope I'm on that list. So legacy matchups running back one high-stakes rivalry per title that helped define an esport era. So the series we're going to be seeing that we just talked about. Entertainment matches. Showdowns in StarCraft Remastered, StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3, Reforged, featuring some of our favorite personalities in unexpected combinations. So literally, Heroes of the Storm is legacy only. So Heroes of the Storm, but I mean, you still have, like, Hazu played. Like, Hazu used to play StarCraft 2 competitively and stuff like that, so maybe that's, like, maybe Grubby will be in, like, the Reforged entertainment match, and maybe Hazu in StarCraft, or that's my best guess, but yeah, the Heroes of the Storm is legacy only. Hopefully that clarified everything. Would you like to cast our next match live, maybe? I don't have a delay on stream, so it would depend on the players, or both captains being okay with it. And when it's happening, too. That's the other thing as well. Like, when is it happening? Because I typically... Tuesdays and Thursdays are typically for Heroes content. Wednesdays and Fridays are variety. And then Saturday is either casting or some other stuff. And then Sunday we've got the Eternal Conflict tournament. Sylvanas base quest, maybe? Yeah, let's do that. It would be next week. As always, I mean, you can let me know, but as I said, Tuesdays and Thursdays are my big days for casting. And it would probably need to be... both captains would need to be okay with no delay on my stream, because I'm not going to, like, shut off my stream to add a delay, and then also streaming for, like, 6 to 8 hours with a 20-second delay is kind of butt, so... Like, if we were doing live games all day, it's no big deal, but if we're just doing, like, 20-second delay for just one match in the day, I'm not a big fan of that. It's a little bit harder to have chat interaction with a delay. And usually when there's, like, live games, I'm a little bit more focused onto the game. Replays, I do my best to focus as well, but we chat here and there as well. Does Sylvanas fully stack base quest? Yes or no? But, as always, like, I'm always happy to cast Heroes of Storm. I love this game. I hope Blizzard recognizes my skill and my passion, and, yeah. But either way, let's get into it. Map number 3, let's find out what's gonna happen here. I mean, yeah, I could do Saturday as well. I could definitely do Saturday. My stream schedule is typically 9 a.m. to about 3 p.m. West Coast USA. So if you're looking to figure that out in Central European time, add 9 hours or minus 9 hours from you, however you want to do that math. So like right now there's a buttload of games going on. It's currently 11:08 for me, and there's 2, 4, 6, 8 games going on right now in like literally this hour block. So either way, let's get into it. Let's do map number 3 of this series. Let's find out who is going to be victorious. Thank you all for your patience in the ads. And let's get going into the game.
The battle begins shortly, heroes.
On the left-hand side, we're going to be seeing the members of Memento Mori. Oops, sorry, I forgot to update the score. Sorry about that. There we go. It is going to be the members of Memento Mori with the Muradin, Tychus, Anduin, Tassadar, and Sonya. Right side is Fat Earth with your Dahaka, Hanzo, Johanna, Brightwing, and Sylvanas. Who will come out on top
Open in 10 seconds.
of our first best of 3 of the day?
5.
We'll be having
3, 2,
Give him the Axe level 1 for Muradin, Quarterback, Power Word Shield, Toughest Nails, and Psi Infusion. Got your Unrelenting Torment, Brightwing, Greater Polymorph, Simple Geometry, which it picks up 4 stacks off of Muradin immediately. Nicely done. Enhanced... Tissue Regeneration for the Dahaka, and as well as the Zealous Glare Johanna. Shield Glare here and there coming out. Condemn from Johanna. She looks to step up. Iron Skin activated to back away. Tychus Overkill is activated, trying to get some damage, but it mostly just sprays onto the wave and the enemy heroes. Dahaka has already head to top lane, and Soup is going to go ahead and clear that out. We have Sylvanas in the bottom, and she's going to be our Twitch prediction. She needs to get 400 stacks to be able to complete the Black Arrows. You get stacks when you apply 3 marks of Black Arrow, or as it used to be called, Banshee Curse, to structures or heroic targets. We cannot see the structure marks, but we can see the heroic marks here, so you're going to see them pop up underneath this Sonya if a couple auto attacks from Hunter will be applied. Not going to be the case, but 23 early stacks, not too bad. We do have the Iron Skin from Johanna to mitigate that stun from, or that root, sorry, from the Anduin there. This will just be a Bruiser Camp right side, Siege Giants on the left, Siege Giants on the right. Just a lot of camps to be grabbed here on Garden of Terror map number 3, and our first best of 3 of the day. So camps popping up all around the map. It looks like there will be this Bruiser Camp grab. Sonya's going to rotate in to help out as she did push up a wave near the fort gate. Sylvanas will steal a couple minions. Going to focus on stealing the melee minions. Does get the mage minion as well. I'm more partial to stealing away the range minions purely because of just their enhanced damage to structures. Basically, if melee minions deal 20 damage into structures, range minions are dealing like 60 damage into structures. They have quite a bit of extra damage. Let's see if I can show this really quickly. I don't want to miss out on a team fight though, just for the stats here. That's going to be Johanna mid lane, popping Iron Skin, throwing a shield glare back. Murden has the dwarf toss to safety. Here's the stats if you want to see them. So you can see 121.5 for the range minions and 60.6. So baseline damage is doubled, and then yeah, siege value is even more than that. Or siege into structures.
I would so hate for you to not be the first to harvest enough.
Oh, we're still waiting for first kill. Sylvanas is going to be able to possess a couple more minions, and immediately Shadow Dagger goes out. That is going to be your Haunting Arrows, level 4, activated for the structure lockdown. Does get cooldown reduction when it's not active. When hitting structures with 3 stacks of the Black Arrow. First seed spawning on the bottom right of the map. South side as always. Left or right is really the main 2 options, as that is Brightwing taken down. Tychus gets credit for the kill. Murden dwarf tossing in, trying to body block. We do have a drag from Dahaka landing into the Tychus. He will be condemned by Johanna, hit with the punish as well. She did go subdue level 4. Manwee is so low with 200 HP, but so is Master with 50. Gets the dwarf toss to avoid a Stormbolt from Hunter, as Sonya's actually able to step up and take down the Dahaka. Now Sonya will be punished for the over-aggressive nature, but they do get the trade, and in the end it will be the members of Fat Earth grabbing your first objective seed. 1 out of 3 for them, as Tassadar sieges top lane with Sea Giant's minion wave in hand. Alrighty, Whirlwind with the life funnel, the Hurricane with the life funnel as well at 4 and 7 for Sonya. Probably going to be Wrath Berserker then. Usually Whirlwind build is a bit more Wrath Berserkery. Tassadar continues to push top lane up. We have the 10 talent here still almost 3 levels away for the right side squad. 2-1 in kills. And next seed is going to be top center location, so it should be left side for the 3rd, and I believe it's left side bottom. We'll see what kind of contest we get over this camp, or this objective. Shock Ray from Tassadar just to clear out this minion wave a little bit faster. Dahaka steps up with the Dark Swarm. Force Well from Tassadar with the Electric Fence, kind of forcing this Dahaka back a little bit, trying to reposition as the objective is available in top lane and expecting the enemies to be here. And there's a spear from Sonya. Murden dwarf tosses in, looking for the Stormbolt into Dahaka. He zigs, he zags, but he's not going to be able to avoid it. That Stormbolt stun. The face from Brightwing coming through. Johanna steps up with a Condemn into a punish. No subdone, but we do have a drag from Dahaka. The tower shots onto the Sonya. Minus 40 spell armor currently. She does have that tough as nails, eating some of that physical armor debuff. Unfortunately, the members of Fat Earth can't capitalize and make the turn to immediately go for the Sonya. But here's the thing. You still have Sylvanas in bottom lane and still pushing, and she's about to get a fort.
Red team has destroyed a fort.
Body block onto the Johanna. Iron Skin is active. She cannot back away. What's up, Freaky? Good to see you, bud. And Brightwing goes down as well. Muradin and Anduin taking credit for the double kill, as that should push them closer to level 10. It looks like Sonya's going to recall, and she's going to go deal with bottom lane wave that Sylvanas has pushed up. Looks like Sylvanas may go grab Siege Giants as well. And there's bottom left, as I mentioned, is the 3rd objective. 165 for the Sylvanas, as our Twitch gamble has closed with pretty good odds for the Believers, if she's able to complete this. 165 this early on is not too bad. Looks like that camp is going to be leashed, though. Sylvanas does not want to be caught out here, as the allies aren't rotating in just yet. And I think this positioning is really smart. How are the games today? Great, great. Thank you for asking. This is our first best of 3 of the day. We did a huge, like, almost hour-long patch review. And then we also just checked out some of the esport announcements for BlizzCon, the legacy matchups for BlizzCon, which would be awesome. Still no information about casters, which is, I guess, good and bad at the same time, you know? I mean, typically locking players before casters is extremely common, so, like, I'm still sweating it, but I'm not sweating too hard. Less shield pulled or activated by Johanna. She looks to back away. The mind control finds the Sonya. Johanna, unfortunately, is unable to back away to the fort gate of bottom lane, as the body blocks from Memento Mori were on very point. Yeah, if you want, I can also pop the article into Twitch chat, if you want to just take a look at it too. Stormbolt misses, and Master won't go any further for this chase. What do we have for heroics, though? Avatar, Odin, Light Bomb, Black Hole, and Wrath Berserker. So you also look at your Isolation, Dragon's Arrow, Blessed Shield, Emerald Wind, and Sylvanas with her Mind Control as well. Sonya's still slamming through bottom lane, actually opening up the gate, getting a tower and center gate. Second tower might get taken down as well, but Sonya, nice respect to the enemy's rotation, missing on the map. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, I cursed the Sonya player. I was like, ah, oh, beautiful, you know, you're respecting the enemies in the rotation. As, oh, Sonya misses the spear onto Brightwing, the Whirlwind to try and heal up a little bit. The Dragon's Arrow interrupts, the Stormbow is there. And Hanzo takes credit for the kill. Ah, no worries, Freaky. Okay, got you. Face shift from Brightwing onto Johanna. The mind control lands into Muradin. The force wall from Tassadar blocking. Heading disengaged. The light bomb will connect onto a couple enemies, but this is going to be a Memento Mori needing to back away the Stormbolt landing. As Hanzo looks for the last bit of damage into Muradin, but won't be able to get it, as this is now Tychus trying to get out of here. That's a great drag from Dahaka. No paralyzing enzymes for the healing debuff. It was actually the Johanna Sins Exposed level 7, and she was refreshing that duration with the auto attacks on the Tychus. That's why you saw that minus 35 for so long applied. Sonya goes to work on Bruiser Camp for bottom lane. This is going to be your top left Siege Giant camp also worked on. Stolen away by Fat Earth, and 13 Talent here is about to be here for both, and Sylvanas is 54 stacks away from getting that 50% damage increase on Black Arrows. Baseline is 15, so it's a significant damage upgrade. Sylvanas right now is currently pushing out the top lane. Did use Possession, 3 stacks to steal away this catapult. My apologies as we missed the Tassadar takedown in top lane. Brightwing able to steal that kills. We do have the Emerald Wind activated, anticipating the enemies to step up. That's going to be a Light Bomb from Anduin, stunning the Dahaka. The Dragon's Arrow lands as well. We do have an Isolation, barely missing the Tychus. It was a few pixels shy of connecting on to the man with gun. This has honestly been a really fun series. Really, really good back and forth. I will say, though, a lot of really good play and control coming out from Memento Mori in map number 2. That Tomb of Spider Queen game was extremely good for them. The rotations, the team fights, very on point that game. This map 3 feels very matched, though. Memento Mori did have a really good map number 1, but Fat Earth had back-to-back absolutely stellar fights on that Infernal Shrines map. But we do have a little bit of scaling advantage on the right, 14 1/4 to 13 3/4. And it does look like the 2 out of 2 for Garden Tear. Is there any interrupt on the Man-We channel? No! Shield Glare shy. Haunting Wave misses. Dahaka, though, brush talks in. Goes for the drag. Johanna will be taken down. This is Garden Tear in favor of your Memento Mori. Hanzo using natural agility to back over the wall to safety. This is your top lane, mid lane pushing in. Nothing to assist those. We do have Odin still here in bottom with a 1/4 duration left on that bar. Shock Rays going out from Tassadar as well. This bottom lane fort is going to be taken down. Dragon's Arrow lands on a Muradin, but the Force Wall from Tassadar kind of creating a little bit of a gap for the Muradin to be able to deal with that stun, or at least have that go through. Isolation lands on the Muradin. Doesn't seem too concerned about it. Lands a Thunderclap. Drag lands, and that'll be an answer into Dahaka with a Stormbolt. We do have Avatar into a Light Bomb. The Chastise getting a stun onto the Hanzo with the Piercing Light. 5th stack for Anduin. 5% spell power increase. As we currently have Sonya trying to assist the mid lane siege. Misses the spears. The minion wave was played out quickly by the Garden Terror. But now Sylvanas Mind Control misses. Trying to get that pull onto Sonya. But this is still bottom lane siege pretty good. Your Hanzo extremely low on health, down to less than 300. Is going to be hearthing out on the top right of your screen. Blessed Shield from Johanna thrown into the enemies as they disengage. Okay. Overkill from Tychus on this camp will be triggered. Level 16 is about to be here for both teams, actually. Guard and Terra seeds have expired, and we'll be a couple minutes away from our next contestable seed. Still 2 out of 3 on the right-hand side as the Odin will be summoned once again. Dahaka burrowing. No Lurker Strain level 4 to bonk back the enemies. Sonya pops Wrath Berserker. The Dragon's Arrow lands into the enemies in the back line. The Mind Control pulls Sonya forward. Emerald Wind pushes Sonya up against the wall. A Polymorph as well, but it's Dahaka to be taken down, and unfortunately for the side of Fat Earth, they can't equalize in kills. And with Odin still available for a few seconds, top lane wave gets pushed up into the keep gate. Master Assassin, 8 stacks, might be 10 here, or it might be 9 here in a second. As your Johanna will be taken down. Another 6 stacks needed for Master Assassin to get the extra 15% attack speed on top of the 10% passive. Stormbow hitting onto the Tassadar. Couple auto attacks here and there. Scatter goes out. This is going to be a huge siege through the top lane keep, and that will be taken down. It does look like Chastise into the Stormbolt, and Sylvanas gets pushed back to the Hall of Storms. Another scatter going out from Hanzo. And this will be your next seed spawning top left of the map. 0 out of 3 on the left-hand side as Sonya continues to slam her way through this mid lane fort. She is going to go ignore pain. Or sorry, not tough as nails. Nerves of Steel. Sorry about that. Ignore pain is level 20, but yeah, Nerves of Steel level 16. Tough as nails 1 with your ignore pain 20. Not too bad. A lot of defensive utility for this Sonya as she's going to go grab some camps. It does look like Murden gets the channel. Tassadar gets it. Murden holds the Sappers or the Shamblers to the side. And Siege camp grabbed. All right. A lot of camps around the map to be grabbed. Bottom level lead is formed, but still have even talent here for the time being. But it's just about 18 to a little over 17 on the right side for Fat Earth. 5 kill advantage as well for Memento Mori as they continue to grab camps all around. No painted blue map as we do, as I mentioned, the Siege Giants this bottom right side, but Tassadar looks like he'll clear those out in lane. Murden anchoring for the allies between the two. Really nice positioning for Master there. What do they have going on in top lane? Let's see. Sylvanas possessed a couple minions. You see that little purple glow on them, the purple flame. And minion wave is pretty beefy. Johanna anchoring below just to see if there's anyone rotating up. I use Shield Glare to get the dismount. Slow them down. Odin will be fired, or Odin will be summoned. Blessed Shield into a beautiful sub done with the Dragon's Arrow. And it's Tassadar taken down. Brightwing to be traded. Odin still blasting in, but Sonya falls next. Hold Me is low. Murden Dwarf tosses in, but he should be taken down. And that's also going to be Anduin picked off by the Dahaka. This might be the Pentakill. This might be the Finland. Tychus dashes away. Can they get any chase onto Tychus? The scatter's good, and the Finland is achieved by the members of Fat Earth. Dahaka continues to soak top lane. Hanzo gets a little bit of clear in mid. Did he go Explosive 4? No, he's full simple, full scatter build with simple geometry at level 1, never outmatched in Neural Distractions. Brightwing is going to phase shift onto Hanzo. Peekaboo shielding applied as well. Some scatter to clear out the last of these Shamblers. Hunter gets the channel. All right, so Guard and Terror goes over to the side of Fat Earth. They have everyone back and available. The positioning in lane looks like the Guard and Terror of top lane is going to be kind of neutral in its summoning location. Mid lane is about neutral, and bottom lane is fairly far back by the keep gate. But so long, the less the Guard and Terror auto attacks, the better, because when it auto attacks, it loses health. Mind Control max range finds the Tassadar into a condemned Dragon's Arrow. That is going to be a stun from the Guard and Terror to take down Tassadar. And Taro's stun, as we do have further siege to this mid lane onto the fort. Mind Control, Dark Lady's Call, Emerald Winds, Intensive Wind upgrade, Blinded by the Light, Bullseye, and Contagion upgrade. Whoa, we actually have the Giant Strider? Striding Giant, Wrath Berserker increases maximum health by 10% and grants Striding Giant, which can be activated to become unstoppable for 2 seconds. 30-second cooldown. Tassadar with the Kala's Gift. You also have the Inner Fire for Anduin, Odin, Big Red Button, and Mountain King Muradin. Man, the rare Striding Giant is wild. Mind Control fires out. Misses on the Tychus. Top lane Guard and Terror. Very low on HP. As Hanzo is going to fish for a couple hits with Storm Bows here and there. The Storm Shield activation from Johanna with the Blind by the Light. Emerald Wind from Brightwing to push back the enemies here. And 1 stack needed for Sylvanas, by the way, to be able to get to her increased percent damage as we talked about earlier. Also, the Kala's gift at level 20, for those that may not know, is gain 4% spell power for each, for yourself, and for each nearby allied here up to 20% total spell power. Your total bonus is shared with all contributing allies. I'm just curious, does it show the range of this? I don't think it does. Haunting arrow from Sylvanas. She does get up to that 163 on stacks. Sonya pops around the Berserker, hit with the mind control immediately, trying to flank. The Dragon's Arrow lands as well. The Emerald Wind from Brightwing pushing Sonya around. Anduin falls to the Johanna step up as well. A double kill to the side of Fat Earth as they might look to further take down this top lane keep. And Siege Giant Catapulter here. Boulders are firing in. Keep health is extremely low, and it looks like a mind control lands onto this Tychus as he does get Big Red Button fired out. Emerald Wind from Brightwing pushing people back, and someone will have the stray damage to take down this keep, and there it is. Siege Giant gets the rock thrown in, and the Big Red Button forces back the enemies. Now take a look at mid lane. We do have Siege Giants pushing up this wave a little bit.
Soon you will have another seed to gather, heroes.
287 stacks. Woo-wee! Yeah, it's a lot of, I feel like it's a lot of max range mind controls we're seeing, and that's the range right there if you're curious on your screen. It is legit like a lot of max range haunting mind controls, and well done. Very well done. 12 of the 15 stacks are though for the Tychus. He's got 3 more kills to get that 15% attack speed bonus, as it is 1 out of 3 for Memento Mori. Fat Earth maybe looking to get a first of their own. Or I guess a second first. Looks like this will be Brightwing with the channel. Johanna pulling the Shambler to the side. All right. 61 for the Muradin stacks. Does have his Piercing Stormbolt and cooldown values. And Odin is 15 seconds away from being off cooldown. That is the only heroic to really mention off for that. Next seed is going to be bottom left of the map positioning. Sylvanas in the top lane pushing things up a little bit further as there's no keep in that lane, so they have the constant catapult pressure. The enemy does have periodic. Just looking to see if Sylvanas has stacks. No, okay. Possession stacks were already used on the minions. I was curious if they had enough to possess a catapult as Dahaka in the bush gets an auto instead of a drag immediately. Burrows, big Dragon's Arrow into mind control, the Light Bomb to try and create a little bit of space for the allies to back away. The Bless You from Johanna. Utilized early in this engagement. Tassadar picked off by the Dahaka first. The Odin has been summoned by Tychus. Merton trying to Dwarf Toss and create some space for Odin to be able to back away. The Emerald Wind from Brightwing pushing people further out of this engagement. Mind control again going out, but no pull onto the enemy heroes. Very low cooldown, already at 10 seconds with that Dark Lady's Call cooldown reduction value. Next seed, ready to go.
Team's core is under attack. That seed is ready for gathering. I suggest you do it now.
Nice anchoring for the Jahan on the left-hand side. Dahaka working on those Shamblers. Sylvanas showed in bottom lane for a moment, getting the wave pushed up a little bit. But I believe this is going to be still Hunter for the channel, and 2 out of 3 on the right side of Fat Earth in this map number 3. First best of 3 of the day. Heroes Lounge Season 30. Dahaka step a little bit up here. He's going to get hit with a tower shot, just waiting for the wave to push up a little bit more. Next seed, positioning is favorable for Fat Earth. As the bullseye goes out over the wall. Scatter does find its way onto the Tassadar for a good chunk of a third of their health. Maybe a little bit more as the mind control is going to be missed. Johanna still anchoring above in case the enemies look for a wraparound or a flank or anything, but this isn't going to be an aggressive play from Memento Mori. They're going to rotate together, and next seed will be ready for contest in about, what, 45 seconds or so? Still have to get the announcement. Less than 45. Alonso heads to top lane to go help clear things out. Does have that piercing arrow as well at level 16. But no explosive arrows. We were talking about possession. Steals a minion. Holds the wave a little bit. Steal another melee minion as Johanna, Iron Skin, and Storm Shield activation was utilized. Tassadar tries to hold back the Johanna retreat with a Force Wall and the Electric Barrier, but unable to land it.
Collect the seed, and don't fret about the Shamblers. They don't feel a thing.
Odin's about to... Oh, actually, Odin still has 50% duration. Rather Berserker activated. Hanzo gets the natural agility over the wall. The Light Bomb lands into Johanna. The Dragon's Arrow is an answer right back into that. We do have Big Red Button. A very low Anduin gets a Divine Star out after the Isolation Contagion expires on that silence. We do have Hold Me so very low. The Shock Ray lands. And this will be Murden Dwarf tossing in. Emerald Wind pushes Master to the side, and PX gets the channel. This will be 2 out of 3 Garden Terrors. Seeds to both these teams. But we are 13 to 14 in kills, 23 up in levels. The map is pretty equal outside. Nope, the map is pretty equal. Bottom to bottom keep, mid to mid, and tops have been taken down. All right. Maybe... Oh, no, they're not going to try and set up any sort of gate. Because I was looking at the Garden Terror seed positioning, and I was like, maybe they could try and set something up. Because there was the announcement really soon after grabbing that other camp. But it seems that mid lane pressure is going to be applied to this keep gate. Hanzo tries to poke with a Stormbow, misses. 13 seconds on the Johanna death timer. So she'll be back, able to defend or contest this objective. But Bruiser camp has to be given away, as the waves are pushed up and those need to be cleared out. Really close game between these two. There's some stats at the bottom of your screen if you are curious about some of the damage, healing, and such.
Ah, there it is.
But who gets this next seed?
Gather the seed before your enemy does.
Nice check of the bush from Tassadar. Shock Ray to utilize that. Sonya spears onto this and immediately trying to clear things out. Tassadar is able to get a Side Storm down as well. Shield Glare delays once. That's going to be your Black Hole activated. We also do have your Odin on the left-hand side. Mind Control misses. Wrath Berserker activated by the Sonya. The Avatar's here for Murden. Dragon's Arrow lands on the enemies. There's a big Emerald Wind from Brightwing, but it's not going to save her. She is taken down by Tassadar. Big Red Button continuing to fire out, chunking onto enemy health bars. That is going to be Johanna, the next to fall. Dahaka loses all Feeding Frenzy stacks he had available as Murden tries to Dwarf Toss in for any sort of Stormbolt, but that is not going to be any CC connecting onto Hanzo or Sylvanas. But Garden Terrors have been summoned in favor of Memento Mori, and can they make this a final push in their favor at 24 minutes with these Garden Terrors? Top lane a little far back. Tassadar already stepping up for a Shock Ray. And, oh wait, that's going to be a Mind Control connecting onto Tassadar, but Sylvanas had the Haunting Wave to be able to teleport afterwards or after the Force Wall expired. My god. Overgrowth Plant is going to be activated for bottom lane keep, and this is Murden playing to the far side. Garden Terror advancing. They might actually go for mid lane keep as well, just to get more Garden Terrors. They actually might be looking for just the Hunter kill. Nice Haunting Wave from Sylvanas to avoid the Stormbolt. But this is 3 Garden Terrors on core, and the members of Memento Mori are going to be able to find victory in this best of 3 series. But man, it was a close one. Fat Earth fought back many a times, but Memento Mori come out on top, 2-1. GG's indeed. And Sylvanas does not complete the quest. So where do we want to go to for our next series? Where do we want to go for our next Heroes Lounge series? Do we just go up the ladder to Division 4? I literally chose this series because I saw Fat Earth and I started giggling and I was like, alright, done. Hey, points are points! You want to go to Ibiza, but it's so hot. It's probably so hot there. Alright, so there is that score updated, and let's take a look here and see Division 4. All right. Let me run to the bathroom really quickly, You're right. I want to visit Finland or something. That sounds fun. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to go grab myself a cup of tea. And when I come back, we will get into another series. All right, everybody? Thanks for hanging out. BRB from me. All right. There we go. You know what we could do? We could look and see if this matchup is cool with me casting with no delay. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a live game for you. It actually still would be Division 4 either way. Let's see. Hello. Where is Ryder versus Fat Air? Fat Air is Thor. Hello, friends. I see you have a match coming up in a minute. I'm live streaming with no delay. Would you be okay with casting match with no delay? If not, it's all good. Smiles. What is this league? The Heroes Lounge? Heroes Lounge is a European-based Heroes of the Storm grassroots league with multiple different divisions, ranging from Division 1, which is your like Master Plus, to Division 5, which is, you know, anywhere from bronze to silverish. So yeah. What's up, Jam Racing? How you doing, bud? Alright, I think one of the teams is okay with us doing it. I got a meow check. I guess that's yes? Bahamut here. Oh, both teams cool with me having no delay? Just want to make sure. I saw one emote reaction. I am, but I have no word from Thoritor. Okay, so we're gonna wait for Thoritor, okay. Try and get you guys a live game here in Division 4. But yes, this is Heroes Lounge, to answer your question. Heroes Lounge is one of the two major grassroots for Heroes of Storm. You have Nexus Gaming Series, which is NA. You have Heroes Lounge, which is EU. You also have things like Calamity Cup, which is more South America based. You also have Girls Gank Squad, which is typically ran around charity events, which actually there was one this past weekend. There's also like Nexomania, which is a smaller event. It's fine for cast. Yeehaw, team. Thanks. All right, cool. We have this live game for Division 4, so let me grab it on the website. And let me update our team names. And we'll get going into this next best of 3. But if you have any Legacy, if you have any other questions, please by all means ask away. I'm always happy to answer. I love this video game. I'm honored that I get to basically do this as my job and bring you all casting and commentary, and hopefully Blizzard will notice that too. Is this live? No, it's not. I just know how to read chat in the future from the past. May you soon host HGC. I'd love to. Oh, it's the bird. I'd love to be hosting, you know, or casting, hosting, whatever, at BlizzCon 2026. I'd absolutely love that. It'd be an honor. Like, I know the game really well. I'm passionate about it. I think that I'm a very good caster. So. Hopefully Blizzard recognizes my game. I do have to run ads because we're going to get into this live game. So ads are going to be coming your way. Just heads up on that one, okay? Will there be HOTS at BlizzCon? Yeah, they actually just had an article today literally talking about what matchup Heroes is going to have. There's going to be a legacy matchup of Dignitas versus Gen G. I can get the article, but ads are going to be run right now, so just heads up on that. Let's see, where's the mix-in article? I'll pop that into, there you go. What's up, Ambrosia? Alright, let's see. So, I am looking for Heroes Lounge. And where's the captain? I think I actually have Strider added. I will whisper them, then I can see if they join a lobby. That's my cheat. You right-click whisper. Alrighty, so Heroes Lounge. Oh, looks like there's a little bot issue. Okay, that's why. Oh boy, I'm excited. Glad that I asked the players if they were cool with me casting their series with no delay. So we've got everything else set up on my end. We'll get the ads out of the way here, and yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, okay. I saw there was a ping, but I was like, what is that about? Nothing really super important right now. It is just from Bandai Namco. Oh, also, by the way, on Friday, we have a really big variety day on Friday. Tomorrow we're going to be starting Final Fantasy VIII. I've never played Final Fantasy VIII. I know, like, one meme from it. Thursday, we're going to be doing more Heroes casting, Heroes Lounge, all that good stuff. And then Friday, we're going to be doing a little bit of Heroes of Storm. And then when Day is ready, Day and I are going to play a bird puzzle game. There's this game that she found called Kiwi. You are basically a kiwi, and you do some puzzling. So Day found that, and yeah, it's called Kiwi, like Keywe. And it looked like a chaotic game. Day literally bought it for me, so I was like, all right, I'm down for it either way. But yeah, Kiwi is a cute operative postal puzzler starring Jeff and Deborah, two small kiwi birds working in a whimsical post office. They must jump, flap, peck, and butt slam their way across interactive landscape of levers, bells, and buttons to get those messages delivered on time. Seemed like a really silly game, so yeah, Day and I are going to be doing that on Friday. Oh, Elder, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We are actually just about to get into some casting here. We're just waiting for the players to get some lobby bans going, or map bans going. Looks like we do have 4 maps banned away. Sky Temple Braxis banned away by Nexus's Most Wanted. And Fat Air is going to get rid of Tomb of Spider Queen Cursed Hollow. It looks like we have a first pick on Battlefield of Eternity. Pretty standard map number 1. As we will get our lobby in just a second. I'm just looking to see if I can find the other captain in the list and just get a right-click whisper over to them. I can! Ooh, add friend. Whisper. Okay, cool. There's the lobby. And, slash lobby link. Next is Most Wanted versus... Alrighty, Alright, so that's all good. Alright, sorry, just I was messaging the players. We got lobby set up. Alright, we'll get all the players in here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So as I said, yes, it is going to be a Division 4 matchup. This is the... let me take a look here at the list of games. I think this might be the first game for these two teams this season. Yes. Oh, wait, no. Nexus's Most Wanted haven't actually done their round 1 match yet. This is from round 2, but either way. Technically, it's their first match they've played, or at least, the first one they've been able to schedule. So we're just gonna get all the players in here, and we get going into the next game, or into the best of 3 series. And then later on today, we're gonna be chilling and watching. I should actually grab it while we're chilling in this lobby. We're gonna be watching the old HGC Open Division Finals of Heroes Hearth. HGC Open Division 18? No, 18 was Scythe, wasn't it? No, because there's 2 phases. Yeah, it was LFM and No Tomorrow. Oh, wait, Crucible. There we go. Crucible. Yeah, it was LFM and No Tomorrow. What year was that one? I think I found it. Crucible? Yes. I did find it. Yeah, Even in Death versus Heroes Hearth. We're going to be watching that Crucible matchup from 2017. Yep, okay, cool, I found it. Good luck, everyone. Spooky worm. And we can pre-write the prediction. Which team wins Battlefield? And we've got Nexus's Most Wanted versus Fat Air. We'll have 10 minutes for the gamble since we have draft and everything. All right, so all of that set. Get some tea. And otherwise, how's your weeks? How's everyone's week treating them? It's been a really chill week for me. I got a lot of stuff done yesterday, and I'm going to try and continue to be productive today. I want to try and edit all of the remaining Murky Cup games and get those rendered. And while they're rendering, I have to take apart my microwave and see if the... I didn't know this. There's actually a fuse in the microwave. Because it broke, and I was texting my buddy who's a contractor, and I was like, oh, like, if I want to put in a hood, do you think you could help me Like, have you done that before? Here's some images. But when we were talking, he's like, well, did you check the fuse in the microwave? And I'm like, they have that. So I looked up a YouTube video. I found a video with a similar model like mine to take apart. So, and from my understanding, if you take it apart, you'll be able to see the fuse if it's blown or not. So if the fuse is blown, then I'll replace that. And I think I'm done. But if it's not, and there's further, because the microwave's not microwaving. Like, you can push buttons, but when you, like, hit start to microwave, nothing happens. Actually, well, the timer goes, and that's about it. So it might just be the fuse, which if it is, that's great, because it's one of those above-the-stove microwaves, which when I was looking up, like, a replacement for the exact same model, it was minimum $300. I'm like, I don't need a $300 microwave. I was joking around with my dad. I'm like, I barely use my microwave. Like, if anything, I should get, like, a nice hood over the stove and then get, like, a counter microwave, because, as I said, I barely use it. Fat air is sounds even more funny than fat earth and water. I agree, Mixon. I agree. Here we go, everybody. You have an autographed MC for your... Oh, that's awesome. They're not too hard to change out, but yeah, exactly, be crazy. Because I was like, where do I look? But I found a YouTube video. I have to take. It's gonna take me like an hour, I think, to take it all apart and put it back together. But draft. Welcome in, everybody! Live, best of 3 here in Division 4 of Heroes Lounge. My name is Bahamut. This is Heroes the Storm, the best MOBA ever made, and we're going to Battlefield of Eternity. No meta madness, draft rules, standard Heroes the Storm, all that good stuff. On the left-hand side, it'll be Nexus's Most Wanted for Division 4. Right side is going to be Fat Air, and we do get a rapid bans coming through, and a first pick, so we do have Mal'Ganis and your Hanzo to be banned away on the left-hand side. This is your Anubrak and Tyrande to be removed as well by the side of Fat Air as they first pick the Li Ming. For those wondering, I've got you covered. Sky Temple and Braxis Holdout were banned away by Nexus's Most Wanted. Fat Air bans away Tomb of Spider Queen, Curse Hollow. Map choice obviously coming out from the side of Nexus's Most Wanted as first pick goes over to the side of Fat Air. Chromie Johanna's a solid pickup together. Varian Anduin will be the follow-up, and I do like the Varian for the Shatter Throw into the Johanna Iron Skin, level 13 pickup for him. It's not like, oh, you see Johanna, you instantly get the Varian. We might not even see Shattered Throw, but I do like that pickup quite a bit, and I do like that utility. We'll see what he ends up going to at that talent tier level. Anduin follow-up is nice. Charge, Taunt, Chastise, Li Ming Burst is really nice. I think this is going to be a solo lane ban. Thrall on this map is not too bad. We actually do see Crash Lightning on this map quite often, just because you have more brawling back and forth around the objective area, and you have more opportunities for that Crash Lightning stacking over Echo of the Elements. Maelstrom weapon maybe gets seen here and there, but I feel like Maelstrom is not that popular by compared to the other two, which is kind of weird to say nowadays, because you know, talking about Crash Lightning over anything else at level 1 is surprising, but it does have good value, and depends on the map you're going into. Genji will be removed. Okay, so no ability for him to jump into the back line, or no Cyber Ninja to jump into the back line and harass onto Li Ming and Anduin potentially. But it is Chromie Johanna.
I will fight to my last breath.
Solo lane Deathwing. I don't hate it, but I feel like they could have last picked this. Like, if you want to talk about draft theory a little bit, I feel like they could have gone for like a sustained damage dealer, like a Raynor, Greymane, Lunara, Cassia, and Rhaegar, and then last pick this Deathwing, because by picking the Deathwing here, you now have opened up the opportunity for the enemy solo lane to then prioritize like a Leoric or a Malthael, which I really do think should be the priority. Malthael's not bad for Battlefield of Eternity, for even race as well, so I'd like to see Malthael, and then they're gonna pick up Greymane with it. Leoric's not bad. Drain onto Deathwing. It might be a full Drain build at 13, 16, 20 with Unyielding Despair, Crushing Hope, and Burning Despair. Might even get that Hopelessness as well at level 13. And Falstad was something I wanted to talk about. I wasn't sure if he was going to get picked up, but this is a map where you do see Q build Falstad, because you don't get much like Thrall. You don't have a lot of lane sustain. Sorry, you don't have a lot of minions to build up that frequent flyer. So I'd probably see Q build. I'd like to see Explosive Hammer or Boomerang at level 7. That'll help out the Chromie since you have the minus 15 spell armor. But we sped through this draft, and let's go ahead and get on into it. How are we feeling about the recent patch? Are we noticing any major shakeups? The patch that we just got is for the PTR, so it's not live yet. So we won't really see any of those results until, my assumption will be like mid to late July. Typically the cadence of of the... you typically get a PTR patch, and then once that patch has been in the PTR for like 2, 3, possibly 4 weeks, it then goes live. So I'm expecting like mid to late July is going to be that release for that patch with all the Ragnaros changes, Abathur changes, all that good stuff. But right now, as we have had patches throughout the year so far, yeah, there's been a little bit of a change here and there. So definitely a little bit shift in meta here and there. There's also different division priorities as well. Like Division 1 in Heroes Lounge is going to have a different draft mentality than Division 5 or 4. You know, there's also... within divisions, you have your own divisional meta, is what I'm looking for. A great example back in the day is Nexus Gaming Series in Division B. They were the only division to literally play Zagara. No else division played it. Left-hand side, though, is going to be Nexus's Most Wanted. You got your Deathwing, Rhaegar, Chromie, Falstad, Johanna. Right side will be the Fat Air with the Li Ming, Leoric, Varian, Anduin, and Greymane. Molten Blood, Colossal Totem, Time Walker's Pursuit, which reveals 3 enemies immediately. It is going to be your frequent flyer for Falstad, which I was not anticipating, but he does have also still good sustained damage onto the Immortal, and you also have that race potential with the activatable for that 25% attack speed. Zealous Glare Johanna. You're also looking at a Aetherwalker Li Ming, Consume Vitality Leoric, Lion's Fang Variant as he picks up his third stack. Even-handed Blessing, and that is going to be your Insatiable for the Greymane. Sorry, Wolfheart. Insatiable a little bit further on, but Wolfheart, not super common at level 1. Viciousness is pretty much the level 1 talent you see. Insatiable at level 4 for that cooldown reduction in Inner Beast value, but Strider getting chunked here by the Leoric. Bad Tyrande getting some great Leoric value as Greymane currently above his Razor swiping through this camp and does have that 15 armor and Worgen form as bottom lane Divine Star flies out onto the Falstad. A few auto attacks here and there. And the fort gate is going to be damaged ever so slightly. No worries, Real Nonman. Good to see you, though. Thanks for coming on by. Good thing Bad Tyrande isn't playing Tyrande, Kappa. You know what's funny is I saw the Bad Tyrande name, and then the Fat Air banned out the Tyrande, and I'm like, oh, they're banning out their own teammates' heroes. Alright, but the Immortal will be spawning the north-south positioning, standard locations. Shima still clearing out top lane. There's a little hammering out from Falstad. You can still go into Boomerang level 7. I just feel like if you're going auto build, you should probably just prioritize auto talents. I could see Boomerang value to assist the Brightwing and maybe get a little bit faster wave clear to maybe build up your base, your level 1s a little bit faster, as Barrel Roll in top lane is going to be utilized to try and back away from Leoric pressure. Looks like he might have had a drain applied to Falstad. Curious what Leoric will lean into at level 4, though. What kind of skeletal swing is he going to have? Greymane just doing great job at grabbing camps, jungling if we want to use a different MOBA term here, as they're trying to delay out this, but this is a very early camp, and typically you want to be channeling this around like 2-minute 40 something. Time Walk's Pursuit will scout out the Greymane, and he's like, if I stand still, they can't see me. That, you know, the Drac approach, if you will. Level 4s are here, though. Taunt variant. It is going to be your Neil Peasants for Leoric, by the way, so it's going to be the additional damage onto mercenaries and monsters, and the objective is considered a monster, or categorized as that. Wolfen and Jungler must be lost. You get that? Fallen Shaman for top lane, Fallen Shaman for bottom lane as well. I think these are going to be cleared out in their own lanes, and then we'll probably see both teams go for race. Actually, Chromie's going to start out racing over here. Falstad flies on in, and this will be Deathwing dealing with the top lane. Greymane clears out bottom. We do have 5.25 or 5.5 for both teams just about, and the race is looking pretty good to the side of Nexus's Most Wanted. Very in charge taunt. Cleanse from Rhaegar into Falstad, and this is a ton of damage into Fat Air. Falstad barrel rolls forward. The W is applied, and First Blood is picked up by Falstad. For the crew of Nexus's Most Wanted, the objective will swap to race potential sides. Johanna stepping up for some shield glare. There's going to be Deathwing zoning the Varian onslaught forward from Deathwing, looking to maybe get the kill into Glue here. This is a very low Anduin, and they will be taken down by Deathwing. There's also going to be the Savage Spin from the Immortal pushing the enemies back. This will be also Deathwing taken down by Li Ming damage. Can they get another kill for a reset for Li Ming? Yes. But no further pressure will be applied, as that is Leoric taken down 3-2 in kills. The Immortal heads to top lane, and the siege will be in favor of Nexus's Most Wanted. Honestly, Freaky, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool as like a 20 talent tier upgrade. Or just like a 20 talent in general. Like, yeah, that'd be really cool. A few Dragon Breaths going out. The Immortal is going to work on this fort gate. Johanna Condemn into a punish. She does have Subdue level 4, but not completed, but she still hit 2 enemy heroes, which is gonna give the slow trigger as Chromie will have her Dragon Breath shots going out. She did go into the Mobius loop at level 7 or 5. As you see those inner circles on the Dragon Breath attacks. Greymane, by the way, is going to be looking for his thick skin at level 4 for the Worgen, and then he's going to be leaning into the Wizened Duelist. So we'll probably see, like, Unfettered Assault, probably Lord of his Pack at 16, and then, Tooth and Claw at level 20, as I was just watching the variant. I saw Li Ming stepping up, and I thought they might be able to burst down Falstad. Not going to be the case as Strider works on this camp, chastised from Anduin, landing into Johanna, but Bella's going to be very fine. Oh, cool. We got some really good odds on the gamble. Thank you, everybody. Temporal Loop for the Chromie on her level 20. Or, sorry, level 10. I was looking at chat about level 20s. 107 stacks of the 2,000 for Deathwing, 67 for Falstad, so he's got his first milestone for the 20 additional damage. The next Immortal phase should be, we should be within the minute of the announcement, as it's a relatively low cooldown from when the Immortal goes down to when the next one's available, and boom, just like that, we're ready to go. Strider continuing to push up top lane, and we'll see who gets the second Immortal of map number 1 in this best 3 series here in Division 4 of Heroes Lounge. And once again, thank you all so very much for hanging out with me. If you're new to the stream, be sure to drop a follow, as we do have the follower mode on just to avoid bots. But let's go ahead and cycle through the other numbers as well, because we got 10s. No, Johanna face-checking Bush! There's no, like, immediate collapse in her. Granted, she does have the Iron Skin, so any sort of, like, charge taunt is not available. There's going to be the charge taunt, though. Cleanse comes out from Rhaegar. We do have some chain heals onto the Johanna. Left side, Bruiser Camp just now available. Greymane in bottom lane, low up against the Falstad. Gilnean and Cocktail throw him back, and Falstad's not going to sustain that chase. Varian might dive onto Falstad, though. Leoric falls in the middle of the map as I was watching to see if Falstad gets dove into. But no Swift Wings for lunch today, as the 10 talents here on the left will yield a Blessed Shield, Gust, Ancestral, and Bellowing Roar for the Deathwing. You can see it above his Cataclysm cooldown in the bar. And of course, we already mentioned that Temporal Loop for Chromie. But the 10s are here on the right-hand side. Curse Bullet, Wave of Force, Entomb, Light Bomb. And we'll cheat really quickly and just take a look here. It is going to be Shield Wall for the Varian parry. So going for some burst protection for him. Less shield out from the Johanna, landing into some of the backline members. Now Deathwing onslaughts forward, big Entomb from Leoric, but he's going to be stunned by the Immortal Angelic Explosion. Light Bomb applied to Varian. Strider, the Deathwing just eats that. Onslaught forward, Incinerate value. Chromie will be taken down by the Greymane, giving a reset over to Li Ming as Cataclysm from Deathwing will be activated. Strider will be able to back away with 500 health, actually looking to onslaught back into the enemy team. Does have that heat transfer level 4, but it's not going to be enough. The Falstad gusting. Varian to the side actually does get the kill into Greymane. Varian now isolated from his healer a little bit. Goes in for the charge into Shima, gets the taunt as well. And this Varian's so very low, the shield wall blocking any fatal damage from that hammering. Kelmore, Rhaegar is able to run to safety. And actually, it looks like they're going to go straight for this race. Who's going to be able to come out on top of this? It is Secret Weapon level 7 for the Falstad. We do have Leoric, Greymane, Varian on this. Shield Glare from Johanna maybe trying to delay things a little bit, but the Li Ming magic missiles continue to fire in. And now Johanna looking to back away. She gets caught by the Entomb. Big Condemn. She is not done with Subdue, and she'll be dead for the next 27 seconds. A bit of an over-aggressive play from the Johanna there, trying to delay things out, trying to create a window for that last 1,470 or so HP on the Immortal. Belith in the bottom lane, second Immortal of the map, as Falstad hammering goes over the wall, trying to poke onto Philo. Maybe Philo is maybe the better pronunciation. Varian is going to get the Light Bomb applied, but he's not going to be able to stun onto Falstad as he already used the charge to close the distance in initially. This Immortal will confirm the bottom lane fort, but is going to get more. Leoric will be taken down by Deathwing in the top lane, and this will be your next Immortal around 11 minutes in game time. Until then, what do we have here? Chromie's already going to go for a timeout. We have Deathwing taking flight. That'll deny Leorc any free or lower... deny Leorc any cheating death. And Philo is able to grab this top lane camp. We are going to be peeking into bottom lane, as I did see Varian floating around, but they're not going to invade this. Wave clear. The wave and bottom to be pushed up onto the gate. Varian pops shield wall, hammering out from False Stake and Condemn from Johanna. Temporal loop has been applied to Varian. He's going to shield wall some of that damage as the Blessed Shield comes out, and that's a shield glare, but still not enough to take down Varian as Anduin continues to throw out Divine Stars, get some flash heals here and there. The fort gate has been opened up a little bit. Big benefit to Nexus's Most Wanted in that department, as this will be your Leorc landing to drain the onslaught from the Deathwing going in. This is going to be a bellowing roar to push Leorc up, but Falstad not here to assist. He is just floating his way on up, not going to be using flight. And actually, Falstad doubles back. He's going to join the allies here. Might need to use Gust, and he gusts some enemies up against the wall, but Rhaegar will still be taken down. Greymane starts camp, Varian charge onto the Falstad. 2 seconds on a taunt for him. 45 for that light bomb. As time traps are set up by the Chromie. Did go into a Horror Anomaly, so it has that extra charge, lower cooldown, and also faster arming time with her Time Walker's Pursuit level 1. But this Fallen Shaman, they get the experience. This isn't going to find any siege in lane. It'll get some damage on the Falstad, there's that. But the Immortals, the third one of the map, is going to be here ready to go. As I said, just about 11 minutes in game, and I think we were maybe what? The Curse Bullet? I'm going to pretend like that Curse Bullet was intended for Johanna. Flesh Shield going out. That's Temporal Loop onto Greymane as he already got leapt by the Anduin. There will be a big Flash Shield and Desperate Prayer utilized. Falstad taken down by the Li Ming. She's looking for the Arcane Orb and resets on her basic abilities. Does have the Triumvirate cooldown. Greymane lunges in and gets the kill, but Li Ming is trying to avoid some of the angelic stuns. That'll be Alarian down to 50%. We'll see what position they go into. Probably going to be east-west, right? And it's on defensive sides. Still 12 on Chromie, 4 on the Falstad. And it looks like this is a very hardy and healthy Immortal heading into top lane, favoring Fat Air. 8 to 8 in kills, and Nexus's Most Wanted looked really good at the start, but Fat Air is really starting to come on top of these engagements. For those that don't know, Curse Bullet does not work on the Immortal, and that's why I was like, wait a second. I'm gonna, as I said, I'm gonna say it was intended for the Johanna who was stepping up. That's gonna be a huge chunk of damage into the Falstad, but he's able to back away. Johanna will be able to finish Subdue. She gets the Ancestor Healing. The Gust from Falstad will create space for Bella to back away as Greymane lunges forward or rolls forward with a disengage to try and get some more autos into the Johanna, but won't be able to confirm the kill. He's actually going to be going into the Running Wild at level 13. No Unfettered Assault with the increased Dark Flight and disengaged range by 35%. Reduce their cooldown by 1 second. As the Immortals taking down top lane fort, Leorc is still soaking bottom lane. It is a level lead, even kills, but later game kills yielding a bit more, and that will be the alpha killer for Greymane. Mirror Ball, as well as your Spectral Leech and Mithril Maze, Banner of Dalaran, and you do have that Glyph of Faith for the Anduin, big pickup. Gnome speed ahead, though, or sorry, Shifting Sands for the Chromie. Light Bomb. Johanna gets stunned into a Chastise. Arcane Orb misses. The Immortal at less than 50% health, down to about 10 here. Greymane and friends are lunging in. They want to try and take down this keep in the top lane. I don't think it's GG moment, but getting a keep here means constant catapult pressure with nothing to go up against that, as you still have your forts available at top and bottom. And the next Immortal is going to be about 15-ish minutes in-game time. Ooh-wee, what a game, everybody. This has been great back and forth early on. If you're looking for some experience information, I got you at the bottom of the screen if you want to see where the deficit has been created. It's multiple different categories, from structures to passive to minions, touch from mercenary, and a good chunk out from that heroic section. But it all adds up to a solid 5,000 advantage. Arcane Orbs connecting onto the Johanna. Deathwing drops down the Entomb. Beautiful Entomb timing from Bad Tyrande there. Love it. Love it. Deathwing, to quote Grubby from back in CCL days, Grubby's biggest nemesis is walls. And it still holds true to this day. Little bush set up from Thor. check the bush with magic missiles, but also trying to make sure they don't go so far out where they're seen. Freaky, that's, yes. My back! That is literally Deathwing right there. Deathwing is that alert. Yeah, the perfect utilization of the Spider-Man alert. Alrighty, Immortals spawning. Time Walker's Pursuit will scout out the right-hand side. It's 8 to 9 in kills, just about 17 to just about 18, and Fallen Shaman's traded. Immortals will be spawning in the race potential sides, so we naturally see the vision for the blue team, and I think we're gonna go straight into the race. No Inner Beast for Greymane activating just yet as Deathwing will drop down from the sky, immediately hit by the Curse Bullet from Greymane. Gus from Falstad pushes enemies into the Immortal stun, but Li Ming blinks away to the side. We do have a Lightning Rod applied, and Li Ming does go down. Blue gets a quick flash heal on themselves. The Ancestral applied to the Falstad will take down Andu, and Greymane Leorc do fall. It's a lone variant to try and back away from the sustained damage of this Falstad. Can they get the Finland? Shield wall delays. Falstad should have the damage. Cool. Shield. Wah!
Miss.
Immortal is going to be picked up by the side of Nexus's Most Wanted. That will go into bottom lane with the current standings. Core right now is taking a significant amount of damage from these catapults and this Fallen Shaman. Are they losing to... Okay, they're going to let Deathwing drop down, but that is so much damage onto Core. Catapults fixate onto structures, and that is Deathwing setting up the line shot here. Gonna try and clear out these catapults, and will be able to do so, but your core is at 25%.
We stand victorious.
Sketchy moment. You lose a big team fight, the enemy runs at your core, and you lose. But we'll see. What is the defense looking like? As I mentioned, bottom lane, as it is the more well-defended lane on the minimap. Shieldier scouts the variant. Light Bomb. Nice timeout from Chromie. She avoids the Light Bomb, the Arcane Orb, the Magic Missiles. Chastise does connect afterwards. The taunt from Varian will be coming through. Falstad flies in. The Gust pushes Li Ming to the side, but I don't think this is the displacement they're hoping for, and now Falstad is the one who needs to back away. Leorc in top lane, trying to end the game for the team. Deathwing will drop down from the sky. Leorc immediately applying the drain. And he is going to be going into that drain momentum as well, as he's going to look to Wraith walk out of this, but bad Tyrande might be getting taken down here. Entomb will be applied. The allies are rotating up, but this is, Leorc is actually doing really good against Strider right here. And Deathwing with like 600 HP. Earth Grasp Totem level 16 will be applied to the enemies as that comes down from the sky. And the Immortal of bottom lane will get Keep Gate. And it doesn't seem like this is a call to end. 20 Talonteers here on the right side, though. 60 of the 100 stacks are Mithril Mace. 6 on Wiz and Duels. Johanna steps too close to the bush and dies.
I must rest for a time.
Greymane with his Tooth and Claw. Do have the Inner Fire as well. Buried Alive. Repulsion and Varian. I'm not sure what he's going to be picking up at level 20 here, but that is going to be Varian taken down. He'll have some time to read his talents. Deathwing traded. Let's see. Wind Tunnel, Blinded by the Light. You do have your Chromie level 20 with the Piercing Sands. Deathwing with the Destroyer's Rampage, as well as the Farseer's Blessing. Varian with Demoralizing Shout. Very similar auto trigger to Colossal Smash, if you're listening in for the audio trigger on that one. But yeah, Demoralizing Shout, 20-second cooldown. Demoralize nearby enemies, reducing the damage deal by 40% for 5 seconds. And each time an enemy hero affected by Demoralizing Shout deals damage to a hero, reduce its cooldown and parries cooldown by 5%. So whatever 5% of 20 seconds is. Alright, Blessed Shield into the Condemn. The Falstad flies in. The Li Ming is trying to reposition. Repulsion, Self-Cast to try and avoid any further damage. That is going to be Greymane, though, taken down. Good rotation coming out from the side of Nexus's Most Wanted.
You and all your servants in hell will
Okay, that's a very first half of the Immortal. The Orc is looking to push up top lane, by the way. Bottom lane is approaching Keep Gate as well. The lane pressure's there from the side of Fat Air. 15 to 12 in kills. Slight experience scaling advantage to Fat Air by this 21, but that is going to be a Light Bomb applied. Iron Skin will be utilized. Deathwing can't be stunned. Varian did use Demoralizing Shout there. Ooh, big damage onto the Rhaegar. Time Trap finds Varian, as I mentioned at Horror Anomaly. That's an Entomb buried alive, and Li Ming will be able to take down the Rhaegar, gets a reset, immediately throws in an Arcane Orb, Magic Missile combination. Bad Tyrande still chasing in with the Skeletal Swing and such. This is going to be a Gust Wind Tunnel pushing Li Ming to the side. She's unable to get any Arcane Orbs in. She actually misses that one right there. The Magic Missiles are firing in. Greymane's back. Leorc falls. Iron Skin from Johanna. Varian still chasing in. Does have the Shattered Throw, level 13. As Chromie gets taken down by Greymane's Dark Flight in. And we do have the top lane wave to be cleared up by Falstad. 182 stacks, by the way, on that auto attack build for him. Varian, Li Ming starting to go for race. Greymane and Anduin working on this camp, and Falstad floats by them. Deathwing drops down. No Bellowing Roar for 19 seconds. Greymane just rolls away. Same with Anduin. Disengaging. Does have that speed of Pious, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, that's his Enchant Boots Lion speed, level 13. That's what's giving me a movement speed. I was like, wait a minute. He did not take speed of Pious. Falstad flies down towards bottom, start working on the Immortal race. Deathwing is getting a little bit low and will be caught inside the Entomb. Greymane has the Inner Beast active. That is going to be Johanna and Deathwing also falling. Falstad working on the Immortal a little bit, but this is going to be your 4th Immortal of the map. Going over the side of Fat Air, and the bottom lane keep did get taken down during this entire engagement. So the Immortal heads to a flip of the coin lane, and that is going to be Core besieged by Fat Air. Falstad pushed in by the repulsion of Li Ming. Temporal Loop applied to Varian. Also did use that Demoralizing Shot into Falstad. Greymane Inner Beast active, getting a couple autos here and there on the core. Launches in with Dark Flight. And the Immortal will not— oh my Jesus! 3,167 damage in 0.2 seconds. Yo, Kaimo, what's up? Yeah, I can definitely understand why they first picked that Li Ming there. Holy Jesus. So Daskin, thank you for the redemption. Appreciate it, bud. We'll do it just in a second. Show you guys some talents and stuff, and then we'll roll out the ads. Get ready for map number 2 and pay out the gamble. We're like, what, 6 subs away from our goal? Something like that. That looks good to me. Also, I think there's discounted subs still going on Twitch, so you can take advantage of the discounted sub section as well. Hey, good boy. Yeah, she got deleted. The Bronze Dragon got deleted there. Alright. Ads are rolling. Pay out the gamble. Fat Air did win map number 1. Score is updated. And we are just going to wait for map number 2 to be picked and all that good stuff. Thank you for the, thanks for the clip. What's the joke? Deleted so hard they had to reinstall the game? Yeah, something like that. That sounds about right to me. Alrighty, what is this ping here? Oh, okay, I already did that. I'm like pretty sure I already did that. I'm kind of nervous that I didn't do it right. I'll have to message that manager after the stream today. But after this series, by the way, we are going to be checking out the matchup of Even in Death versus Heroes Hearth from back in the HGC Open Division Finals. The HGC Crucible is what we're going to be doing. That best of 7 series. I think I actually found it in the immediate Google. Wonderful. All right, as I said, we're just waiting for players to choose what they want. Looks like the losing side opted in for first pick priorities, so we'll just wait for the map choice to come out from the the losing squad. Or sorry, winning squad. Winning squad. Winning team will have map pick priorities, so I'm curious where Fat Air wants to take us to. I gotta say, it was a pretty good back and forth on that map number 1. I really gotta say, it was... early game was really well controlled by Nexus's Most Wanted, but after, like, post-level 10, it really seemed to shift in favor of Fat Air. Nexus's Most Wanted getting a couple more kills here and there. They got one of those Immortals to push in and open up the map a little bit, but all in all, Fat Air really did shut it down in the late game, as it looks like we're heading into the Shire of Dragons. Looks like we're heading into the Dragons of Shires. Yeah, the Leorc play was really solid as well. Yeah, very good in Tombs. That's why I was talking a little bit about, like leaving that Deathwing draft for a little bit later. I feel like could have been a little bit more beneficial, so that the Leorc may have not been grabbed or something. Unless they plan on taking Leorc either way. Sorry, just thanking the teams for keeping the same sides. It really does mean a lot to me. It really makes casting so much easier on my end. Alrighty, so that's that. And, go, greetings. Okay, we're good on that. Lobby, go. Alright. Ads are out of the way. Cheers, everybody. We're doing Mango Tango today for our tea. I gotta order some more tea soon. I'm getting low on my 2 teas that I have, and I really don't want to go back to bagged tea, if you will. Streamlabs Q1 streaming report. Okay, I don't know what that is, but whatever. Let's see. One of the teams needed a couple minutes, so we'll let them do that. And yeah. So as I said, after this series, we're going to be checking out one of the old Open Division matchups of Heroes Hearth qualifying into the HGC. I mean, it is like a little spoilery, if you will, but I mean, we all kind of knew that what was happening with that. Let's go to videos. Let's see if I can get this from YouTube easily.
Dragonshire.
All right, so I'm just getting something set up on my on the back side of things. Okay. Search, Google. Thank you. All right, minimize that. Start this. Go to this. Welcome back, everybody. We are here into map number 2. Thank you for your patience between the games. We did have to run some ads, so thank you for powering through those if you got some ads. Left-hand side will be continuing to be Nexus's Most Wanted. Right side will continue to be Fat Air. No Meta Madness draft rules, so we could see repeated heroes, but it looks like we will get some different target bans, as Falstead will be removed. Hanzo continues to be banned out on the side of Nexus's Most Wanted, but will there be a Li Ming ban? No. Dahaka is going to be removed. Now, this is going to be first pick over to the side of Nexus's Most Wanted, as Fat Air did win map number 1, and the losing side opted in for that first pick, so Fat Air will have map choice of Dragonshire. I feel like you could, if you want to target ban anything from map number 1, maybe get rid of the Chromie. I don't want to ever really play against Chromie. Dragonshire is a pretty good map for her. This is also a pretty good map for Zagara. Zagara does get some play here and there on this map, but we are going to see the first pick, Li Ming, coming out from the side of Nexus's Most Wanted. So not too surprising, as they didn't ban it, so they wanted to grab it, because I feel like if this was not grabbed here by Nexus's Most Wanted, it would have been snapped by Fat Air again, because Li Ming, she's viable on every map, but that does open up the avenue for Johanna, and that will be picked up by Fat Air. Is there going to be a Varian counter into her? I mean, as I said, you don't have to play Varian. Varian is sometimes picked up into Johanna because you have that Shattering Throw at level 13. But it will be Johanna Brightwing just going to lock in a solid tank, a solid healer, not really showing much of their draft. They could go into sort of like a pseudo dive with Iron Skin, stepping up into Condemn. You also play a little bit more on the control side, just trying to get that pull with Condemn, maybe Polymorph as well. What do I want to see here from Nexus Most Wanted? I'd like to see them play a little bit more aggressive in this game, and they will grab the Variant. They're also going to go Morales, which I was not anticipating. So, Morales can... It could be either direction, because Medevac does have really good utility, and Safe Zone level 20 is really good. You also have the Reinforced Call as well, so if you want to be able to basically jump someone from the Hall of Storms into a team fight, or to the allied team, you can also utilize it that way. So there's some decent Morales Medevac utility. I feel like I'm going to be anticipating... Wait, this is not going to be stimmed Twin Blades Variant, is it? Because, like, because Morales, you can also go the stim direction. And I was like, all right, so maybe an auto attacker. I'm like, wait, Variant's here, but do you really want to Twin Blades into Brightwing Johanna? I don't think so. I don't think so. But the Morales is definitely... The Morales has really kind of thrown a wrench into my draft theory here, because I really don't know what direction this is going to be. But as I said, we are going to be moving through the ban phase. We do have that Thrall and Sonya banned.
Wait is over.
Thrall from the side of Nexus's Most Wanted, Sonya being removed by Fat Air, as we do get to Maiev Cassia. So, bit of dive, bit of control. This might be like a Valkyrie game for Cassia, and then Maiev has Umbral Bind. So it is a very control-y composition, but as I said, you have a little bit of dive with the Shadow Spirit of Vengeance, the Fend from Cassia. A lot of poke, though. A lot of poke on the right-hand side. Diva for the solo lane. They don't know what they're going up against. Hogger's still up and available, which is wild to me. And Genji. So, probably Medevac Morales is my guess. This isn't like a Juice Pirates comp by any means. I think it's going to be a Medevac game. I do think there's a lot of really good utility with Medevac, but, yeah, we'll see. Last pick on the right side, gonna need a solo lane up against the Diva, and it's gonna be another Leorc, which I think is honestly solid for this map. Good mobility with Wraithwalk. You've got sustainability up against Diva. If Genji tries to rotate top lane to dive onto you, you've got that as well. TT! Thank you for the tier 1 for 8 months. Thank you for the continued support. I appreciate that greatly. Hopefully you're having a great day, and let's get into it. We are here on map number 2 of our best of 3 series, and it is going to be Nexus's Most Wanted on the left-hand side, Fat Air on the right. And will Nexus's Most Wanted be able to take us to map number 3, or will Fat Air shut it on down with a 2-0? I got no horse in the race, but I want... Well, the horse I have in the race is more maps, so let's hopefully get more maps. Left-hand side is Nexus's Most Wanted. Get your predictions in. You still have a good 5 minutes to get your gambles in, as this is live. Yes, it is. Left side with the Diva, Li Ming, Morales, Varian, and Genji. Right side is going to be Fat Air with the Maiev, Brightwing, Johanna, Cassia, and Leoric. Liquid Cooling for the Diva. You do have your Dominant... Or no, so Power Hungry for the Li Ming. That is your Life Support upgrade as well for the Morales. I'm going to be looking at a Variant Lion's Maw and a Agile Dismount for the Genji. Cyber Dismount. Nope. Agile Dismount. It is going to be Spirit of Vengeance, Pursuit of Vengeance upgrade. Greater Polymorph, Zealous Glare, Charge Strikes, and that is Consume Vitality for Leorc, as we do have an Arcane Orb going in. And this is going to be also a little bit of damage onto Varian, but he will not be taken down. Condemn from Johanna pulls in the Diva. She did activate her Liquid Cooling, trying to get some of that healing over time. Applied. Strider will be taken down by the Sealed Glare of Johanna. At least the mech will be lost. Varian possibly killed by Cassia Fend. And no, Morales. Displacement Grenade. Calmore with the itty-bitty grenade to push back the enemies, allowing Varian to back off and not be taken down. Diva, Leoric, heading into top lane. Diva Pilot. High rate of damage in the pilot form, but very low HP overall, as you're looking at a 1,154. And as she does pop her mech here, which I wouldn't be surprised if she does pop at the last second, she'll basically double her health up to 2,237 as D.Va will boost out of top lane. Maiev on the left-hand side trying to harass a little bit here. Varian has no taunt. He's not a real boy yet. Phase shift from Brightwing applied to the Maiev. She did pop a late vault to the Wardens. The right side Siege Giant's already grabbed, and so Johanna steps in. Cyber agility from Genji to go over the wall. Another displacement grenade out from Morales, pushing back the enemies. Johanna's on this point. Varian looking to step up, and I love this play coming out from Fat Air, as they are looking to basically play into the fact that they don't have the enemy team doesn't have a real tank until level 4. So just this aggressive nature is really good, and they also get the kill into Genji. They steal away the camp. It might not get any siege, but you still get the experience from the camp. And just to show you really quickly, there's your experience breakdown. So an extra 560 experience to the right-hand side, which is even more than that because you have minions that have been soaked up as well. And, of course, the heroic kills. So we're looking at nearly a level lead entering into level 4 for these two teams. There's a lot of arcane orb damage is going to connect onto this Cassia, but she'll not be taken down. Gets a phase shift from Brightwing. And it looks like we got pretty good odds on the gamble. Thank you, everyone, for participating if you are. Brightwing gets that channel. And Siege Giant in bottom lane will be cleared out. Genji D.Va in top lane. Leorc looks like he was pushed back a little bit. Still high on health bar. I think he's just waiting for that camp to rotate in. But now D.Va's in mid lane, and there's no one to delay in time. Actually, Maiev is on her way here. Does she have the Spirit of Vengeance? Nope.
The fire comes for you.
Close to it. Close to it, but even if she threw it out in the rotation, I think she would have been still shy of it. The Pixie Dust applied to Cassia here. She will get a phase shift as well. Cassia fending into the lane. We do have D.Va in that Dragonite in top lane as this is... Yeah. As you're looking at your Maiev trying to get the Ember buy-in, so I'm just waiting to see what the zoning from Bob looks like here. Genji with a few shurikens. Stacking up, or at least trying to stack up his level 4, as Varian did go into taunt. You also have that nuclear option for the D.Va. Nice percent base damage as well for the Maiev, as she did go Sudden Vengeance, a 6%. D.Va Dragonite still getting good siege in top lane. York is going to get a little swing onto this. A Savage Charge tries to kick the Johanna, but she'll pop Iron Skin and not be moved. Strider will be out of that Dragonite. The next one will be available around 5 minutes in game time. I think a little bit after 5-minute mark. Fairly low cooldown for the next objective on this map. Also the big skeletal swing slow for Leorc with the paralyzing rage on 4. Varian charges in, but no taunt into the Cassie. It is off cooldown. We also have that Bonds of Corruption for the armor debuff and the speed reduction as well. I think it's 15 and 25. 15 and 25. Oh, hello, Sticky Flare. Interesting. No Dream Shot, but Sticky Flare. Drain applied to D.Va. Mech Explosion available. Will she pop it? Nope, she's going to boost away. And she did not go for Hit the Nitrous. She said she took Get in the point, so casting boosters grants nearby allies 20% movement speed for 3 seconds. Passively, D.Va's not taking damage in the last 2 seconds. Booster cooldown refreshes 100% faster. Varian charges. And no taunt onto the Brightwing? Really? It's off cooldown. I guess he didn't want to hit the button. I honestly thought that, I feel like if they taunt, they get that kill. I do feel like they had enough damage available, but regardless. The 10 talents are coming up, so let's go ahead and cycle through the numbers and see what we got going on.
It won't be long before the shrines are ready.
Bottom lane Siege Giants with the minion wave and Bruiser Camper pushing onto the fort gate. This is some decent siege value for Fat Air as Soothing Mist from Brightwing will be activated. Spirit of Vengeance from Maiev as she blinks to the side, gets a patient from Brightwing. Li Ming getting some heals from this Morales, applying more healing beams to the Varian as well. Safeguard, I believe, is up and available. Condemned from Johanna onto 2 enemies. Lion Fangs are still firing out. Dragonite phasing available for contest right now as D.Va Mech Explosion with the nuclear option. That's going to be a taunt from Varian, and Maiev is unable to get her Vault of the Wardens to back or to avoid that damage, and that'll be 1-1 in kills as we are entering into the 10 talent tier territory for both teams. Varian charges. Brightwing polymorphs immediately. Genji with a small swift strike through the Cassia. Oh, geez, no way!
Tier 3 sub.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Beautiful.
Tier 3 sub.
Holy shit, what the fuck?
Holy Nancy, thank you for the tier 3 for 62 months. Thank you for the continued support. We appreciate it so very much as the Morales gets taken down. She is going to go stim at level 10 with your Warbringer X-Strike. That's a Valkyrie from Cassia. And Varian will be taken down. You also have the Wave of Force from Li Ming and the Micro Missiles from Diva. Containment Disc, Blink Heal, Bless Shield, Valkyrie, as well as that Entomb. But thank you so very much, Nancy. Thank you so very much for the tier 3. I will never not laugh at that alert. It's a thing of beauty. Sometimes I have moments of brilliance when I make alerts, and that is one of them. My tier 3 and tier 2, like, literal moments of brilliance when I made those. Spirit of Vengeance, Umbral Bind, and Li Ming will be taken down. 4-1 in kills as the Dragonite was picked up during this, as I kind of showed during the alert. Genji had the channel on it. But here's the thing, they get the kill onto Li Ming in bottom lane. Fat Air also pick up the bottom lane fort, as this is mid lane fort being sieged into by the minion wave. Johanna playing it really safe behind the structure in case Genji wants to dive out and maybe get a kill onto her, but that's not going to be happening. Thank you again so very much, TT, for the tier 1 at the beginning of this game, and thank you, Nancy, for the tier 3. Thank you all so very much. We've seen literally every form of alert today, outside of, like, gifted subs, but we've literally seen Prime, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. It is an amazing start to a week. Thank you all so very much for being here, as we still have so much fun content for all of you this week. 2 stacks need for Varian. Significant amount of stacks that the Genji needed on that Shuriken Mastery. 21, if I remember correctly, indeed. And no sub done for the Johanna just yet, or... Okay, yeah, just yet. That's probably a good way to phrase it. Containment is gone to Genji. Flesh Shield is available if they want to rip it into Genji afterwards. They do get it off the Varian into the Cyber Ninja. I'm just curious, who is Morales going to stim here? It's going to be Genji. X-Strike from Genji going to be applied. Defense Matrix from Diva will be utilized as well. Spirit of Vengeance to the right-hand side. Leaguer's trying to get some of that Wraith Walk value, but he didn't even have level 13 yet, so his Wraith Walk through the enemies was, I'm sorry, pointless. As he also takes Spectral Leech, so... I think there's a lot of Leoric players that have just, in their brain, they have it set. If I Wraith Walk near enemies, I need to Wraith Walk through them. But, like, passively, Wraith Walk doesn't do anything into enemies. You need that level 13. As the Mech Explosion will be activated, and a Valkyrie to try and pull the pilot forward to maybe get the kill onto them, but that's not going to be happening. Well, Li Ming chunked in bottom lane. Looks like she'll be clearing things out with the help of Genji. Almost taken down by the minion wave, but we have our next Dragonite available. I believe this is the 4th of the map. Fed from Cassie, a lot of damage into Diva Mech. And that will be taken down. Pilot being caught inside the containment disc. Morales zone to the side, and the Diva Pilot will be taken down. Genji gets the south side Moonshrine. Sunshrine may be held by Brightwing as she does blink up into the wave. And we are looking at about a half a level lead on the right-hand side with 5-2 in kills. Structurally, it's only been 1 structure taken down. Genji's done with Shuriken Mastery, and Swift strikes out of here. Wraith Walk out. There's going to be Vault of the Wardens from Maiev. That's a beautiful Lion's Fang into taunt. They do get the kill into Maiev. Wave of Force from Li Ming pushing the enemies around, but not going to be a setup for another kill as the Arcane Orb connects onto the Minion Wave and the Displacement Grenade as well. System Shock, by the way. The heroes hit by Displacement Grenade deal 30% less damage for 3 seconds. Brightwing self-cast Pixie Dust to look to back away, to go into Pixie Power as well to increase the spell power granted, as well as giving a 3-second cooldown on the ability, and that's going to be Genji. Polymorph, he activates Deflect afterwards, and he's going to be able to Swift Strike to safety. Bless you from Johanna. As Varian charges in, the Wave of Force from Li Ming, can they get the kill into this Johanna? No! Valkyrie actually pulls the Genji up against the wall. The Tower Shadow there. There's going to be Morales applying Stim. but there will be no counter kill, or no kill into Fat Air. 6 to 3 in kills, just about 16 to 15 and a quarter as the Arcane Orb flies out. Polymorph into Varian. Ella trying to back away. Dragonite available in mid lane as Philo is trying to chase out. Wave of Force. Not going to get the push they're hoping for. Oh, I guess it does create the displacement they're looking for there, but oh, bad Tyrande? Micro Missiles get 1 delay. There's no one on Sun or Moonshine, so yeah, bad Tyrande gets this.
The Dragon Knight shall reduce you.
Umbral Bind pulls the D.Va back in. Flames are igniting, and that is not going to be D.Va Mech taken down. Has the healing beam from Morales. Flank from the Genji, but I don't know what is he really going to do here. There's not a lot of low health bars. There's also a lot of utility available as well. D.Va Mech Explosion zones a few enemies back. The nuclear option was utilized as well. The Savage Charge kicks Li Ming to the side. The containment just lands on the Morales. Is there any kill to be achieved? The Valkyrie finds D.Va Mech, actually. Vault of the Wardens will be utilized. The X-Strike from Genji. Sima trying to back away. Big Condemn from Johanna. Has that subdue slow into the enemies, but no completion of the talent. The mech will be lost. The Varian falls. The pilot gets polymorphed and picked off as well. Fat Air looking to take down a keep gate. 27 seconds left on the Dragonite. But the health rapidly depleted. That's Li Ming trying to blink away from this. Oh my god, what an Entomb. What a polymorph. What an auto attack. What a game right now for Fat Air as they're just taking down structure after structure. A small minion wave. Containment just went fishing for this Genji. As Cassia wraps around with the Fen, there's going to be a Swift Strike to safety. With that final cut, level 16. Morales is back. 2-level lead, though, in favor of Fat Air. No talent tier difference, but they do take down this mid lane keep. Still have their fort available, so that means the periodic catapult pressure is now constant catapult pressure against nothing catapult-wise out from Nexus's Most Wanted. Micro Missiles fire out. Displacement Grenade is there. Genji jumps in. A few shurikens here and there. Bless Shield thrown into him. Immediately condemned from Johanna. The Phantom Knives coming through as well, and that will be Genji. Taken down, the Emerald Vine pulling Bella to the side. The Valkyrie is going to move Morales into the damage of these enemies, but there's no kill into Morales, so she's still trying to back away. The face shift from Brightwing coming through. D.Va pretty much being ignored in the backline right now as your Cassius chasing in. Varian falls. That's Mithril Mace completed by the Leoric, and now D.Va with the Torpedo Dash trying to back away, but Cassia has a Lightning Fury to the face and takes down the D.Va Mech and Pilot. Bottom lane keep now being worked on. Dragon announcement should be very, very soon. And that is your Li Ming to pick off Johanna with some of these arcane orbs thrown out. Couple Siege Giants throwing in a few boulders. Containment disc on Genji as this Maiev looks to back away. Avoids the displacement from the Wave of Force with a Vault of the Wardens. And then gets a face shift from Brightwing. So the Orc is going to start mopping up this camp on the right-hand side. We do have a Dragonite ready for contest. Cassie heading to top lane. Varian looking to match into her. Cassie will be seen clearing the wave. Leorc, at least the camp will be pinged as Leorc does grab it. Another camp to be grabbed for the bottom lane. And 20 talents here on the right-hand side with the Vigorous Vaulter automatically picked up. Buried alive. That's going to be Shadow Orb Huntress for the Maiev, as well as your Radiating Faith. You got your Titan's Revenge for the Cassie and Invisible Friends for the Brightwing. And Cassie does get the north side, the Sunshine Channel, but backs away very safely by that fort. Sees the Genji, gets a face shift from Brightwing immediately. And Genji playing it really safe, does not want to get caught by that Buried Alive because that would have been a death moment. Genji having no abilities to be able to get out of that Entomb as the Condemn tries to pull in Li Ming. She's forced to blink away. Containment just gone to Varian. Johanna interrupted. Pings onto Varian on the right side of your screen. We do have Johanna, I think, trying to harass with the Cassia, the Blessed Shield, the Valkyrie coming out as well. The Entomb lands onto Li Ming. She'll be the first one to go down. The Fend from Cassia finds the kill into this Morales as Cassia does not chase in further, but Leoric and Maiev, with the help of Brightwing, will take down Varian, and this is Dragonite Channel. We do have a massive minion wave at the bottom. Remember the Siege Giants and Bruiser Camp we talked about earlier? Those are here and ready to go. That is Dammit Janet with a Prime Gaming for 14 months. Thank you so very much for the continued support. I appreciate that so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back to Bahamut's Containment just lands on the Genji. Diva Mech trying to use Defense Matrix to help out. This is going to be a big silence. Pilot is available on World Bind, and that is a... to wrap things up in this best of 3 series. The members of Fat Air take a controlled and really well played 2-0. GG's. Oh man, we're 5 subs away from our goal. Also, I think, as I said, I think there's discounted subs still going on Twitch, so if you want to take advantage of, what is it, 35% of 5 gifted subs or more, we could literally hit the sub goal if you'd like to help us hit that. But let's go ahead, and we're going to run some ads, and then we're going to get into more Heroes of the Storm. You love it. You love it. More Heroes of the Storm for all of you lovelies, but as I said, let's get those ads out of the way, and we'll chat, and then I'm gonna go get myself a soda water as well. I did buy some new ones because they had them on sale at the grocery store. It was $3 for 2 cases of 8 cans each, and they have a bunch of varieties of flavors. So I got a new one to try. Got a new flavor to try. So I'm gonna go grab that, and you can spell AI fart from Fat Air. That's funny. How's our patch video doing, by the way? How's our little patch video doing here? Alright, everybody, welcome back in. 16 views. Meh. Meh. Let's see.
Way to go, dudes! Right!
Way to go, dudes!
Did you see that, Crook?
Umber! Thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs, and you have helped us hit the final movie night for the month of July. By the way, I was making all the Discord events for this month, and, oh, I need to pay out the gamble. Fat Air did win. I was looking at, so I literally just Googled, like, 4th of July movies, and, Sandlot actually came up in that list, so I was like, I've been looking for a reason to watch Sandlot. So the July movie nights are Sandlot, GoldenEye, and Final Fantasy Advent Children. Those are our Discord movie nights for the month of July. Yeah, Sandlot on the 3rd, GoldenEye on the 10th, and Final Fantasy Advent Children on the 17th. We also, mark your calendars, we have a big 9-hour viewer day on July 18th, starting at 6 a.m. West Coast, USA. Heroes of the Storm, Marbles, Helldivers, maybe more. We'll have Corsair giveaways. I'm going to send the email tomorrow because I believe Corsair wanted us to let them know the month of, not like months in advance. So I'm going to send the email tomorrow to my Corsair rep for the giveaways for that. So yes. We should watch Independence Day on the 3rd. Well, so we did that last year. And I wanted to change it up this year, so I just Googled 4th of July movies, and apparently The Sandlot is a 4th of July movie, so I was like, alright, cool. I ain't complaining. I am not unhappy about that. No, you're good, bud. Alright, so I did see that Puff Dog had a redemption, so we'll do that in a moment. And, yeah, I think we're all good. We're gonna be... Oh, I need to change my stream title, that's right. So we do have, this is going to be exclamation patch, and we've got, watching, phase 2, open div, simple, for fun, chat, and hang. All right. That should be all set. And then I just need to make a new sub goal, I believe. I had a sub goal in mind, and now I'm blanking. All right, it's July video. Nope, we already hit July video game. What was my next sub goal? I had stuff planned. I don't remember. This is my brain. My brain does this too much. We already did Star Fox. And we did the Star Fox cosplay thing. Not that. Well, I'll figure it out later. I'll make a small sub goal for today. This is... Alright. As I said, we're going to go ahead and get into this. We're going to be checking out the HGC NA Phase 2 Crucible. Watching Phase 2 NA Open Division Crucible for fun. Come chat and hang. Alright, so that's all good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this kicked off really quickly, and then I am going to run and grab some water. And then we'll be watching all this together. So let me swap us over to... what camera scene were we using? Was it this one? I think it was this scene right here. And then I think we just mash ourselves into the corner. And then chat, I think, is good where they are. Nope, chat's got to fly on over here. I accidentally hit something on the Twitch side. I don't know what that just did. Either way, that looks good. That looks good. What is your favorite Sabrina Carpenter song? None of them. I honestly could not tell you a single song she's ever made. I'm such a... When it comes to new music, I'm such a boomer. I really am. Like, there's all these new artists that come out, and I'm like, who are these people? There's so many new artists that come out, I'm like, I don't know who you are.
Secured themselves a spot in the HGC EU, and now Heroes Hearth will have their chance in North America. My name is Solid Jake. I'm here with Jayhow as we're transitioning to the final NA Crucible game.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water, okay?
It's a highly anticipated.
Thank you again for hanging out, everyone. I really appreciate it.
The most anticipated across any region because of the names that are involved with Heroes Hearth. The likes of Crowan, McIntyre, and the return of Arthalon, former champion.
Yeah, he's, the long history playing the game. Out of it for Phase 1 here in HGC, and now making his return after Cloud9 did disband just about a year ago. But let's take a look at the Open Division playoffs for the story. You guys only see the playoff story here, but in fact, Heroes Hearth Esports won Cup 2 through 7. So 6 out of 7 cups. They had that first place spot. They did get the first place seed here from the playoffs. A dominant Phase 2 for them in the open side.
You know, when you get first place, you get to pick who you want to play, and I talked about this at the closing of last night. And all year long, Jake, the last part of our Phase 2, all of Heroes Hearth laying down that even in death spray, letting them know they're coming.
I bet someone wins. You don't say.
Then actually called them out in the
you don't say
here for that play. They did go ahead and clarify that it's not just that they have their number or want their number, but they also said, look, we know that these guys don't necessarily play on the West server. That is an advantage chosen by the HGC Pro League team, but at the same time, they're hungry. They're hungry.
Everybody knows. I mean, it's not a surprise. Even in Death had the worst record in the Pro Division. They started to come on a little bit. We knew Homicidal.
There we go.
And both compositions and both styles work out, right? Matt can be the flex on the half.
Guys, it's still so weird to see two bands. It really is still just so weird just to see two bands.
In this tournament, it will be Ariel as the first band.
Ariel first band makes a lot of sense, I imagine.
I think we can honestly skip most of the draft phasings.
Double support style with a Tassadar pickup. They like that.
I think we can mostly skip most of the draft phasings here.
Not on that comfort style, melee style hero.
Let's just jump ahead to halfway through.
Now we're in a case where it's like, okay, we could ban Brightwing and then make your
Gul'dan
support
ETC up against Rhaegar Lucio Vala. Double support for Heroes Hearth.
Not necessarily terrible, but double support has been so
what is this?
Common as of late. And
this is the HGC NA Crucible,
they're gonna ban Uther,
where Heroes Hearth is trying to find their spot in the HGC. What year is this? 2017.
maybe a little bit about
2017, if I remember correctly.
It's not that it's terrible,
but you've got 3 supports.
Phase 2 of 2017?
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
The support pool is a lot smaller.
Do you really want Gul'dan with Malfurion? It's okay, right? I mean, it's going to be better than some heroes.
They have played Stukov in the past on this battleground in particular.
That's fair. That's
fair.
9 years? Well, I mean, we literally watched the grand finals from 8 years ago at HGC.
I guess leave you
HGC does 18,
and so far with this composition of
which
Rhaegar,
was, the
Lucio,
Dignitas versus Gen G, which we're gonna be seeing again at BlizzCon.
Sonya's gonna be there. Great
I'll be there casting it.
solo laner.
Praise hard.
Which means that they'll likely go into a second support again, whether it's the Stukov
or Malf.
I think this is the era when like double healer was such a common.
We still need the solo lane for Heroes Hearth. McIntyre could be on Dahaka, who knows. Notably, we have Vala, that is Crowan's hero. Arthlon,
yes, Dings, that legit was. Yes, there was enough complaint from the Heroes of Storm community that people could not tell what the hero was.
You do see a little bit of Chromie,
and
more played heroes.
So they got rid of it.
Not sure if I'm expecting that.
Legitimately, that from my understanding, that is why.
It's kind of pick your poison, right? Because he does so well on a lot of heroes. It's not.
There was enough of a complaint from the player base to get rid of it, because it's so hard to use your cursor to hover over the portrait and find out what it is.
Necessary for his team. He understands his role in
So.
the team's play style. It's not just like he's going out making all the sick plays and everybody's following.
Double healer, yeah. I think this was such a double healer meta, because this is Rhaegar, Lucio, Vala, Greymane, Diablo, up against the Gul'dan, ETC, Sonya, Brightwing. So I feel like there's going to be another.
Arthlon, Lucio, honestly,
and then McIntyre on the other. They go with the Stukov, of course.
I'm glad we saw
double healer
because honestly, with Ishbu, like you said, he's not necessarily like Zuna played like out of his mind yesterday, right? You're gonna write home about that tank play that we saw. Really good on the Garrosh, the Murden.
Shrug? I mean, yeah.
With Ishbu though,
he
likes the heroes that have kind of like the snap impact, right?
If enough people complain about something, people will follow it.
Tank here on Heroes Hearth played together in Phase 1 as a team called LFM. They were actually the #1 seed, but they didn't make it through the playoffs in the Crucible when it mattered most. However, the harmony between those two is really there.
Oh god, double auto attack, sustained damage, dive, pretty good for the side of Heroes Hearth.
Diablo, this is the
sustain mage poke.
You could argue Tomb
with like Gul'dan.
It all goes back
because like Gul'dan has burst, but I'd like if you're to like split the categories of mages, you have like burst mage and like sustained damage dealing mage, like sustained magic. Like Orpheus and Gul'dan feel like sustained because they're sustained like ability damage because you have Fell Flame, Shadow Waltz. You also have your bigger numbers like Corruption and Dread as well.
That flip over the charge in. There's several walls around most of those. You can get really good value out of Diablo. You don't necessarily stay as aggressive. That's the problem that a lot of people have, is that they get a little bit too aggressive, overextend. You do have Lucio, you do have the double support.
No Genji.
Speed boost out, but for the most part,
this is
kind of that control style hero, but a huge threat
this
if
is
you come into him.
Yeah, and Devastating Charge, there's so many opportunities
before
to land
it. No, this is after it, because this is Phase 2. So this is just after HGC HOTS 2.0. I'm pretty sure.
Really tanky.
You're a lot less tanky.
It's a hard balance for sure. ETC sees a lot more play, of course, as a result.
Indeed, Turbo, you are. Indeed, you are.
Case.
Any day now.
This is going to be a good series.
There's definitely a lot
Any day now.
we can expect from this series. I just want to see who's more nervous, right? You're on the line here, right? You're either a pro or you go back to the open division. And for the likes of Crone and McIntyre,
because if I'm not mistaken, Even in Death
heavy for them.
entered into HGC from Phase 1 Crucible, and this is Phase 2 Crucible where Heroes Hearth knocks Even Death out. Obviously, spoilers, but I mean, it's a 9-year-old game. I'm sure you all know, but we're here to watch the game, because I could not tell you what happens in these games. I could not tell you that. All I can tell you is the results. All right, how is this Georgia Peach?
We're going to find out today.
We're going to find out. It is time to start out the best of 7 series, all with Infernal Shrines for the first map. And
that's okay. There's a little bit of taste from my tea still, so kind of throwing it off, but not too bad.
Battery going to be on the Stukov in this case.
Not too bad. You've literally never seen this before? Well, now you get to.
Going to be on the Sonya, Frozen X on Brightwing. And ETC played by Homicidal as Even in Death prepare to defend their position as pro gamers in the HGC.
I don't see any sprays. Instantly, the respect there. Ishbu gonna be on Diablo. BBJ gonna be on the Lucio. Arthon.
I don't know what he's talking about. This is also before you see the preview on the minimap.
It will be Crowan on the Greymane. No, even in
You don't remember Even in Death because they got knocked out of HGC pretty quickly. They
I'm glad, you know,
they got knocked out. They got in and knocked out really fast.
Show the respect.
Because the Crucible was the two
we do have
lowest
the
teams
global
in HGC
advantage.
score
Something that can be
had to
notable,
go
especially
into the
if you are
Crucible.
trying to catch up or extend your lead a little bit. Brightwing can push that envelope a little bit.
This is also old Diablo with his Fire
One
Stomp.
thing that stands out to me here in particular, we've seen a lot of it, in particular with the Vala builds.
I
is
know,
the
right?
Q
Yeah,
build
old
into the
Diablo is so
Hungry
weird to
Arrow.
look at.
This is one of the maps where I think that prioritizing that the Shrine does help. The Hunger build to me is, yes, you can get that single target blow up, but it speaks to me of, we've seen solo Greymane comps, particularly on BOE and Infernal Shrines, to where if you lose the objective, Greymane doesn't cut it, right? Yeah. He has to get into a position to where he either gets stomped
Fake
on
battery
here or something along those lines. He puts himself in a tough spot. Maybe the Q build's going to be there for the team fighting aspect.
Q
and the
build
potential
Vala.
defense to help. We'll see
Still
how
don't know what the
plays
Rhaegar
out.
level
Again,
1 is. I honestly don't remember what that one is.
BBJ playing with fire, but
And pretty much back in this time, Greymane only. Oh!
Makes it such a safe lane of pressure.
Chat pop quiz, what does BBJ stand for?
I know it. I know what it is.
One up there, and it's going to work out nicely for your team.
I know what it is.
Don't have BBJ get picked.
And this is the way, it's a weird way that the meta kind of evolved in the open division. Again, I still go back to Donkey.
It's not Big Bad Jim. It's not Big Booty Johnson. That's sure. That's a certainty. Big Baby Jesus.
And it was really awkward for teams.
That is what I heard. It was always Big Baby Jesus.
When you have Greymane Rhaegar, that is a lot of siege damage coming out as they hit the race to level 4 first. Shrine gonna be active first time somebody clicks on. That's
there was also at one point people talking about how to say McIntyre's name, because some people, it was Garrett from Into the Nexus literally called him McIntyre, and he made like this whole argument on Into the Nexus about it, and I think like Kyle Ferguson was like, no, I'm not doing that. Lazy Hydra, thank you again for the Prime Gaming for 64 months. I appreciate it.
You gotta be careful, and there is the displacement being shown perfectly onto how quickly becoming the focus target. Not gonna die here, but that is the threat.
So many times you want to charge in and be that tank.
Also, Chad, I cannot turn up the quality. This is max quality.
Not to overextend, to stay on that center point, rotate with his team. They got really good early control. They've managed to take down quite a few. They should be able
Sounds like a Metro City accent to you.
Off in the process. Now we got to
I think Garrett has lived in Florida like most of his life. It looks fine. Okay, I wasn't sure. It's a bit pixely on my end. Can you turn down the quality? Stop it. Forget what.
They have not gotten a single kill during this engage because Lutano's huge control over that objective. The Fel Flames were just so perfect.
Back in the day, considered 720p HD. I mean, this is 2017.
Rhaegar.
He's out of there.
Will live for now. Punisher obviously picked up here by Even in Death. Good kill onto that, and good zone control on the side of Even in Death. They made up a bit of that experience.
In Quake, there's a pro player called Socrates, and when people explained the Greek way of saying it, he corrected them, saying,
Even in Death,
corrected them and said it was said Socrates.
No, that's definitely what you want. You get control of that first objective. You get the experience.
Yes, there's tower ammo.
Now you have the talent advantage for the control.
You have to stop.
Level 7 allows for a little bit more greedy plays with the as well as Sonya.
Lazy Hydra, don't forget your blood thinners.
That face shield
Did you make sure you take your Omega D?
We will see that instead of
or Omega 3?
The continuing story should be picked up. A little bit of thought given by Right Wing, but yes, does go for the face shield.
Obvious pickup there, and Heroes Heart, they're electing to pick up their Shaman camp early to make sure and get some early value push. Maybe
this is also, you don't see the preview on the minimap for the locations either.
Greymane and Rhaegar, we'll see how that's responded to on the side of
Here, let me do this. I'll put chat on the left side. You guys can go above my head so you can see the minimap better.
Picked up on the opposite side. Speaking of being picked up, Ishbu, gotta be careful.
He saw Hami
waited push-chill
and like just didn't respect it. He started mounting, thinking, I'm fine, you'll leave me
damage over time?
With the golden rotation,
nope.
He almost died. If they actually were to step forward and see that he's there, he's a free kill. But he's gonna live with that sliver. Hearth back to home. Big dive here on the top board.
How under pressure, as is Frozen X. The boop on back.
Crowan? Nicely
Dives
done,
right in.
bud.
That's going to be the first kill for Hero's Heart. They've also got the Shaman camp here. This will give them an opportunity to get a bit of experience. And look who's on the backside.
Yeah.
How?
McIntyre
Do we
is
get the
on
dismount?
that chase, the dismount,
Nice.
and the boop to lock him in place. And Hao's doing everything he can to stay alive and try to trade out here, but not gonna be successful.
Ooh, another dark flight
It's a
in.
3v1, right? It's really difficult to kind of make that play.
Good turnaround there. I'm surprised that the way that Even in Death approached that. They're going to stay down here, get the bottom four, get themselves a bit of experience, because the race for 10 might come in the middle of this Shrine phase as Heroes Heart.
Oh man, this will take you back. You can see it at the top of the screen. This is the Kel'Thuzad patch.
Just wrecking the top lane.
And this is kind of a risky place to fight.
There you go. If you're curious, if you want to look up like patch releases, or you can, I guess, just look up when Kel'Thuzad released. There you go. I just noticed it myself. I think this is the point where HGC started noting the patches, so that way people kind of knew when, like, what was happening if they watched back the VODs and stuff, which I actually really like.
We have the global. They can deal with it.
Yeah. They start like HGC started doing this like around Open Division fate, like around nowish. I think they started doing it. Because like HGC, the Grand Finals, Dignitas versus Gen G, like I think it said patch 39. I don't know what patch we're on right now, but it's definitely not 39 anymore.
A lot of structure damage, but you talked about the fact that they might not have a retreat point on the top lane.
I was casting Chair League and NGS when this was going on. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. I was casting this because I worked on HGC Open Division.
6.5 minutes in.
McIntyre was considering going for the camp in the bottom lane, but he didn't.
We were because Heroes Hearth had the bid, or sorry, Heroes Hype had the bid to do Open Division, so like we ran all that stuff, and then whenever there was enough teams to do a B stream, the Heroes Hype people would pull in people who wanted to cast, so I got to cast a couple Open Division nights. I did the HGC Open Division Minute. I've been working on Heroes of Storm
Rhaegar spent a lot of time picking
in an amateur professional sense since 2017. Crazy to think about.
That won't be standing for very long, but even in death, they do have the mosh pit. We'll see how these fights play out soon. Again, I think the defense there on the side of
Sound Barrier Lucio. What was his other heroic on release? Because he didn't have High Five on release, right? What wasn't his other heroic like really like meh?
With Sound Barrier being an element that can deny a lot of.
Same thing like Brightwing Emerald Wind, like.
So. I mean, it's
was Reverse Amp his old heroic? Was that it?
The composition of Even in Death speaks to invading. If you can have that.
Honestly, don't remember.
Lane, although we had Sonya top lane, if you can have that as
nice
the
Firestomp reveal.
Be there onto the ETC, hiding in the bush. Against this composition, you can phase shift in with the Brightwing, and this is a really weird spot because they don't have eyes on this. They take almost the entire camp. Arthlon, this is going to be a free camp going over to Even in Death.
Yeah, they're going to concede it. It's not worth the risk that's there. They're getting top, continued pressure. Fallen Shaman camp is available if Rhaegar wants to back up for that. Pushing it too much in top, they know the rotation has to be happening, so they shouldn't move too far. And even Death has the XP lead.
They have the XP lead by a sliver. It's going to extend just a bit more there as the fort falls. But as you said, getting the Shaman camp top right, because the last shrine was top, Jake, that will not spawn in the top lane again. So,
the invade?
Homicidal and team looking for the invade.
Needs to get in there. Phase shift is going to be there with the shield, and they're just going to concede it again. Another big win for Even in Death.
That's it. You've got the invade style with this composition. Vala showed bottom, so it's free.
Yeah, you just immediately know we have the advantage here. Now they have an even bigger advantage of level 13 for a short period of time, but that could get them maybe 20 skeletal defenders up before Heroes Hearth can consider contesting that point.
And I really wonder, because that bot lane is opened up. You know, we saw the top lane opened up, but it was an early Punisher. We're looking at 9 minutes, potentially 10 minutes by the time this is picked up. Heroes Hearth, they're close to 13, but not quite there yet, as we see Greymane and Rhaegar on the minimap. Still top lane. Arthlon just trying to get some stacks in there on his Q build, which is about 50 stacks out of 100 there.
Look at the call. They're like, we're not contesting. We're going to pressure a keep. And they're going to get a full keep wall. This will force a response out of Brightwing at least. They should probably send more, but they're not doing it. If that camp hadn't been stolen, this opportunity would be much greater. and you'd see that keep be under heavy siege.
Weird
They do
give
at
from-
least get Gul'dan to
Well, I
come
guess they
back,
get
but it's
13,
at
so that makes
39,
sense,
they're
actually.
starting up with one more skeletal defender before they want to grab that Punisher and make the optimal play.
Was
Abusing the fact
Kerrigan
that they have
banned?
a global
I
advantage
did
on the
miss
right
the
wing.
bans at the top of the screen. I gotta be honest, I was not paying
That's
attention
a
to those.
Very good point, because you have to do something. Even at death, it's like, we'll do something anyway, so we're just going to push with this Punisher. Bot lane Punisher coming in here. It is a frozen Punisher. Everybody on the side of Heroes Hearth.
I'm taking a look.
Mostly back. Rhaegar not quite back just yet. But again, the defense with the Hungry and Arrow build will
Game
be
1
beneficial here.
bans,
Brightwing
even in
can
Death
chip in at
banned
any time.
Morales
Maybe we'll see
and
somebody pull the trigger. I'm
Malthael
not sure
and
even if they
Heroes
can find
Hype.
an
Sorry, Heroes
opportunity.
Hearth. Banned away the
Well, there's
Ariel and
something scary you gotta think
Uther.
about in these kind of moments when you're pushing under a isolated space like this.
He
Frozen
missed both.
Punishers also make that, you know, you think about the Punishers, you often say, oh man, our
Punisher
team
jumping
Punishers
over
are
walls?
scary,
What?
But in instances like this, that Frost could end up being a huge play for ETC to follow up on. They bait it back far enough so it's going to be a non-issue here. But Ishbu doesn't want to let them just run away for free, considering stepping forward.
Both teams are having a hard
Yeah,
time
I don't think
finding
Kerrigan saw a lot of
opportunities.
priority
They've
this time in
been opportunistic for even in death, but
HGC and stuff.
Heroes Hearth without the arsenal there of whether it was the Vala previously.
This Georgia
the
piece
Greymane
is
or
not really
Rhaegar,
that good.
They've basically had to give everything up. They haven't been able to force anything. Instead, now they're looking for an opportunity for themselves, but Ishbu eating a lot of damage. Brightwing coming in. We've got ourselves a
Nice
fight.
Horrify.
The Horrify is now
Huge
isolated.
Horrify.
Ishbu here. The Apoc's gonna
Good,
go down.
yeah, good attempt with the
Absolutely nobody.
Apocalypse.
He's got
Maybe
souls.
create space
That
to
is a
back
big
off.
loss in
Good
that
Reign
team
of
fight.
Vengeance.
Horrify was clutch. He was way too far for an Ancestral to ever be considered. If Rhaegar tried to even go for it, he probably would have died himself. So a nice pick, and that's just going to give full map control right now to Even in Death, who have secured a level lead.
The level lead, the map control, everything in their favor. So Even in Death, 3 kills to 2, but they seem to be high impact moments.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked about this, like, you know, Diablo, he's back alive. Cool, instant respawn, but now he's infinitely more squishy when you don't have those
Infinitely.
souls. You have to run around, do your best to farm up the minions, collect
There's
your
no
souls
end
as
to how
Diablo.
squishy
And
Diablo
it takes
is
a
now.
long time, it really does. Especially later in the game, because the laning phase is the best time to get souls, naturally, because you're in the lane a lot, whereas the rest of the game, not as much.
It does make it far more difficult, and what also makes it difficult.
What do
is
we
the
have going
next
on in bottom
shrine phase
lane?
Will be coming up very, very soon. Is
Yeah.
the talent tier disadvantage. Rhaegar and Greymane were pushing bot lane again, trying to get some pressure onto that fort, trying to find any way to get XP, but they're going to find themselves late to the party one more time. So Heroes Hearth has to start making something happen. Their windows of opportunity are going to get smaller and smaller as this game goes on. And right now, you got to think that with a 13, 14-minute Punisher, potentially 16-tier advantage, it goes straight to the keep. This getting scary.
It's getting scarier. They're making sure they're going to have 16. They will be slow to the fight, but Gul'dan and Stukov, Brightwing, all 3 rotating down to the bottom half for the defense, and that's actually going to leave Sonya alone at the top. If this is recognized, they could, well, I guess they're not going to be able to find anything here. It's just Diablo doing his best to isolate Homicidal. The boop is available with Power Slide and Battery. Brightwing face shifting in. The peels have been successful. 14 total picked up, just Sonya doing that. Not the biggest of deals for a deficit for Heroes Hearth.
I'm surprised they didn't commit more towards that shrine, because 15 is not that hard to make up. And now we have a potential fight coming in. You talked about the lack of souls for Ishbu, so we'll see how much effect that has. But the top shrine is the best team fighting one when you look at the things like what Arthlon's going into the Q build, and he's getting some damage.
That
there
shadow
with the polymorph
charge,
from
good
Power
attempt, but
Slide
it got shut
onto
down
Ishbu.
so
The
hard.
Ancestral will land, however.
Yep, good Ancestral, but that's one heroic use. Face shield onto How, allowing him to be a little bit more aggressive. We see Crone immediately go into the Worgen form to retreat away. Gul'dan just...
Oh, Mosh!
Rampant Hellfire, a big
Jeez.
moment for the Emerald win. Apocalypse going to try to interrupt the rest of
Good
this.
sound barrier, though.
Giving him the space to stay in this fight. Flailing Swipe, removing them a little bit, but Homicidal is being...
Horrify!
Has to be used. Crone and Ishbu are both so low, the poison will be sufficient with that Drain Life. Finding that kill in the phase shift, they're looking for more. The poison finishing off Greymane, and BBJ gonna live, but that is a win here for
Big baby Jesus.
Big win, and you got that full level lead. You'll have a Punisher instead. They're gonna come soften up this lane first. I don't know if they can do much more. They've got Gul'dan in the back. The minion wave will eat some shots, so they're softening up. They're setting up for potential into this game right now.
Yeah, they're definitely looking forward. It's 15 seconds before the next 2 are up in full. Diablo didn't lose his souls, right? It's only if you actually get the free respawn, so he's not going to be squishier. He'll slowly get stronger until it's back to 100. But yeah, here comes that Punisher looking for the keep. The keep's going down for sure. The game to be determined.
Game to be determined, but the odds heavily in favor of even in death. You see the bait over of the Punisher has been baited to the middle keep, at least momentarily, but Sonya and team are going onto the core. The shield's not necessarily falling as the Punisher's still looking to find an opportunity. It's going to jump in just a second. They've got to be careful the way they engage. It hits two people. The cleanse is going to be there. BBJ trying to go down, but BBJ gets instantly deleted.
Sound barrier was just off cooldown at that moment. Ancestral just came off itself, and they were moments from being able to sustain a little bit longer, but that's going to be even in depth. Focusing on the core, trying to end this game. The Horrify is all but ending it. Well played. Even in death, take game one.
GG.
I must say, even in death, looked composed throughout that entire game, and they looked a lot better.
Organized core hitting is a thing of, yeah, watching back some of these games and seeing like the effectiveness of teams like core calling. Oh, there's been so many.
Talked about the Vala build in particular, not going multi-shot. They lacked when it came to the race. They struggled when it came to finding the team fights. And so when you have that style and you can't go into the build specifically.
Do not sleep on even in death. They've been playing in Pro League all phase 2. They've leveled up. Let's see what
we've seen. The high
all right, back into it.
All regions as of late. Now, Vala
draft is ready.
We've seen them fall
first pick Tassadar, even in death with a ban of Morales, Heroes Hearth banning the Gul'dan. Even in death will prioritize the ETC Rhaegar at the start. This is Tassadar, this is old Tassadar. So, are we going to see like a sustained damage dealer with it, sort of thing?
I feel like they're going to grab it. I feel like they typically go for Crow and
excuse me, you have to clear all mark camps first, and make sure all the lanes are pushed, and you are hydrated before you... Oh, really? I don't know about being hydrated. That's why I lose so many games.
Are they just going to grab Johanna?
Johanna seems like a safe pick. It doesn't necessarily fit the hard engage style that I was talking about, especially with a Tassadar.
Yeah.
You'll have wave clear, but you're not necessarily going to have any...
Why not Tassadar Diablo? Was that not a thing at this point?
But like
Force Wall, Shadow Charge,
Johanna and Diablo as like
Vala, Anubarak
is actually fourth in that list, but
Vala, Anubarak. I know the bandit thing blocks, but
when it comes down to
deal with it.
Go for it.
Rightfully so, though, is that teams have been struggling ever since we saw the health nerf. I don't know how many health nerfs he's had this year.
Can we turn up the draft music? I don't think I've heard this draft song in a while. Because I don't think this is the draft music that I have for my stream. It is the official music from Blizzard we got back in the Heroes hype days.
On multiple heroes.
Malfurion ban, okay.
All right. Malfurion being hovered. Now Stu call.
Did Tassadar still have the sight ability? Yeah, I forget the name of it, but yeah, I believe he does have it.
Than other teams would.
I think so. As I mentioned, it is the Kel'Thuzad patch if you would like to go back and look at what's happening.
Yeah.
Clairvoyance, that sounds right.
It's
for Oracle.
It's obviously not as prominent as
Clairvoyance sounds right. I really don't remember.
Recent cups though. I don't think he has a single game. If I could be wrong, but I cannot remember a single game where BBJ played Ariel. They're the outliers in the open division when it comes to Ariel.
Secret strats.
Secret strats.
Morales and Stukov, by the way, banned away in the top left.
Ariel right over your shoulder.
Gul'dan and what?
Oh my God. Why does it always happen?
I don't know, but I like it. I'm glad we cut right back there. Heroes Hearth has to make a decision on what type of damage they want to ban, unless they're afraid of the double support. Maybe they've got some tricks up their sleeve, but with the core part of that backline between Vala, they're going to ban the Ariel. Now, even in depth, I would love to see them, and I think the big part about Heroes Hearth, they might be holding the pocket Lucio for the potential Malthael, so that Malthael can be your counter. So when you go in, you'll see Lucio potentially on the side of Heroes Hearth.
Is that Malfurion a Diablo? I can't tell. It's so hard to see.
Cocoon, if that's a backup option, if you don't want to go Lucio. So there's a few counter plays towards that, but we've seen some teams a little bit uncoordinated on it. We saw Stitches gorge an Avatar Murden yesterday instead of the Tormented Souls that came out a half second later. It did feel real bad at that moment, and it was this map in particular.
Bruiser healer, because it's like always double healer in these games.
You have to have a support or some type of CC to deal with that. And Uberak right now, currently the
Malthael's hood and Malfurion's eyes are like the same shade of red.
CC, but the Cocoon more impactful later, so we'll see.
I feel like the Lucio is actually incredibly likely now too. It's a good map for Lucio.
Oh, yeah.
BBJ does like the hero, and when like you said, it's a great the sound barrier just to deny the tormented souls. That snap, scary. Like, oh god, we're dying real fast.
But who's your
here.
solo at this point? Do you go
Lucio.
into?
It's Lucio Tass. And then you need a.
Is it Sonya? Is it Dahaka? Do you feel comfortable going that? Will it be the Leoric that we could potentially see?
They're doing
or
neither, and they're going forward to the Nazebo. The late game, that'll be Arthlon's.
Snap block Lunara.
Tell me that Uther, you don't hesitate.
You know, it's not only you see Uther, but it's like, look, I've already got Mouth Ale. I'm going to go Lunara. Generally, double poison comps are pretty terrible, but against an Uther, you're like, all right, you know, like, good luck.
Have fun.
Yeah, you better hope you get a ton of life leech on Vala there from the Tassadar value, because they will struggle. Not a little, but a lot. And so the Cocoon, you're going to have to be very reserved. If it's a matter of like, look, I'm going to die rather than Cocoon somebody that doesn't really matter.
It's going to be Lutano playing that Lunara. How New End going to be rocking Malthil this series. We got Frozen on Rhaegar, and rounding out the team, it's Homicidal and ETC.
He's the real one. Rockin', by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Ishbu going to be on the Anubrak, as we talked about in the draft. BBJ on Uther. We'll see Arthalon on the Nazebo. McIntyre on that support role on Tassadar. And Crowan going to try and carry this bad boy home on the Vala. It is going to be the spider build. No toads coming out here from Arthalon.
Yeah, see, there's your reveal right there.
Going for the spider build. We always have to refresh everyone's memory when it comes to Nazebo. You don't see him a lot in HGC. And the reason that Nazebo does see play is because he gets such a big, beefy power-up.
KH Rowan. Freaky. It is Oracle, thank you, I appreciate that.
Nazebo can really farm up.
Yeah, he actually used it literally at the beginning of the map here.
On an even footing, then you have kind of just a carry, essentially. He's just so impactful. But in the early game, Nazebo not necessarily going to be, you know, the same kind of impact that, say, a Kil'Thas rotating and throwing down a Gravity Labs.
Yeah, there it is again right there.
Yes, Zombie
you can see like the little blue things that pop out from Tassadar.
Decent damage, but you got to get to the late game without falling behind.
Everything about this team screams late game. Nazebo himself is a late game hero. His questing talent will take a little bit. Psystorm from Tassadar, taking a little bit. Regent Master from Anubarek. Hey, guess what? We've got another questing talent on the side of Vala, who's going to get that at level 4.
It's just a casual 30 regeneration globes.
They have that early comp, Moonfire for additional clear. They got all the clear really that you're going to want here for Tomb. Jay, how is Heroes Hearth going to hold on in the early game?
I don't know. They used to be held it down, so they're used to holding on to things, and it is going to be tough for them to hold on here. This type of push is extremely difficult.
I completely missed whatever choke that was.
The manner that they run this. They do get the kill on Malthel at the bottom. I was going to say the manner in which they run
nice siege.
They're putting that second support, one of the supports, with Vala and getting that two-man pressure. It's something that they're known for, running that. They take advantage of Crowan on Greymane, Crowan on Vala, and they really just push into that. So this is what they do. Can they hold on elsewhere is the big question, because Nazebo, as you said, late game hero, but so far he's doing his best.
Oh, it might be hold it down. Got you. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like Nazebo doesn't have clear, right? He's a fine hero, but we shall observe.
There's so much Nazebo hate while Vala just wins bottom lane currently.
That questing talent to see when it does, of course, complete. Right now, it is at 43 stacks for the level 1 talent, which is pretty solid this early in.
The thing for me is that we're getting the Moonfire build, full Moonfire, and BBJ and team are going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Crowan taking the long way out. BBJ,
lights out.
No peel.
Oh, they will actually get the turn here onto Homicidal and find the kill. McIntyre holding steady in the top. You say he can't stay, but he's got the Ghost of Uther.
That's what I'm saying, is that Frozen X can't stay there. Frozen X is like, oh, I'm re-engaging. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, Uther's still healing. You've still got a Tassadar nearby.
Yeah.
But the even trade there does, I think, help Heroes Hearth. They've got a slight lead in the XP at the moment, but furthermore, we're finally at a point where we have enough for turn-in. We'll see if Heroes Hearth tries to at least stall the early game by getting an early game turn-in for themselves.
Yeah, the Ghost of Uther.
Getting the trade there, getting the XP lead for Heroes Hearth is about as much you can ask for at this stage in the game. BBJ once again their target of choice to try to.
Lutano's low. I don't think he's killable though.
To return the damage onto Lutano, and that's the focus point. Lutano probably Thornwood Vines game, you think?
given that it's Tomb of the Spider Queen, I think so. Don't have a whole lot. I mean, it's kind of the only sense of burst damage that they have. But again, you are going against an Uther, so maybe it will.
Dead
be
Malthael?
better.
Nah, he has Fear the Reaper level 1, doesn't he? Yeah.
The amount of pressure that's coming out from Crowan has been
movement
a bit
speed
much
bonus
for Even in Death to deal with this early game.
Rhaegar does have 16 gems, and he is turning in right now, so that's 38 total on the side of Even in Death, looking for that first turn-in. Slight advantage in the XP, but again, nothing super big. Ooh, Battery actually going to take a lot of damage from the slow. But we have Lutana rotating down, trying to return the favor.
Arrow.
Yeah, the RNG smiles upon Crowan.
You can bless RNG on that one. And the thing about that is that we don't see a Loon's Grace at level 4. I talked about the full Moonfire build.
I remembered my sub goal.
Oh my goodness, the stuns.
Bye, Lutano! Or not.
So close.
Or not. Never mind. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Prank.
This is bad.
I mean, he peeled. He kept Lutano
He put
alive.
his spray down. I don't know who put that spray down, but somebody's throwing down some Even in Death spray there. But no Loon's Grace means it's going to be a hard time to interrupt those channels, and that's kind of the catalyst for everything that just happened over the last 30 or 45 seconds. Was the Malfurion stepping in further than he had to?
Yeah.
Leads to 2 kills and a turn in for Heroes Hearth.
Not too shabby. Battle level lead with that turn in will be significant. Try to get down a few towers. Typically speaking, you're hoping for 4 towers. That's a good first turn in for the Web Weavers. But if you can get more, that's fantastic, as level 10 advantage could be a very meaningful one here in this game for Heroes Hearth.
I'm trying to figure out, we see Hand of Protection, Uther's form of cleanse, as opposed to the kings there that we generally see to deal with the stuns, getting that additional armor.
He's talking about Guardian
You've
of
got
the Ancient
roots, you
Kings,
can
if you're
basically
wondering.
Self-root yourself. You've got ETC stuns instead, trying to make sure that nobody gets caught by the full stun or potentially the mosh pit. So Divine Shield plus Cleanse, you can definitely take care of 2 targets in the middle of a dive style like that from ETC. But right now, Heroes Hearth, they're well ahead in the race to 10.
They are. And when you just concede a fort like that, ooh, the pick that we missed up here in the top lane onto Nazeebo means good bit of gems lost. Experience will be lost in the top lane at this rate. But the counter pressure down bottom, they're like, well, we could just go soak top, or we could force you all to Hearthstone, lose experience in it as well, and defend your bottom lane while we have a 10 advantage and a Web Weaver that's holding on to its last little threads of life.
That's a big win.
That's a
huge That's a 2-level lead and opening up.
Oh my god, Forcewell being a heroic. Oh god, I forgot.
And that's the HGC level.
Forcewell was a heroic. Right? Jesus, I forgot.
When you have someone get picked, you make the most out of it. You actually turn it into an advantage.
That's wild to think about.
Taking a look at the questing talents, none basically have been completed on the side of Heroes Hearth. Still about 3/4 of the way through most of those. 55 stacks, however, just on the
Some tier list item, bud.
So again, this team gets so much stronger late game. Between the questing talents and the Nazeebo, post-level 16 Nazeebo, terrifying. He already has 103 stacks towards that Vile Infection at 20, if we make it there. Because right now, Heroes Hearth 4 kills to 2 in complete control of this game.
They are. Level 10, however, Twilight Dream with things like Mosh Pit all being options, now being selected.
You had Psystorm, Oracle, the AoE reveal, and Barrier,
in that situation.
Shield to
Malphite
ally.
becomes a big forum of how do we stop this? How do we deny that from having a huge impact?
I'm doing good.
Yes,
doing
they do
good.
have
Great
an
start to the
advantage
week,
for
honestly.
the Mosh
Been
Pit,
really, really fun.
but I feel like this
I had a
is the
super
hardest
productive
window
day
for the
off
game
yesterday.
right now
I
for
got
the
so
side
much
of
done
Heroes.
around the house.
It's scary. It is. I mean,
And today, when stream is over, I am editing all of Murky Cup,
Yeah, I mean,
just imagine
putting it
that
up on
coming at you
YouTube,
with a solo Uther.
or at least
You're gonna have
scheduling
to
it,
get
and
that
then I gotta
locked
take
in.
apart a
Cleanse is gonna
microwave.
have to be there. There's the power
Cleanse?
slide. There's the cleanse. Cleanse is already out, which means Mosh Pit
It was needed,
looks
though.
even better.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Gargantuan.
Trait, yes, yeah, Phase Walk. There's a name for it. I forget the name for it, but yeah, there was his trait. You could literally, yeah, you could go invisible, and it's called Shadow Stride now, if I remember correctly, or Shadow, right? Shadow Stride? Level 13.
I mean, kept her alive. That's a long cooldown.
Yeah, I can't remember what was on what, but yeah.
The force wall is going to lock out Battery. He's getting caught, but he's going to use a Twilight Dream in her spots. But his health bar is going to get instantly deleted. And speaking of deleted, Tormented Soul.
Wasn't it like Dimensional Something was his like invisible walk thing? That right there. Wasn't it like Dimensional Shift or something like that?
Team right now, Crowan doesn't quite have the cooldown for the Q. Homicidal does die. Frozen X greeted by a Hungering Arrow, but
Crowan!
it juking upwards, and it connects with the tower.
Yeah, Dimensional Shift. Yeah.
The jukes are real right there. Crowan's like, I got it. Oh, feels bad, man. But they did end up getting a slight.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the reveal was D.
They didn't drop any gems. They still have 45.
I think the reveal was a straight, and then you had Barrier, Dimensional Shift, and Psystorm on his
huge. I mean, that's a
QWE, whatever order they're in.
Like that earlier Ancestral, maybe that cost them that fight. I don't know. But honestly, this is definitely a moment for Hero's Heart to just continue holding on to that position, collect.
Oh, good Force Barrier.
Here. Best case scenario.
Nice barrier on Crow, and he's dead though.
Process, however, so an even trade McIntyre in a dicey spot has the Dimensional Shift. Will have a heal from Uther.
Dimensional Shift, nailed it.
Who's baiting who there? Nubrak getting caught into the roots. He's gonna. I'm gonna re-engage, but without much damage there, probably not a lot you can do.
73 in the bank, only 5 needed.
I personally like both of the Tassadars.
It is a 13.
I like now Tassadar. I like old Tassadar. I like both of them. I think they're both fun.
To zone the Nazebo and Tassadar away from the bottom coffer, and also we have BBJ and a Nubarak up here doing the
nice
same.
burrow onto Battery.
Battery becomes the target. Don't quite have the follow-up available, but we do have a blue turn-in on the Web Weavers.
Rhaegar snuck in the bottom. They're close to 13, so they can be fairly aggressive here, knowing that they're fighting on even talent tiers. Nazebo clearing up that bot lane, pushing it back to make sure that Web Weaver value is minimized. They will turn their attention, however, to the mid lane, see how much they can defend.
10 seconds on the Mosh, so you're not going to see a full-on team fight for a few more seconds here. They're just going to see the actually safe posture for Hero's Heart as well. McIntyre gets interrupted as he's looking for the Hearth to replenish the full tank on his hero, and honestly, when you slow it down that much, he probably can't even go back now.
The poison poke from Lunara has been significant in this push here.
Crowan respecting the flank attempt from Homicidal, gets to safety, but the fort is picked up regardless. With that last hit from Lunara, Lutana will finish it off. Bottom Web Weaver half health in the bottom lane.
Remember phase 1? How many times when we got to watch Even in Death and Lutana would just go off on heroes? It's good to see him still putting the pressure on no matter what hero, no matter what division he's in.
I feel like from phase 1 he was our most talked about player to watch in the entire
assassin role.
Especially in the assassin role. And yeah, he has definitely proven that here. However, on the side of Hero's Hearth, we just saw the last questing talent outside of Conjurer's Pursuit or
Regen
Master completed. So we have the Spiders, the Psystorm, and the Hungering Arrow all full power, looking to enhance their ability to slay their opponents.
They don't want to get in these slow skirmishes because Lunara will win out. They get good force walls, but unless you get that immediate follow-up, it's going to look a lot like this, where Lutano just constantly is putting out the poison damage, spreading that around. See Splintered Spear, of course, just waiting for the next auto attack.
Yeah, it's harder now, too, because, they're getting these nice force walls. McIntyre is definitely fantastic with it, but the added ice block thrown there from Malfurion makes things a lot more flexible when it comes to that. Good poke onto Homicidal, but we talked about
BBJ getting zoned.
To actually burrow charge into a fight. Commonly, you don't want to do that the way a lot of other tanks would. And they're split up too much. They have to concede their positioning, and they're now going to be down basically another full turn-in with a lot in the bank left for Even in Depth.
The fact that Hero's Hearth was so split, they couldn't find that engage, and Lutano the entire time just poking down. We saw the pressure that was able to be put onto Vala as well. Hero's Hearth will struggle in these long skirmish fights. Nazebo will help with that post-16, especially post-20, but in those moments right there, Even in Death, playing to their strengths, holding it down. Now they've got to hold it down again as the Web Weaver is going to be pushing.
Yeah, they still have the bottom fort. That'll at least leave that as not a super big priority for them, but it is also going to give experience, Even in Death, towards level 16, which they want for this push. Massively enhancing their capability. Mid Web Weaver slowly but surely dying to the poke there of Nazebo, and now the tower's in range for some of the hits.
Was this the point where Nazebo...
So
What point did they change it where Nazebo's jar had to hit a target? Because there was a point, I think, where he, like, I guess early days in Nazebo, he, no matter what, there was always spiders in the jar. Didn't they change it, like, late 2017 or early 2018 for it to, like, he had to hit a target?
Viable for the engage, just giving them that flexibility they've needed all game long. Maybe less.
Maybe that was already changed.
Play for a new Barak in the situations where he's not sure if he wants to dive in. Yes, they have been cleaned up. There is exactly enough gems in the pockets of Even in Death for another turn-in. So it's something that Heroes Hearth need to be mindful of 2 seconds before those coffers are active again. And we do see the posture around this bottom lane.
Ishbru being poked down. Frozen X with a lunge in the minute he burrow charges out. So he's in deep. The force wall's got him locked out for the moment. They got to be careful in choke points because of that mosh pit. They recognize that. They fall back. They're looking for a different angle. Again, getting those turn-ins are going to be crucial. Whoever gets the next one should be able to take control of this late game. But right now, we've got
I hit with spawn additional spiders. I thought that was the talent where if you hit one enemy hero, you spawn additional spiders.
Homicidal. He's really the one they need to
I thought there was like that was a talent where you like you had to take the talent and then if you hit one hero, you spawn additional spiders. I think that isn't that like it's a talent now still too, isn't it?
They're so afraid of the
Or is it?
They're also trying to get in those gems from McIntyre while doing this dance against Even in Death.
Crowan trying to put the pressure on to lose.
Unless that was like baseline. It's now, yeah.
Looks to re-engage. The Thornwood Vines continue.
Level 7 used to be 2 on single hit, 0 on multi. Now it's 1 on multi. Thank you, Turbo.
Big moment for both teams around these turn-ins, and right now,
thank you, Mage.
Willing to concede. We have the Pokor, we have the stun, we have the deletion onto the Rhaegar, the stun in return onto Homicidal. The fear of the power slide into Mosh Pit. They have an advantage for the moment, but there is a second support on the side of Even in Death.
Even in Death does have a second support. Homicide taking huge damage. Nice impale going from the Anuba rack, but the silence comes up from the Malfurion, buying some space for the team. Battery is running, but the Gargantuan gets the stun. One more slap would do it, but the knockback is there from ETC to hold on to his team.
That's a big burrow charge, dude!
For that kill. And right now, Heroes Hearth have taken the game into their hands.
Epic enter, man.
Web Weaver turn in Heroes Hearth. Show me what you got. Take control of this game and see if you can get yourself a keep, because that was beautiful. The instant cocoon that came out into the zombie wall, into the spiders with that spider colony, the solo target. That's a lot of spiders nipping at your heels. Heroes Hearth took control. Looked really good that fight. Have now 10 kills to 4.
You remember that song by LMFAO?
No.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, I just picture the spiders being like, nibble, 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 nibble. Yeah, I don't know why. My brain is weird, but the boss is in the top lane, and it's going to take down the fort. Yes, control with the Web Weavers is going to make this a huge moment for Heroes Hearth, because level 20, guess what? Nazebo has already completed that trait. It will be ready for action once 20 is picked up, and those spiders are going to nibble, 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 nibble.
Nibble, nibble, nibble. Just as much as you have anti-siege potential for dealing with the push, Nazebo post 16, you're just going to see him throw out spiders, spiders, and guess what? More spiders, and he is just putting the pressure on, and the Web Weavers are just now making their way here. The boss sitting at 50% still.
Wall is opened.
And Weber took a lot of just time damage.
Yeah,
My God,
I mean,
50% at the keep.
Without 20, they know they have a good position here. They want to make sure the boss, the Gargantuan, and the Web Weaver can take care of this keep.
It's okay, Umber. We're going to be running up that hill any day now.
Because again, Mosh Pit always something you have to be afraid of. They get the keep, carefully back away. Maybe the mid wall will go down. Perfect play from Heroes Hearth with that phase.
They have 20 now, and so that means Even in Death holding on to so many
gems.
Lutano.
Oh, Lutano.
Lutano, the Hungering Arrow, hops over, but the return damage, Homicidal is going to be the priority target. No dive, Force Wall going to be a little bit late there. We do have the Force Wall upgrade at level 20, which means they will be coming fast and furious. So we'll see if they can continue to lock people down, get the picks.
Crone is like a torpedo.
If you've never seen the music video for the song, it's wild. I recommend it.
Towards that target.
Look at that.
Trying to find the kill. Battery.
Nicely done, Crowan. Nicely done, Crowan.
Don't sleep on Crowan, because he will teach you a lesson, and he goes in. The siege potential right now. You have minions. The spiders are going.
Burrow, Lutano, bye-bye.
The Ancestral can land, and now we're going to see Frozen X going downtown.
It should be GG.
That's going to be game. As Heroes Hearth, Bill will walk on by and get the core to 0 health and take game number 2.
Smosh.
That was brutal. both of those members looked forward just a little bit, and Hero's Hearth ripped their limbs off.
That's savage.
It was savage.
Oh, look at that. Cores don't have defensive measures either. There's no purple. There's no death waves coming out from the core defense.
Or towards the base.
Got a 1-1 score.
Never change, buddy. Never change.
And he never will. When a game starts, Arthalon is the kind of player that if he's on fall side, you have to listen to that Buccaneer fall side. Even in Death and Hero's Hearth are tied up 1-0.
All right, I'm gonna start the draft and I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
2018.
I have drank too much tea today.
Arthalon on Falstad in the recent past. So things like that. We saw the double support comp where we had the.
I like when they added distinct core. Yeah, I like that too. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom really quickly.
Identical here from
I've had too much tea. But here, let me pop you a bit more into the draft. Let's at least get like halfway through. There you go.
We're seeing the kind of
It's Gul'dan ETC on the right-hand side behind Bandit, Morales, Vala, Rhaegar left side, Tassadar, and Brightwing Band.
Definitely something to consider here. This is also a case where I wouldn't be too shocked to see BBJ play Malfurion. It is Dragonshire. They like to roam and find the power slide route. The route also controls the shrines really well. And in phase 1, like, that's when Malf was still meta, but BBJ was like a Malf one trick back then.
Level 7, Strangling Vines, reduce that healing. We'll see if that comes in against the likes of Rhaegar. That's when people first started to use it, when we saw the rework onto the talent tree of Malfurion. So there is something to consider there. Now, Hero's Hearth, they've got to look at solo laners unless they match that 2-1-2 split. I feel like with the Anubarak, Malfurion might not necessarily be the pick. It keeps Malfurion safer instead of the dive, because that's exactly what they just did to Even in Death. Maybe we'll see an Uther kind of mixed in here for the double support.
I'm intrigued by the Anubarak. Definitely a good hero. Malthael is snap banned to take that away. When Malthael's taken away, we don't have a dominant solo lane in the hands of Even in Death yet. This could be a McIntyre Dahaka game. Definitely a case for that for the top lane hero. Gives you the global, the solo, and of course, Tassadar was taken away, which commonly ends up being the hero. I mean, if we see Mac play a support, it's usually Tass Rhaegar. Those are the two that most commonly is played by him. Because they're a little bit more aggressive than the rest, right? With the Feral Lunge, the Forest Walls, the Side Storms, have a different kind of impact. Looking at these next two picks, I wonder if they're trying to force McIntyre into the Dahaka, which it's not like it's a negative thing for Hero's Heart, so I'm intrigued.
The three that stand out, obviously, is the Dahaka, Sonya, Falstad as the solo laners.
All right.
They end up with two of the
glass of
three.
water.
They're going to be both.
Well,
That's Arthalon and
oh, wait, I don't have to get up again.
Global advantage.
All right, so what did I miss? Malthael and Anubarak to be banned away. Dahaka Falstad with the ETC Gul'dan.
This is a Malfurion game, right? This is there's a chance it's Tukov or something, but most commonly when they go this
Dragonshire,
ETC and with Dahaka, you get Malf.
No double healer on the right-hand side for Hero's Hearth.
In my mind, something.
But they do have a lot of sustainability on these characters. Dahaka, Falstad, ETC
which
Gul'dan.
they played not too long ago on this against a solo support with squishy targets of Gul'dan, Falstad potentially there, but with double support it doesn't seem as likely. But I feel like Even in Death might get a little bit weird here with double support. Going Zeratul makes your solo lane extremely difficult, so they might keep it standard with the Sonya, potentially the Zagara for a little bit safer play.
For the solo, yeah.
For the solo.
It's tough because they need a main tank, and they need a solo lane. So, like, I love the idea of Zeratul versus Falstad, but, like, you could be that side soak solo if you want to. Is it going to be optimal? They choose not. They do go for that Garrosh you alluded to earlier, and the Sonya for the solo. And what did we see from Imported yesterday, our other Open Division team, when Garrosh was on the table? We saw people getting flipped and thrown across the map.
You're like, what composition? I'm like, well, I mean,
I'm just
hold
talking
on
about
a second.
Garrosh.
Let me go back to some notes here.
I mean,
yeah, that's the thing is that, but with this composition, Dahaka's going to look to be flanking. ETC has a power slide out. Gul'dan, if things get really crazy, post 10, he can horrify. You also have a fallback of Gust. So,
very good points.
Garrosh isn't a terrible hero against this composition. But
yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree that Garrosh is not bad in any way on either side necessarily, but I'm just curious, since we don't see much Garrosh in the Open Division across the board, how much scrim practice Heroes Hearth has against it. Yes,
I guess a lot.
They understand how to play against it. I'm sure they're playing with HGC Pro League teams in their practice. BBJ goes for Uther instead of Malfurion. I'm quite surprised, but you know what?
I like the
Uther just
stun.
pick up more snaps
Armor's
to stay
nice.
available against that Garrosh.
Divine
Gul'dan will
Shield
have
for the
to be
ETC probably.
particularly frivolous, I think, at times with his mana. I mean, you don't get those heals often.
He's gonna drain.
This is
devour their souls.
old piano
Gonna be a
Uther,
necessity
right?
For him to have some self-sustain of his own.
Honestly, I really don't remember.
He's pretty evil.
Yeah.
I don't know when that whole full keyboard Uther went away. Maybe it was before, like before this. I'll have to look at his talents and see what he's got.
You know, the drafts, I think the global control, I don't know if we'll see. Mosh pit, I'm trying to say, you've got Rain of Vengeance, you've got a Grenade. Those are going to be your two most likely interrupts. So we might see stage.
You think this? Yeah, you might be right. But you're probably right. Excuse me, my phrasing.
Late game picks, things like that. I don't know if that will be a thing. The Uther pickup, I think, will be particularly interesting for me with this composition. But the way that we've seen Heroes Hearth kind of play this style is that they kind of.
You just wanted to play Brightwing.
They'll let you feel safe in a particular lane. Sonya generally holds her own in a 1v1. She can push out. The minute you can kind of take that Falstad, who will likely be in that mid lane, who can flex top and bottom, maybe get that flight up, get that hammering slow, hit him with the lightning rod. And
all right, let's get in the game.
That first pick will be on Vala. How and when will be on the Sonya. Frozen X over on Rhaegar, and rounding it out will be Homicidal. Seeing if he can get a few kills there on the Garrosh.
Heroes Hearth get a point on the board. Ishbu, the main tank on ETC. BBJ going to be the support on Uther. Lone support this game. Arth on the Falstad. McIntyre on the Dahaka. And then Crowin going to be on the Gul'dan. So, lone support for a change, Jay Howe. At least for Heroes Hearth. Rhaegar Medic, overwhelming amounts of healing. They've got chain healing. They've got burst with Ancestral. They've got Safeguard. They've got so many opportunities to heal up those targets. Then the solo carry.
Oh, Falstad took Unending Hatred.
Vala, predetermining, or still thinking about, rather, what build. Am I going to play Hungry Arrow? Looks like it.
I can't wait to see how aggressive.
Uther has Hammer the Lightbringer, I think, here. So I think they're just going to go for, like, mass stuns.
See 3 members up at the top. They're going to have their eyes on him. Morales. Safeguard
She's
out
dead.
Before the stun, but that
She's
is
dead.
a lot of damage.
She's
Just
dead.
Like that. I wondered, all right, you know, they're going to be aggressive with globals. They're going to be aggressive with rotations with this composition. We'll see if they can get that early pick. I didn't expect 40 seconds.
Dude, Mac being like a
really
full
early,
flex in this.
But yeah,
He played
when you get that comfortable,
healer role in map 1, Tassadar, which is, you know, a little bit on like what we call a support nowadays, like Zarya. And now he's playing solo lane Dahaka. Like, damn, dude.
Team's just like, whatever.
Mac being full flex on these roles.
Then that could definitely add up.
Because I believe Mac was Rhaegar in map 1, and BBJ was the...
Didn't know what was lurking in the shadows.
Oh god, I just had it. It's gone. Lucio, I think?
At the time, so
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was that way.
You never know, right? You gotta be careful.
Speaking of that style, checking the bush, Uther going into the auto attack build, trying to really take advantage. Oh my goodness!
Lutano does have the heals of the wall, but needs to respect Crowin's damage on that Gul'dan.
That corruption damage was wow.
3 corruption stacks.
Ooh, that was a nice grenade just to slow down the recapture attempt in the top lane.
Garrosh making his way up to the top. Crowin going to eat a few of those Hungarian arrows. He knows a little bit about dishing those out as he did last game. Both teams getting close here to level 4. So I'm sure we'll continue to spec into that as the questing talent will be there at level 4 for Vala.
Falstad and Dahaka looking to collapse onto How here in the bottom lane. The drag.
It's so interesting. The solo lane used to be bottom.
Drag into what should be a kill, even with that chain heal going.
Or at least in this game setup.
Does die to the Dahaka.
This is looking like a new team, a comfortable team, a relaxed team, an aggressive team from Heroes Hearth, recognizing their opportunities early, and often as they've got the first 2 kills, they've got themselves a slight lead. And at the moment, they've got both shrines captured. I don't know if they'll necessarily be able to get that DK, but they're definitely working it.
You know, it's really difficult, but when you, like you mentioned, they do have...
Oh my god, Garrosh actually had the pole.
Those DKs become...
I thought that talent, I thought it never made it into professional play. That was the pull onto Gul'dan if you saw him, like, moving forward.
McIntyre's gonna have nice peel from BBJ.
I never thought that made it into competitive. I thought it got killed, like, 2 weeks after release.
Back and forth. I mean, those 2 kills are nice.
But this is the reset that you have with the Falstad. By sitting middle, he obviously took a bit of damage. He's going to have to hearth. But this is the reset that you have of...
Really scary for just do have a global... and
to get that DK, but they're definitely working it.
You know, it's really difficult, but when you... like,
you see it?
Be able to get that DK, but they're definitely working it.
You know, it's really difficult, but when you
Gul'dan gets pulled
you
in.
do have a global advantage.
I seriously, I thought it got killed so quickly.
Just Garrosh alone getting the flip, definitely scary for Crowan, but no rotation available to help pick up that.
No, I'm not talking about Li Ming Turbo. I'm talking about Garrosh's pull. Baseline, yes. Not talking about SF Johan.
It's pretty bad.
Anyone who liked Li Ming will have any excuse to bring up SF Johan.
That you have with the false head. By sitting middle, he obviously took a bit of damage. He's going to have to hearth. But this is the reset that you have.
But yeah, I thought like Groundbreaker pole baseline never made it into competitive. I thought it legit got killed like 2 weeks after release.
Because you can't push out top or bottom because he's in flight range of both. So you have to find a way to make things happen elsewhere. And they're going to do that by getting a siege camp, giving them a little bit more comfort in that bottom lane.
Rhaegar utility definitely being utilized properly in that moment where they know that Falstead is out. Take that camp to give your team more XP. That'll help them catch up towards level 7, which is around the corner here. In the event there was a significant 7 advantage, you have to then worry about the dragon. This
Heart for heart? Oh, I don't hear it.
Big rotation. The drag not going to go towards Lutano, straight towards the medic. And the top collapse more than enough, but they did lose the bottom shrine in that event.
Every single time they push out to the half-point mark of a lane.
Oh, that's damage over time kill.
For Lutano, he's going to look at the. He's
no,
gonna try to hearth,
no,
yeah.
No, you can't hearth.
You don't really hear the deaths, but it's like, oh. But that's one that stood out. But we got some action going on down here. The bottom, Frozen X, he's going to be caught out.
This is going from bad to worse.
Oh, it's going real bad.
The false head fly in onto Hao, getting the big slow with that boomerang. Fell flame in your face, and down goes the Sonya. Dragon will be a big threat here with that level lead. Homicidal? Not soon enough, I don't think.
Oh! Soon enough, but is he going to stay too long? Because we've got ourselves a roaming squad here. McIntyre and team. Race Gardaga not fully gassed up just yet because he's still stacking up that level 1. But he's doing a pretty dang good job with the kills and everything that with the rotations he's had so far. Jake, we've got ourselves almost a 2-level lead. Oh,
good cleanse.
Was money right there.
BBJ is definitely feeling good right now, landing that perfectly to make sure Crowan is safe. But they're fighting, looking for the dragon. He's channeled twice now, as there's been this big brawl going on. It's a hero deficit. Yes, Falstad with the mercenary camp in the top lane, or the big wave of minions, did get some push in past that wall. But overall, a solid defense there.
Should be
even in death.
Level 10 is too much of a threat here. You might try and get
Rhaegar
one Q off here, but
Rhaegar in the bottom.
Release 731, pull removed. It was 5 months?
Rhaegar's hanging out. He isn't sure.
Wow.
There should be a Dragon Knight going over to Hero's Hearth.
My memory of it is completely, wow, okay. I believe you, don't get, by all means, I believe you. It's just, in my mind, it did not last 5 months in the game. Wow.
That is optimal. It's so much more effective to have a ranged assassin pushing behind a dragon than your tank peeling for the dragon. It just works a lot more in the damage department.
When I think that's okay early, because if you get late game, you need to have some peel, right? But because you have the 10 advantage, you want to be as aggressive as possible. So aggressive that you take a sidewall down while you're trying to punt the enemy team. McIntyre comes through on the backside.
What a glorious 5 months it were for the 4G.
Remember, we're one patch away to where those bad boys are unstoppable. Lutano is just like, you know what? I got some healing from
well, especially when you had people who came from League of Legends and they played the solo lane dude. Not Garrus. Darius? Is that right?
Oh, Jake?
Because I think like the pull range and activation was literally the exact same. And because I remember there was a Masters player I hung out with a lot named Hedgie, and he literally, like, when Garrosh came out, he destroyed games.
Somebody's getting blown up. It's going to happen. But the thing is, we've seen some pretty questionable fights.
Also, I think Garrosh's Decimate is the same as Darius's spin attack, too. Like, in the way that it works and, like, the range and stuff.
Right, usually you have a solo support. Maybe they have a big snap sustain, like Ancestral Heal or something, to keep your team fighting. They're just looking to bring the pain to even in death.
No adaptation either. It's going to be isolation. So the self-sustain isn't necessarily going to be there. We'll see how it comes.
I love Decimate. I get Warlord's Challenge. I like Decimate a lot, though.
Things like that. So we'll see how it plays off. They're feeling pretty good about the
Divine Storm for the Uther.
There's the fly. Here it goes.
No!
Storm is awaiting them. Welcome to the pain train.
The pain train is out in full effect. All aboard. Garage, you're not going to be getting off this train anytime soon as the boomerang going to lock in that 4th kill. The even and death sprays go down. Look who's home. Woo! Heroes Hearth turning up the heat.
You're home for Heroes of the Storm. Now, honestly, they just made it look so easy with that. Falstad having that gust, pushing them into that wall. We just talked about it. Even Ineth clearly understands how that works. You see those sorts like, all right, well, we just got to make sure that we don't get in a position where Falstad can fly behind.
They were so scared of ETC, they're running for their lives. It's like, you're not going anywhere yet. We've got ourselves a 2.5 level lead in favor of Heroes Hearth. They're taking full control of the map. They're taking the bottom knights, and Jake, we've got our shrines spawning in about 25 seconds.
Okay, well, they are way behind. 3 levels, huge deficit. Garage can definitely look to get big taunts. Follow that taunt up with a Rain of Vengeance, something that we saw Lag Force do exceptionally well in the series versus imported support just yesterday in their Crucible matches.
Yeah, Deadly Calm level 20 also is huge.
But
they're so focused
I
on
agree, Turbo.
Single target damage that even
I think Garrus has got a solid kit.
Extra auto attack damage based on
Couple
how
different
essence
directions
he
you can build him.
He's looking to stay in a team fight, do that damage. Normally you kind of see that AoE vulnerability, but he's looking to sustain. He's looking to put that damage on.
Like, full
He's
Bloodthirst
saying,
build
"Look,
is
we're gonna be
honestly
hitting people so
doable.
hard,
It's just hard to pass up
I don't
Indomitable
need
at
to
4.
I don't need to use my essence. I don't need to apply that vulnerability. I'm holding on to that essence, and I'm doing more damage with it.
Fort for Fort trade right now. BBJ is not with his team, but his team is in
Here we go
transit
again.
right now. Dahaka continuing to get that global presence up top. I believe he is
Pull,
up there.
toss, Ishbu, power slide, cleanse, nice.
Lutano.
This is scary. Dahaka's coming
Dahaka's
in.
back, looking for the flank. Dragon's juked for the Falstad flight. Looking for the moment. He actually held the gust just to make sure they could get that gust onto the Rhaegar in the bottom half. Good stall, but the damage return is there for
Ooh, Falstad.
How is going to die?
Falstad.
So far away. Rain of Vengeance does not connect, however.
There was a really good cleanse onto the Morales from Rhaegar to save Morales from being gusted in, which is why that didn't go as well as Heroes Hearth wanted. However,
Yeah, I've definitely
they
done
get
like
the kill,
Bloodthirst build
which
in
makes
ARAMs.
actually
I feel
look
like
a
it's
little
really
bit
good
rough
for
a brief moment.
self-sustainability.
They're now up 11 kills to 0. They have a camp pushing top lane.
And then you just go
Complete
Decimate, and
control.
then you go
Oh,
Deadly
guess
Calm,
what?
and you just
By the way,
helicopter at him
we've
and
got
win the
ourselves
game.
Another Dragon Knight.
The D-Ragon will likely go down the bottom lane with the
D-Ragon?
siege camp to support it. So much mercenary pressure available. Get that keep down. A great point of entry to end the game. 3-level lead with a Dragon, Jay Howe. It's going to be a hard defense for sure.
It is. McIntyre,
that's a good
however, is
start.
going to get flipped in. He did not go tunneling claw, so he can't just burrow and get out. He ended up going the extra tongue range. Lutano eating a lot of damage, forced to receive the Ancestral. Ishbu has eaten a lot of damage, and now we have an instant dive on the back line. This is why having your tank in the Dragon Knight, but Lutano is getting dangerously low. He's going to go down. We also see that of Rhaegar, who's soon to follow.
What's the issue with having your tank in the Dragonite,
Different
J-How?
style, not the hyper support, the hyper sustain, adaptation, divine shield that we commonly see with any draft like this, and just going for all the DPS with a 4-3.
Wait, Displacement Grenade actually displacing the Dragonite is hilarious to me.
Player and even in death look fragile. They die, they run away. The
Dragonite getting like bopped around is really funny.
Happening into this game, we're looking like Heroes Hearth is going up 2-1 right now in this season.
We saw all season long in Phase 2 from Heroes Hearth. It looked a lot like that as the enemy teams that they faced throughout the season had a hard time keeping up. Draft-wise, I think.
The airy gusts.
Airy.
Next.
Game 2. You are now playing
as well to fill that global position.
Arthalon plays a very aggressive Abathur. He stays in lanes, he pushes out, he will body soak.
Best of
until
7.
The cows come home.
Move. One of my favorite
ETC comes home.
One of my favorite plays in open playoffs was Donkeys Are Us.
I think the Dragonite was less sluggish than yeah.
Which was the opponent side of the map of Heroes Hearth. Arthalon used the mule at the altar. Then
Actually, no, Umber. This is Patrick. Yes.
And the mule chased away the donkeys.
Even in death, they're not going to pick up morale, so they don't want Heroes Hearth to have it either. So will we see the Brightwing ban here? You got to think that's something to consider, and they do indeed ban out the Brightwing.
BBJ is, you know, a support that doesn't necessarily love to play Brightwing. I actually think Arthalon plays it sometimes. So I like the ban, but
I'm thinking way ahead already. I'm thinking, all right, with the Brightwing ban, we talked about this in our previous series. Banning out the Brightwing, it pairs well to get the Polymorph into the power slide from ETC. And then it makes Tracer a bit more appealing. Tassadar might be a likely pickup, but I don't know if we'll see the Vala right away. We might see a potential Tracer down the road. So we might see Tassadar here, go into something like that, maybe get your support rounded out, maybe get that Rhaegar, maybe get something that pairs well with a potential Tracer, or has that fallback option. Instead,
is that Garrosh or Gul'dan? I can't tell.
Is exactly what they did.
Garrosh, sorry, the Gul'dan and Rhaegar.
Until the wheels never fell off.
Yeah, it is best of 7. It is best of 7.
Just such a huge hero. The clear, the damage, the constant pressure.
Minimum 4 more maps, including this.
Also amazing for helping with the sappers, controlling that space.
Or maximum, sorry, maximum.
This is just a good open start. I like what you're suggesting. With
don't we all, tier list? Don't we all, bud?
Whereas this is very straightforward. Like, yeah,
too many people complained.
They want just the Gul'dan clear. Here for even in depth.
It's Gul'Rush. Ah, yes, Gul'Rush. My favorite. Cheftain.
Are they gonna run double support again?
They've run a double warrior setup on this. They like the gray main in this setup. But again, I think the point that you made before we got into it was the globals. Will they go to a fallback option of a fall step? Will they try and pick up a Dahaka here? I don't think that ETC is the last warrior we'll see on the side of even in death, but oh baby, just switch it up.
Illidan Tassadar, with Brightwing being banned, as one of the good responses to deal with that. Now you have to be worried about your opponents potentially picking up that Abathur to further be that all-in Abathur style. Additionally, Even in Death has a great opportunity to just deny the double support, where Uther is commonly one of those ways to help lock down that Tassadar. I will say, however, it's got to be a big sigh of relief for Heroes Hearth to not prioritize their tank, because if they went with someone that maybe doesn't deal well in the backline, like say they grab Stitches or something weird, it doesn't help you too much when Illidan's going deep.
And so even in death, I'm sure we'll be having the same thoughts of what warriors do we ban. I think Arthas will be a natural look when do we see potential bans. We haven't seen Garrosh on the side. I don't know if Heroes Hearth has played Garrosh at all. He has a taunt.
Maybe like the week he came out, they played him against a team that was like a mismatch, like a Seed 28 team in Open Division, right? But I don't think we've ever seen them play that in the Grand Finals or Finals of Open Division Cups. Definitely not in playoffs.
I talked about the
only 2 bans, people cute, yeah.
So the Tracer
takes us back.
More of an option.
Ooh, they go for the RL, not Uther.
Illidan's like, I'm
not
glad
Arthas.
There's not a Brightwing either. So Arthas seems good here. And I also think that I don't know if we'll have anybody else on Gul'dan other than Crowan, so Tracer doesn't seem as likely.
Unless they put Mac on Gul'dan.
Yeah, I mean...
But I don't think Mac played like Assassins.
I'm the Tracer
like he was flex, but I don't think he like really focused on Assassins.
We don't see...
I think that was morely like Arthalon and Crowan.
Curious what the Abathur situation.
I think Mac was kind of flexing between second heal and solo.
Lucio ban does really rise up as a prominent potential pick for McIntyre in particular, which would likely mean that Rhaegar is played by BBJ and not a second support for Mac if they do pursue that way.
If you don't pick up Uther here, it's got to be going to your opponent.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised to see a noob over the Uther or Arthas in that slot.
The lack of Arthas is a bit surprising.
Yeah, just cocoon the Illidan, win the game.
But maybe they're expecting an Uther.
What's up, Donut? How you doing, bud? We're just chilling. This is we're just watching this Open Division match at the end of our stream today, and we're enjoying. Well, not really, but there's I found a new like seltzer water flavor, Georgia Peach, and it's meh.
Hold on. No. Let's talk about the obvious flaw here. Where the hell does Stukov heal anybody?
It's kind of like a.
That are just flanking at different
watching Hots while I'm hot because my AC went out.
Ooh, Hansi, I'm sorry. Hansi, thank you for the Prime Gaming for 24 months, 2 years of support. Thank you so very much, and I'm sorry your AC is out. I hope you are not too sweaty and too dying.
Definitely not
or too miserable is a good way to put it. Thank you again.
Composition for Stukov for sure. Both Tass and Illidan are going to be like, please give me the Tass shield. I would like to go do things.
I know, 2 years is crazy. Thank you so much, bud. a lot of streams.
bang,
Yeah,
but
it's been a
last
lot of
slot
streams.
Here is
I think we had
protection for a pulse bomb. You have to. And
we had like
so
260
Crystal is
some
out,
months this.
Safeguard is out,
Yeah, we had like
no
Be Crazy with
Polyshield or no
65, Cav with
Pixie Dust is
58,
out, Lucio's out.
Nancy
So you go up to the
62,
natural,
Hydra
Really?
64. Yeah, a lot of big
and
big
he is a
resubs
full
lately.
auto-tech team.
you blind him. And, you know,
Lily
I'm
last
thinking to
pick.
myself,
That is
okay,
a
his last pick
choice.
is Arthalon. Arthalon would love to play Abathur in this situation. He would love to play a lot of different heroes on this map. Maybe Medivh. Maybe Medivh is their snap sustain to deal with this dive.
Pulse Bomb.
But yeah, with the Pulse Bomb, right? But
Got a lot of loyal subs. We have a lot of really good people here, honestly. That's
not necessarily
my truth, honestly, is that, like, not everyone can sub, but we have so many consistently amazing people in our community that are here. So thank you all. I really appreciate it.
You can just hover and poke it once in a while.
I wouldn't be here without you.
So, Kung
Thank
Fu
you.
is a form of martial arts, same as karate. And the Karate Kid, he said, a man can't hit what a man can't see. So you just blind him.
That's esports right there, ladies and gentlemen. Lily.
Yeah,
and, you know, whenever you hear...
Statistically,
a pro
one of us is
player
the
in
murderer.
HGC talk about Lily, they say she is one of the best heroes in a very specific situation. When Lily is good, Lily is good.
Freaky!
Same thing with Chen. Like, if you look at big, global events, it's like, oh, Chen is like a 78%
Got him.
win rate. He must be amazing. Well, he just played in 3 games, and he performed super well.
And he was on Fnatic half the time at midseason World.
Still adds
They're
up,
pretty good
though.
team.
Still adds up. When you find those opportunities for some of these heroes, sometimes it's just the perfect pick. And Lily often fits in that role. Could be very good here for Arthalon. I don't know the last time we saw him play it, but it's got to be Arthalon.
We'll see if it's perfect. Obviously, you're going to blind half the team.
That's solid,
You don't have to
Jake.
worry about
GG.
hitting the minions. It's gonna spread.
Solid,
You've
Jake.
got
Gaga.
All the blinds in the world. For
And,
2 heroes that
Jahao.
don't do much else except auto attack. You got a pulse bomb coming out. You've got some ability damage.
Actually, it's more like Jehu is what we used to say.
Blinds from Lily. We're going on an adventure with her here on Towers.
My favorite bit was that Haloran would constantly take photos with Jahao, but would purposefully like try and take the photo so that Jahao is shorter than him, and then would always like flame Jahao's height because Jahao's height was always a thing for him, and Haloran constantly flamed him. Like, look how short he is. Shit cracked me up.
Lutano, what can he
I
do
love
on
Haloran.
Tracer?
I love
It's gonna
Haloran.
be
That
a
dude.
Big question, how? Gonna be on the
That dude
Illidan.
is so good.
Frozen X is gonna have
Yeah,
his
he's
hands
like
full
6
and
foot
arms
something.
full at
Yeah,
this
he's
point, trying to
tall
keep
as
this
hell.
alive with Homicidal
But I
rocking
love that
out on
Haloran would
TC.
constantly like take a photo with him, and like Jahao would be like sitting and Haloran would be like standing, and he's like, look how short Jahao is.
TJ and Rhaegar, we've got the Arthalon Malthael. Ooh, the mix-up Mac has been flexing support a lot recently.
Just
And
Mac on Lily.
And then Crowan will be Ghoul'dan.
That's a
Did you
choice.
see McIntyre's pinned tweet on his Twitter?
No.
If you don't follow McIntyre, I recommend, if it's still there, which it was there just this last week, go to his Twitter. It's McIntyre Hans or something along those lines. Find him on there. Look
Okay,
at his
what's
pinned
the tweet,
It
Jahao?
is him playing Lily in the most hilarious fashion I've ever seen. No spoilers. You're going to have to find out for yourself.
Well, I can't find it. It's like a 9-year-old tweet,
Cast will be
Jahao.
back in about 2 minutes.
So you can go to Twitter.
Yep, gotta go find my phone.
Yeah, there's probably something like that, Umber. There's probably something
Killzone
like that. They
has
probably
been
did
a
some memery.
Interesting one. A lot of double supports, but also weird double supports making their way into the meta. This is a
I would not be
Stu
surprised.
A Rhaegar Lily, and not the traditional Stukov composition that death balls that you might expect.
It will be particularly interesting. And you talked about McIntyre being on the Lily and Arthalon over on the Malthael. That's particularly interesting because I don't know if I've seen Arthalon on Malthael all season.
I honestly don't think we have to. And not that Arthalon can't play it, it's just when's the last time he played it? How comfortable is he running that hero right now? Pulse bomb?
Nah, he's yeah, I was gonna
Just
say
a big
he's
shot.
got like 10%
Lutano
HP or something.
getting Winioned right now.
That's what we call it, Winion. ETC gonna keep an eye on things over here on the right side.
Early Sapper pickup after they saw Illidan and Tracer. All the kill potential present in the top lane. ETC scouting it out just a moment too late. Malthael is sitting on the point with a new Barak healing successfully if anyone was to step forward, while we have Illidan getting the top altar. good Stukov silence thrown on the ground, forcing Crone into an odd position as Lutano is
Man, I was
doing
gonna say
what he
Tracer
does
can't
best,
sustain that.
sticking to the target when there's no one to
I also think she was
pressure.
blinded for a portion of
BBG
that
is
too.
isolated. He's trying to get to the heels on the side of Crow, and instead the entire team's being zoned out.
No, I
because of
haven't,
the
Hansley.
excellent
I've seen a
split
lot of people
pressure
streaming
on the
it.
side of Even and Death. Mouthdale was sitting there in the middle trying to soak up level 4, unfortunately not able to get that. 2 out of the 3 altars over to Even and Death.
I feel like it's one of those games that are going to be super popular for the next 15 to 30 days, and then we'll never hear about it again. Like, nothing against the devs or anything like that, but that cycle of games happens so much like this. When was the last time you really saw people playing or talking about Peak outside of like the Twitch rivals I think they just did? I don't see like anyone playing that anymore.
It will be a point of contention.
Same with like Among Us, you know? I guess Among Us lasted a little bit longer.
Phase where it's the triple altar phase. Everything after that.
But like Lethal Company, like I don't know many people that play that. I'm sure there's still a couple. Phasmophobia, same thing.
A lot in the bottom, so controlling that bot area is a big power boost. So we'll see how that plays out as the game goes on.
Friend time games, yeah.
Take a look at the build
Or
from
friend
Illidan.
slop as people call it, whatever you want to call it, but yeah.
Mixing things up here as level 1. He makes sure that he has.
They're
that
fun,
extra
but
time on
it just
that because he will be blinded, so the
it's
battle
not for
assault,
me.
the big pickup, so he has extra time, so that when he's
Who's
blinded, by the
calling
time he's
me?
done, he still has that bonus heal.
Hold on one second, I gotta answer this.
Unbound at level 4, so that you can go over walls and terrain here. So we'll see a bit more aggressive style. And when you play friend or foe, you're generally looking for an escape option. This is an all-in team, so the adaptation of the build makes a lot of sense for what they're trying to do, especially against that Lili with the Battered Assault at level 1.
Yeah, it's all in, and Battered Assault definitely going to help out. It's going to be a full-on blind style for Lili, at least so far. And that is all targeted towards those auto-attack assassins that we have diving in left and right. McIntyre not afraid of brawling with Lutano, as you see both Rhaegar and Lili fighting her back.
Single altar here at the bottom. Lutano holding on
Guys,
to Pulse Bomb.
it wasn't Blizzard.
He's got a target.
It was one of the tree services. I have to cut down a tree in my backyard, and so I got 5 bids, and now I've already accepted one of them, and now everyone's kind of like hounding me. I guess there's not a lot of bids going around or being accepted, so
Could be looking at a different team fight. Instead, we're going to even up the game for Heroes Heart. This is going to be 32.
You got me there. It was a legit phone call, but it was just tree service stuff.
Through silence, by the way, so the big lurking arm will keep them from hitting the structures.
I know a group that did crowd control Peak last week. Spawning 4 tornadoes was hilarious. That actually sounds really funny. As I said, like they're not bad games. It's just the appeal of it wears off really quick for me.
No one has the same kind of value that Stukov does.
I mean, I hate playing games with my friends.
Coming out here. Lili and Rhaegar both picking it up. Homicidal in a bad spot. He's going to power slide away. Krohn going to drain some of his life on the way out. Lutano just trying to get any bit of damage built back up, getting those auto attacks in, getting close to another pulse bomb.
So double cleanse, it's fantastic when you have to think about things like, oh, Illidan is hunting me. Well, I'll just cleanse you. Oh, well, guess what? We have ETC with a mosh pit. Well, you've got another cleanse already. That is actually a very uncommon thing to see in Heroes of the Storm. 2 cleanses for one side.
I was wondering if we would see a potential invade as Task Tracers started to make their way down. Instead, they're going to prioritize their own camp, and now we might see the invade on the side of Heroes Hearth. Ishbu and team trying to get in there. They're bullying their way in. BBJ walks right up on the point, puts down a lightning shield. They're doing damage right now.
Yeah, a successful invade. Frozen X, again, does have the potential to make sure those sappers do not make their target. And Ishbu can, of course, look for the interrupt. He's going to do exactly that, and all 3 sappers do.
I have a recommendation for you, Turbo, but after this game, still take me a minute.
Ishbu trying to secure this fight. They get the bell tower. Now they can try to escort the remaining sapper.
They also get level 10. And Lili kind of wondered, what would we see at level 10? And Jake, just stay alive. Just stay alive. That's all you got to do. Just stay alive to win the game.
When you've got things like Malphil going in with the Tormented Souls, you just enable your team to be so beefy. Horrify kind of has the crazy isolation for one member, also disrupts your enemy team's current approach to the battle. Cocoon, another super valuable resource to throw at Stukov or whomever you need to isolate.
Got the slight interrupt there. Nobody has channeled the top right. We might see the trade here in the end as level 10
Big fight
was picked up.
Tracer is chasing in the middle right now, trying to keep them honest, essentially. McIntyre will just slide.
That was the reason behind Lily is a double heals plus blinds. Well, double healer in this era of Here's a Storm is extremely common. We've seen it almost every single game outside of the last game where Heroes Hearth took the single heal Uther. But I think the Lily reasoning is there was also like 3 healer bans if I remember. I mean Morales, Ariel, and Brightwing got banned away in this matchup, and we're talking, this is Kael'Thuzad patch 2017. So the healer pool is pretty small, and I think having the blinds is probably the direction they wanted to mitigate some of the sustained damage of Tracer. That would be my logic that I throw at it. Lucio was banned too. Was it 4 healer bans? My gosh.
Power up, Malphil just kind of making his way down last as he sees there has been a high priority for all 5 members.
Wow, yeah, 4 healer bans.
What are they trying to do? Are they
so there wasn't a lot in the healer pool left, really. Like at this point in the game, I think there's like Uther left.
Damage from Crowan. It's got to be careful here. McIntyre's got the dismount and the slow.
And I don't know. Malfurion I think was up too.
Scary point there, Crowan just trying to get away with whatever.
And you can also see Lily at the top of the screen. She's got blind at 1 and 4, so.
We'll see the lurking arm go down, but the damage coming out.
Also, apparently McIntyre likes to play Lily at this point.
Looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, no problem.
Able to find it, but we've got the
oh, recall's good. Recall's good. The sappers too make it over the wall. 3? 3, 3, 3? No.
They're trying to make the damage over.
Face schmelt.
The hunt gets cleansed, but Tracer goes down.
The hunt goes in. Cocoon's going to be here. We'll see what follow-up we've got, and it's going to be little to none as those were burst open. And Illidan.
Oh, it hits, but the heal was there. That was intense.
Hearth, they're turning up the heat right now. They've got control of the bottom lane. They've got another altar here.
2 damage was done, by the way, during all of that.
Sappers
1 sapper was denied. So that was their whole objective is let's keep our bottom bell tower alive. Let's put the pressure on with the sappers. Hey, look, a nice spawn of the next bell tower. 5 more damage, hooray!
They're doing the same thing now. Battery forced to shield himself as he eats a couple of the corruption sticks. We've got 3 more sappers coming down. Arthalon starting up at the top. We'll see if they're as lucky here. The force wall going to hold them for the meantime.
Zhukov is on his way. He is trying to get there with the silence. ETC holding steady. And looks like the 20 HP should be maintained on that core.
It's just scary if you're on the side of even and death. Your wave clear is severely lacking. And so Gul'dan and team walk right up. They clear a wave and they control. They are literally handcuffing even in death to the bottom lane. They have no way to go anywhere else to be impactful. Top lane, 1v1.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much been the playstyle of this map for like ever.
As we see on the minimap, there's another sapper camp available on the bottom right. Look for that.
And Malthil's on a pale horse, so they just planned on double soaking, I think, the whole time.
Right now, what they're doing, they're looking for a pick right now. And, you know, you mentioned this bottom bell tower. That's probably their biggest advantage right now, and that's an advantage that's easy to lose. It is 13 to 13. 9 health is not like the end of the world. And when you look at it, the cleanse will be used and Pulse Bomb onto BBJ, doing decent damage. Lily shuts it all down so effectively, however.
And now where does your damage come from? The flailing swipe is going to push back the Tormented Souls. Malthael looking for the re-engage.
Oh. We've got 5-man mosh pit.
That is the most epic you will ever see. The Horrify goes out. 4 members down. Malthael somehow survives. And just like that, in the snap of an eye, blink of an eye even, that is 5 members get completely deleted from the battleground.
About 30 seconds ago, I said, yeah, you're 13, you're 9 damage ahead. Your only real advantage in this moment is the fact that you're a bell tower up. Everything else, not really a big deal. One team
can we get a replay? Sure.
Everything. Well, what happened? Lily shuts it all down so effectively, however.
And now where does your damage come from? The flailing swipe is going to push back the Tormented Souls. Malthael looking for the re-engage.
Oh!
We've got a 5-man mosh pit, as that is the most epic you will ever see. The Horrify goes out. 4 members.
Now,
you don't really ever get the 5-man mosh pits.
No.
Oh my.
So let's look at the state of the game. Right now, the current health will continue to favor Heroes Hearth for the time being. Yes, they're not going to be down an altar, but the altar they controlled as an advantage was reclaimed. Experience-wise, that's where the deficit is. That was a 5-kill swing in XP. Of course, you're going to have a good lead. 16 around the corner for even in depth.
We've got a Cocoon out, which will bring Lutano out of there. The hunt on the backside is going to be on to Kron. Jugs are already out. No mosh pit for 30 seconds, but the Jugs already spent. They'll clear up the Sapper camp. Even in Death has a level and a half lead all of a sudden.
It's huge. I mean,
all of a
it's
sudden.
Very meaningful thing. When it comes to, like, if they get another team fight, guess what? They Illidan, boss call. Super simple for them to pick that up in a quick fashion. Even the numbers here on the board, if not take a lead.
Even Death feeling confident right now as they're just continuing to posture up, daring Heroes Hearth to try and take a team fight. Malthel by himself in the top lane, trying to get that XP back. Nubrak going to rotate mid, and they're just going to play safe for now. I think this is the proper call for Heroes Hearth. You're down the talent tier. You need that level before the next altar phase. Try and look for a fight then, and hope that it doesn't look like the one that we had in the bot lane.
It's a long level right now.
The Tassadar in bottom lane, I feel like he's going to get dove on. I'm watching Minimap.
Sit back after being so aggressive, holding that
just staring at Minimap right now. I'm just watching that Tassadar just slowly shove waves.
They're playing on the back foot, waiting for 16, trying to get on an even footing for that team.
Who is the open division team? Heroes Hearth. Even in Death is trying to defend their place in the HGC. Even in Death, I believe, came through the first Crucible. This is the second Crucible.
Everything looks pretty even in terms of the map right now, but the one thing that doesn't look even is the experience.
The lowest two teams from the HGC, the lowest two scoring teams after their split, were had to defend their place in HGC against the Open Division team. The team that won the most points in the Open Division of the two teams, even in Heroes Hearth, and I forget the other team. What was it again? It was it Lag F?
Rampant Hellfire, a big upgrade for Crowan's DPS, but BBJ is not in a position that
I think Lag F
right now. He is isolated.
Or Imported Support, maybe. Lag F versus Imported Support's the other series of this. But the team that came out from the, that entered in the Crucible, who had the highest overall score from the, what was it, like 6 weeks? 7 weeks bonus cup and then playoffs. So if you win the playoffs as the higher seeded team, then you get to choose which of the HGC teams you were going up against. So Heroes Hearth won the playoffs.
But it looks like they're on a defensive position, but there's the stun. Flailing Swipe in return is
and Imported Support took second place. Yeah, Imported Support took second place. Heroes Hearth took first. So Heroes Hearth was able to choose Even in Death as their opponent, if I remember correctly. I believe they got to choose.
Yes, the shields from the Tassadar are allowing him.
I believe that was like the advantage you got from winning the playoff phase.
We see the team being whittled down. McIntyre doesn't have a ton of mana left. Rowan does receive the Ancestral Ishbu. Gets the cleanse and the burrow to safety, but that's
big Psystorm Force Wall.
And
how is Lutano alive?
I'm going in from Tracer.
Rhaegar is down. Arthalon's going to get the momentary interrupt, but he's got to get out of town because that's Even in Death. Getting the altar. They're going to have 4 more shots going over to Heroes Hearth. In the meantime, while they're here, they're going to steal the Zappa camp. They're going to have to defend the bottom. Heroes Hearth.
That is an insult to the way that Kaldor said it. That's why Solid Jake left.
Completely on the other side, and I want to
J-How is mocking Kaldor.
That Stukov pick that we were unsure of how it was going to work out, especially in the situation where you're fighting over a single altar, has looked wondrous. The additional control of the Sappers has looked nice, but guess what? It looks like Heroes Hearth has decent control when it comes to Sappers as well, denying most of those from connecting on this bottom bell tower.
Did a good job of defending. While Rhaegar's away, the Illidan's will play as he's in the top lane, getting the Sapper camp top lane to get some top lane pressure.
Favorite nursery rhyme right there.
You're welcome. In the bot lane, we have Even in Death getting the Sapper camp on their side. And that keep is pretty low. You do have Gul'dan team that can defend this, but the aggression, the force walls that we've seen, we'll see if Battery and team can try and make a play here, but Battery's got to stop eating all that damage.
Rampant, boys. That Hellfire. So nice to be 16 as a Gul'dan. They're getting the free poke, however, onto this bell tower slowly but surely. ETC is looking to press the issue.
He's looking to press the issue. Lutano has a pulse bomb. We've seen some pretty aggressive plays so far.
Also, Quantum Spike, if you're wondering, percent base damage for pulse bomb.
Under the death zone.
It's always tough in these moments. 20 is on the horizon, and Even in Death have to be feeling fantastic about their situation in this game number 4. 2 Walters, top left and right, on their way in this game. If both were to go to Even in Death right now, it is one Zappa camp to end the game in their favor.
It is. Things looking really good here for Even in Death. The bottom bell tower controlled. They have level 20 now. Double altars at the top. See what they can do with it. I don't know if you're going to be able to zone out a Tassadar from keeping you from channeling this, but it looks like they're that's one way to try and zone him out. Good peel.
And Arthalon does get interrupted by the parting gift that came out. So this is 5 damage onto the core. 8 health remain. This could be the final fight, J-Howe.
Boss. They've started Boss on the backside. Oh, they've leashed it for the moment. Crowan is isolated.
Hami's not taking the bait. He's not moving in. Malphil waiting in the top side of the map, looking to flank, trying to stall from that position.
Illidan's going to get sapper camps.
Did they get it? Oh my.
Illidan's going to force the issue bottom. You've got a boss play top.
Good cleanse, but does it matter?
It's a sleight of hand at this point.
All right.
Something's going to go on in the bot lane, but you're going to be busy up at the boss.
Was that Lili's 16 that shrunk?
Only 3 core health.
I think that was Lili's 16 that shrunk. The ETC there.
Right now, it's almost impossible to do that without a global. So here we go. Heroes Hearth, what you going to do? Else it's going to be 2 versus 2, sending us to game number 5. I couldn't find another one.
A valiant effort, J-Howe. Also from Heroes Hearth here as they are doing what they can. Rhaegar dealing with the Sappers. That's a 4v5 situation, fighting over the boss. Malphil goes in, a big mosh behind that. Good game. We are tied up here in the Crucible.
Oh, man. That, if Even in Death manages to come
Turbo,
back
what kind of trees do you have?
Man, mosh pit will go down in the history.
What kind of trees do you have, Turbo?
A spot in HGC.
Because, like, if you have overcrowding with, like, maples and stuff, then I think you just kind of let them do its thing. But if it's,
can you believe that turnaround?
If they're, pine-based, then you might be able to trim down some of the lower branches to create light in the lower section, but, like, I wouldn't want to, like, trim, like, a maple tree to create more lighting at the lower levels. Big evergreen in the backyard, too deciduous in the front. Yeah.
And then they were dominating for the first half of
what you could do is you could contact a landscape architect or whatever and, you know, chat with them about it. They're probably going to charge you something. That's one way to go about it. You can also look and see if there's any trees that need less light than others. And then maybe you could add those trees in, so that way you have, obviously, the trees that are eating up a lot of the sunlight, but then you have trees that are less dependent on that. Or you just go for, like, shrubberies and bushes and stuff. That's also another way to go about it.
It starts by making your way into HGC, and this is such a huge...
They've all been trimmed to make room for the trunks that carted out the 3 dead... Oh, okay.
Let's see what.
Yeah, if it was my yard, I'd be leaning into like getting something that is easy to maintain, or that doesn't need a lot of like sunlight or maintenance. Like, I'm sure that, you know, there's tons of trees and stuff like that that don't need as much light as, you know, redwoods and things like that. So
sending it over, they said you can pick the battleground. It doesn't matter where you take us. We just want first pick.
So that'd be my recommendation. Is if you want to hire someone and talk to them, like get an arborologist or whatever, get a landscape architect or something. See if you can like have them come and do like a 30-minute chat for X dollars to give you ideas or something. Or you just hire them.
Not something they're super known for necessarily.
That'd be my direction. That'd be what I recommend.
Brightwing way too strong. Even in
all right.
Continuing the trend of making sure that Morales is not in the game, keeping that away from Heroes Hearth. And we get a first pick Abathur coming out here on
first pick Abathur is not something I was expecting in a game.
Man. I really can. It's not at all the standard, but why are you so giggly?
Just timing.
Yeah, I really wanted to drink that water, but it feels bad, man.
Rhaegar ETC is staple when you are second pick and you want to just keep it neutral.
I'm waiting for the camera to go to you.
Give me that solo shot right now. What's up, everybody? But we've got ourselves a
For
draft.
those that don't know what's
Will
going on,
Will
HGC had
kinda
rules
see
about
play around the gray man,
not
which we've
drinking
seen
on camera,
prominent
which is
for
fairly
Crow
common and
and
standard
Team
for a lot of
throughout
high production
HGC's
broadcasts.
Open Division,
And so they're
and
laughing
even in
because
his
the camera went to
professional past.
two-person,
So they've got
as
some
solid
decisions
Jake
to
was
make,
trying to get a
but
sip
they
of
might
water,
wanna
so
wait.
his
They
hand
might
is
wanna
like
wait and
right
see
by
what
his
will be
like
the counter. Instead,
the
they go
top of the
directly
desk
into
because
that
he's trying to
gray
cover
man
the water bottle.
material composition.
But instead of just like playing it off and moving on, they like made it a whole thing, and
Yeah, Gray
not a
Man
fan of that.
material is actually very, very, very much a different style than what you see out of the average.
Gray Mane
Or
Tyrael, by
going
the way,
dive,
you can't
they're
really
going
see the
aggro.
Tyrael because of
We
the
saw
bandit
this
or the Gray Mane.
earlier
It's a
in
bandit
the- in
box,
this,
but Abathur, Gray Mane
and,
Tyrael for Heroes
you know,
Hearth.
commonly
Even in Death Starts with the
when you
Rhaegar
look at
ETC,
Heroes
they
Hearth,
look to
you
ban
have
the
Arthwan
Malthael
as
as
the
well as getting rid of the
Abathur. If I'm not
Morales already.
mistaken, they played this composition with Crowan on Chromie, because Arthwan's also
Gray
primarily
Mane
Chromie
as a
player.
Ultimate
It became
Evolution
like
target's
this chaotic
great. I
situation
wonder
where
if
you
they
have
will
two
consider
Gray
a second,
diving in,
like if they'll go for a
being
mage,
this
because
big
like
issue,
Jaina's
call for
always
the
been a
focus.
really good
You don't
clone
always
target.
necessarily make the right decision in the chaos
Jaina's
of, "Oh, I hit the
fantastic.
Abathur clone
Her
and
spell
accidentally
power
whipped my Hungry
buff
Arrow.
from
Does that
it, the
decide
movement
game?
speed.
The match, it could. In some cases,
Bandit
you
is
clone
drafted in
your
second
Gray
spot.
Mane side on your fort, and it just feels bad.
Yeah, Gray Mane, yeah, yeah, perfect, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. Definitely, we've seen it
Bandit
before.
with hat
Bandit
build
ban.
carries
I don't
hard,
think they
hard
want
carries.
nothing.
Just wanted a sandcastle.
Oh, they're cute.
So you got to look at counters towards the Gray Mane Tyrael. Generally, it's kind of been traditionally the Arthas, but with the ETC already picked up, the Arthas seems less likely. So you look at other heroes who potentially have global control, heroes that can survive in those types of skirmishes, especially those melee-style skirmishes where you get value out of that sweeping strikes, as we saw last game going in at level 1 to make sure you have that added duration. You get that extra heal at level 7, things that just can really add up. So you take the Illidan, you take the global off the board, something that also has really good early boss pressure. If you want to try
Nowadays, there's like 5 cans of
style
energy.
So
Yeah.
Oh, what, like on caster
really good
desks?
thought process is going in here.
I agree.
If Red Bull sponsors, that's one of the things that they do, yeah. If that's what if you're talking about like Red Bull sponsorship stuff, then yeah, Red Bull has like a rule where you have to have their drink on the desk.
Very cookie cutter. but
Or
it's
you have to
for
show
compliments.
their
That is a
refrigerator.
great way to be able to approach
Because
the
if you
match.
watch GDQ, the last couple GDQs were sponsored by Red Bull a little bit, and they have that
Plus Gray
refrigerator
Mane,
in the
plus
couch
Clone Gray
section.
Mane, plus Tormented Souls is pretty terrifying. But I really fear that you
But
might
like,
be
yeah,
giving
like
up
if you
the
look at like
ether
Street
over to the
Fighter,
other
like
side.
if you look at like
We
Street
talked about
Fighter
maybe
League
they
and
don't
stuff like that, there's
potentially
always
see it
a
on
Red
that,
Bull can.
But
Oh,
we're
does
talking
Monster do
about
the same
guy
thing? I actually,
itself.
I
If
feel
you
like I
already
never
have
see
one form
monsters.
of protection material, maybe
Do casters actually
traditionally we see
drink
the
this Red Bull
second,
poison? Some
but
do.
maybe they just play
To
a
be
little
honest,
bit
if I was a caster
Could be the
and like Red
case
Bull's a
here.
sponsor and they
I
were like, you
like
have to have a
the
can of Red Bull,
Dahaka
I'd
not
literally
being so
empty it and
fast
put
all
water
out
in
there
it.
that gets as it could have been. Dahaka matches
And you're not allowed to
Red
touch
Bull
the refrigerator,
out
Heard?
there.
I don't know about that.
Very important.
I don't know about
Also
that
gives you
one.
those snap rotations you'll be looking for. This
But I
does
know,
mean
like, I think there
that
are
it's so
some
very style.
casters for Street
And,
Fighter where
you know, you were
literally
talking
they
about
will crack a Red Bull on
they
the
could go
camera
Lunar
and
if they
start
wanted to
drinking it.
counter that Uther. If that ends up being the case here, to be a little bit more of that. Ooh.
You're not alone. Yeah, I don't like energy drinks, so I literally would if that was the case, I would dump it out and put water in it.
Might go a second melee and just kind of keep Gray
Red
Mane
Bull
at that
flavored
solo
water.
range who moves into melee and just have that all in composition. Against the ETC, you could just wait for Sanctification to come out. You've got the mosh pit. So the likes of something like a Li Ming, if you can flex somebody over onto Gray Mane, you could put Crowan over onto the Li Ming. They get the
Fun
offense,
fact,
but they
Red
do
Bull
end up
and
going into
gin
that
taste
second
like
melee.
cough
So this is
syrup.
an
Weird.
all-in style composition.
It is. And like we mentioned about
When I went to
Lunar
ESL for
Surge
StarCraft
against
2,
Uther,
we take a Red Bull from
Going
the
with
free from the
dive.
fridge. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Will need the peels if they choose to play that, but it will be a solo ranged assassin in this last slot. They choose Cassia, the blind. Good
Yeah,
assistance in
I
those
stopped drinking
instances.
soda or pop back
Charge
in
strikes is terrible to deal with. by the way.
2000
Terrible
Eight.
to deal with if you're on the side, especially a melee heavy composition, to where you can get value out of that. And in terms of
and when I was
HGC,
in
you can get
university,
root,
we
you can go
had
slow.
a
You
Monster
can't
come to our
necessarily lock
campus,
Cassia down in
and I
those
tried a
instances,
Monster
so
for the first time.
it's not
I drank
exactly a
in
foolproof
4 hours.
composition if you're
I
on the side.
drank
You know what you're going to do post 10. It's a matter
like
of what do you
if this
do
is
in
the
lane
monster
phase,
can,
in the
I
early
drank
game.
that
Can you get
much.
those bosses?
Like
Do
if
you
that's
need
the
to play
line
around
where
it, or are you
the
gonna be
monster
that
can
late game,
starts,
one trick,
I
one
drank
two
like
fight
down to
type
there
style?
over
We're
4
talking
hours.
And
Because
we're just
like
looking at the draft
energy
slot
drinks always made me
more or
crash
less.
hard.
We have
I crashed so hard after that.
staring at it. The illusion is fantastic.
I'll drink a
So fun. Tyrael,
sugar-free Red Bull like
Sanctification,
once a
so
year
many tools
maybe.
that they have in their
Like if
arsenal
I'm like
for those
up
plays,
for a
and
lot of
while we
hours,
saw a big
sometimes during the
swing
subathons I'll
in
have a Red Bull in the
performance
fridge in
from
case case I'm tired.
5 members.
But yeah, I drink like
And
one
you
sugar-free
always-
Red
you
Bull
always have to
maybe a
think, when
year.
you're going for a boss, your boss, their boss, anything, Can we deal with Tyrael?
But I don't drink
Is
pop.
this
The
a
most
good
I
call?
drink is soda
Weigh the
water.
risk and the
I like soda
reward that
waters. I
exists
like
on the map,
bubbles.
and in a
This
way,
one
Pure Sox
sucked.
just have a strategic advantage just because of Tyrael
Didn't like it.
alone.
If you're going all in,
I still have 7 more cans of it, so I think I might give it to a neighbor or something.
The mosh pit coming out of it, so instead of
Yeah, I honestly regular soda seltzer water's fine. Like flavor, like it's just the bubbles is what I want.
Here in our game number 5.
All right, let's get into it.
Tied up. It's a best of 7. Cursed Hollow is the 5th map of the series. We're rolling in.
It effectively is now a best of
Gonna
3.
push forward in the lead.
It is effectively a best of 3 now.
Even in death, even it up 2-2 in our last game on
There's an article I read that broke down how much
Battery
water
again
it takes
on
the average
that
humans to
second
drink to
support
finish the
role.
amount of
He'll
sugar
be
and the
on
energy in the
Ariel
system.
Lutano.
Monster Clock
What can
24
he
days
get
without
done
water.
on the
Jesus
castle will be
Christ.
the big question is how gonna be split soaking on Dahaka. Frozen X on the Rhaegar.
What are you drinking right now? So
Leaving
this
outside.
this was
Trying to
polar.
make
This
those
was
dance
seltzer
parties
water.
happen one more
It was
time
Georgia
on the
peach
HGC.
flavored. I didn't really care for it. And right now this is just a
Is
glass of
Boo
water
on
from the
Tyrael
tap.
Is going to be BBJ
Just so I don't have to get up
on
again.
Uther. We've got Arthalon playing his Abathur as a first pick in the draft. McIntyre lands on Arthas and Crowan on his Greymane.
Hypercarry Greymane game.
Mosh pit.
Actually,
definitely
Hypercarry
something
Abathur game.
Gonna have their eyes open for here.
But yeah, I learned a lot about high fructose corn syrup in like 2006, 2007 from my older brother. And then I eventually was like, I'm going to stop drinking pop because this stuff is awful and I feel awful. And acne and stuff like that as a teenager too. Yeah, I love Mountain Dew. I'll drink maybe like 3 sips of a Baja Blast if I get Taco Bell, because usually the meal comes with a drink, so most of the time I just get lemonade now.
Considering the fact that
It's actual poison. Yeah, high fructose corn syrup's horrible for you.
Same kind of impact.
I want to talk about the builds just a little bit here on the side of Heroes Hearth because
But I mean, you know
Eternal
what?
Hunter
Cutting
was picked
soda
up by
completely
Arthas.
out of your
Not going
diet,
into that
not
questing
bad.
build, trying to get those roots
I just gotta
instead,
cut down on my
making
beer.
sure you
That's
get
really
that
about
mana
it.
in return and that damage increase. So we'll see how often he's able to get that procced and get that going, as well as Uther again going into the auto attack build. And when we saw this previously, they were all in with their composition. They were all in with getting the stuns, the lockdown, and even into the Divine Storm. So we'll see if they play the similar style. Already with the talents picked up, it seems to foreshadow that.
These
could be
days,
a
when I
step.
drink I often water them down a bit. Oh, gotcha, yeah.
I'm intrigued. Yeah, that definitely could be the path.
To be honest, you know what slaps for me? Water and lemon.
Standard stuff right
Like,
now.
you just
Feeling
take
each
lemon
other
and
out.
just squeeze it into the
Nobody is
water.
stepping for it.
Done.
I mean, what did we say between the game? It is such a big.
Also, I
moment
think
this series.
lemon and water
Could
also
honestly
helps
be the
fight
most
against
important
kidney
series to
stones, if
play
I
in your
remember
life.
right,
Who
because of the
knows? If you
acidity.
make it into HGC next year, if you're
Yeah, cucumber or lemon. Yep.
For all we know, they'll climb.
You're not
up
a fan
and
of
make
lemon?
their
That's
way
fair.
into an event like BlizzCon. Team Wish over in Europe was one match away from doing that. They were a Crucible team from Phase 1. They climbed all the way from like a couple maps away from going into BlizzCon 2017, but it has to start through the Crucible.
It does. Find out. You know, we had a
Hot
the
dog
pleasure
water?
of
What,
having
you
dinner
mean
with
Blue
Robbie
Moon?
last night, and we were talking
I had a
about
really
series
bad
today.
blue moon once, and it ruined
And
all
so
like
what do you
Belgian
expect
wits for
tomorrow?
me.
And then he returns and he says, "Jake, what do you expect tomorrow?" You said you
Blue
expect
moon's
to
fine.
do
Belgian
something."
wits and whites, they're all
Well, we
fine.
got
It's
to
just
set
I
the
had
stage
one bad
earlier,
one,
you
and
are
I
gonna double
yeah,
up today.
the flavor's
Certainly
ruined for me.
seems like a high possibility of that with the way these teams have been playing. Frozen X,
after
Lutano,
bot
and
lane.
Battery happy to push forward as there's a big power slide being.
You know, after ETC Homicidal getting a 5-man mosh last game, I'm a little surprised they actually let the ETC through.
Globals down bottom. Good stall with the Eldruin's Might from Tyrael, but honestly, if you look at the mana, you look at the health, there's so much left in the tank for Even in Death. They sit here and be very.
It takes only one skunk beer to give you that aversion. Absolutely, Umber.
They've got to hop
Absolutely.
in the bot lane. It was really interesting because
I had a
Abdul
bad
stepped out into the lane,
Labatt's
but
one
realized that he
time.
was there, and he's like,
I had a
better get out.
skunked Labatt's,
Ooh,
and
Fire
it was
I
like
don't know if
super
you
sugary
know
tasting, and
Labatt
I can't drink Labatt
But-
anymore.
Dahaka was down there.
Labatt is a
Arthas instantly
decent
rotated.
average
You don't wanna
Canadian
get
beer.
behind in experience because the global there will match the Abathur and the poke potential, the potential fight that you could be having. Not exactly the best fight you want to take. So understanding that they don't want to give up much, take advantage of the Siege Giants while you have them. So good call there. Tribute going over to Even in Death, but experience pretty much even right now.
Greymane camp, Uther top,
The
Tyrael chill
Wolves
mid.
decide they would like to slay some knights today. Frozen X devouring their livers, and you get the same happening for Greymane on the other side. 7 being picked up momentarily to confirm the rest of these builds. We've seen a lot of Wolfheart for the Rhaegars, for Feral Heart.
Well, continuing the trend with the Arthas, we see Icy Talons at level 4. You get the extra increased attack speed every time somebody gets stuck.
I feel like
within
Solid
your
Jake was trying to
person
set up a
every
point for
1.5
Jayhow to
seconds.
bounce
So
off of, and then
contributing to
Jayhow
that,
just
I
started
imagine
talking
we'll
about
see
Arthas.
That built out as the talents evolve here.
Good
the blinds
collapse,
go down.
but Hami's got the peels on that ETC. McIntyre in the front, holding on to his team's positioning as the good old Druid juke is available for the Tyrael. But the health bars, once again, are quite low. And this lack of a fifth body, the Abathur, who is maybe soaking globally right now, makes this so hard to do. Ishbu has a death wish right now, as he will be throwing his life away, conceding that experience to stall this out a bit further. Yeah, he needed a hearth anyways.
Well, I think he wanted to get out of there, but he didn't get the auto. His Eldruins didn't hit Ariel, so he walked back to get the auto attack in, which was...
So, okay, identical calls across the map. Both teams are going for the boss. There was a mercenary camp pushing the mid lane. I don't know how much damage it got done, but Abathur is getting good value in the top as well. Most of the ammo, all the ammo is gone. So, some split presence available for Hero Stars. It looks bad with the two tributes against them, but all in all, it's
I remember when I went to Romania when I was super young to go visit family, and for how common it was for just everyone to have beer. Like I remember being like 10 years old, and literally my dad being like, "You want some beer with dinner?" I'm like, "I can do that." My dad's like, "Yeah, it's Romania. Like, you're not in the United States. He's like, don't expect this when we get back home, but when you're here, yes."
They might just forfeit it.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, some sprays being used somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of Tuborg. That was the beer that we drank a lot of. That and Usrus, the Bear King of beers. It's like a really generic like Romanian beer. My dad said it's like the Budweiser of Romania.
It also keeps that lane from being an issue during the curse for a good.
That's decent though.
Mid lane is already under heavy siege.
It's under heavy siege, and that's where 10 will easily be obtained. That's kind of the big part of this.
Tuborg is a Danish beer?
They will have Mule, so whatever remains standing, they will be able to heal it up. It probably won't be that. You talked about the boss in the top.
It's extremely popular in Romania.
You don't get the experience necessarily, but you do at least keep that top lane a little bit safer.
I mean, the amount of people that drink Modelo out here. Modelo is Mexican, you know?
Them, the XP 10 is very, very close right now.
Sorry, let me say this. The amount of white people that drink Modelo out here.
I wouldn't be surprised if they insta-clone and just died this. Cleanses out onto Ariel. Army of the Dead is out, and we have the slows there. McIntyre's keeping battery in place. Crystal Age is forced to be used. We've got a mosh pit in return that is instantly cleansed out, and Sanctification going out. Crow and a team are going to get there.
Nice, go for the throat from Greymane.
Ancestral lands. The Divine Shield is out, and 2 members already down on the side of Even and Death.
The expectation was to see double Greymane diving deep for the plays, but really it ended up being the double Arthas with Frozen.
Double Arthas is beautiful here.
They clean up the fight only using their Uther, and now that gives good control.
You like Dos Equis? Dos Equis is great. I recommend if you ever have a chance, get Bohemia or Bohemia is the better pronunciation, but Bohemia is a really good Mexican lager if you're ever looking for something. Big recommend if you can ever find it, or get it at a Mexican restaurant. Can you explain the Finland button? I misclicked a button once on my stream deck that says Team Kill, and I hit Finland, and it became a meme. That's it.
Your whole objective
it's a meme in the channel.
Hold on to your structures. You already mentioned the Mule. That's going to be super useful for them. Yeah, that mid forward's down, but I mean, that's negligible at the end of the day.
Like calling something a Kaimo cleanse, or the first Sentinel hitting, meaning GG for the game.
Oh man! Slowed targets there. That could be scary. Of course, you've got the slow from Tyrael as well. There's a lot that will go on there. Divine Shield, of course, was picked up. Not fully all in, but we saw the D-Shield value on Necron once he went in.
Yep.
Got that blow up right before the Ancestral hit. That was clutch play.
Now, it's good to mention that we're not going to necessarily see the Arthas clone every single time. You're not committed to that once you've used it as Abathur. But definitely cool to see that flex posture, or that flex support option or tank option for the team always be used, because in other games, You know, there are games where Abathur will only clone.
I wonder if there's I've never tracked it.
There are games where the clone will be on the support, the warrior, or the assassin.
I just meme about it.
Definitely a really good point. McIntyre's gonna.
Is that 10-second mosh? No, okay. I think that was the mount animation for ETC. Yeah, it was the mount animation.
Just please let me walk away at this point. Level 13, of course, was picked up here by Heroes Hearth. Level 13 now picked up in return by Even and Dim.
Well met. Level 13. And I do like that additional control, especially if you're just trying to find.
It's 100% of the games that I imagined it happened in.
Assassin like Cassia,
You must have not seen map 4 of Murky Cup Grand Finals then.
To keep that Cassia alive, may get an early ancestral out of your opposing team.
The AoE vulnerability on the Dark Swarm
didn't exist. I was gonna say.
plus a ball light.
It's actually still Sunday,
really crazy.
June
So
28th. We're all having a collective coma together.
There, though, as Ishbu got very low, very fast. They're diving back in. The ball, lightning goes out.
Army, double Arthas. McIntyre's the real Arthas.
Nice howling blast from McIntyre does keep.
And Greymane go for the throat again, gets the kill.
Rhaegar has his throat ripped out. Another go for the throat. Crowan is still living somehow.
Crowan stood in the.
I need to see if there's like a clean feed of any of these games ever, and then maybe we can do like an old HGC cast. That'd be kind of fun. I know you can look up. I know you can get the old VODs, but they're so hard to like actually boot into Heroes of Storm because you have to literally download the old patch, and it has to temporarily install on your machine. Dog is dead. Arthas Frozen Tempest kills. Arthas Frozen Tempest. Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Moshpit wears off. And this is just
oh, he dies either way.
Really bad right now.
Finland? Nah, no Finland.
Even after that disengage to make sure he does
Rhaegar
not die.
is going to be
Lutano
dead, or sorry, unable to make it here.
Suddenly, the experience, man.
This is getting nuts. Heroes Hearth just dominating post level 10 with this composition, and it is razor thin in these fights that it could go either way. And so far, Heroes Hearth has been able to clutch it out. They're going to get a boss here. After soaking bottom, they're probably going to make double boss play here.
That's the thing. That was a razor-thin fight. I don't know if that's going to happen again.
I don't know if you want a double boss here.
They've
Enemies up.
Their opponent in both of those situations, knowing their limits. Crowan and McIntyre had a sliver of health at one point at the start of that fight when it was getting chaotic. Neither went down, and now with a boss and that Abathur pressure already weakening the bottom lane,
does Abathur heal in this patch? It's the Kel'Thuzad patch. You can see at the top of the screen. You'd have to Google it.
Where his mines are, we'll give them vision as well. They should have plenty of time as all 5 members showing onto the top.
There's a Chinese caster from Murky Cup was restreaming you. Oh, that's a bummer. No one asked me about that.
4-man push this and then use the Abathur to try and pick up this tribute. He's already moving into position. That's exactly
a bummer.
what they're going to do. He's there for the moment, has no eyes on the enemy team yet. He has put down mines. You can see tiny little lights in the bush potential next to the tribute. So he does have that. Rhaegar making his way up. Good call here. He'll see the Rhaegar. But now, without the Rhaegar here, they can be far more pressuring. Look for the holy ground now with 16. Try and lock somebody out. Just missing there onto Homicidal. The boss pushing in. This is a dangerous, dangerous position for Even and Dim.
That's going to be another Arthas again.
A 5-man mosh under the enemy team's core, but the Arthalon clone is out and underneath in a very forward position, covering all flanks. The boss is going to be more than enough to get this kill. A nice cleanse keeps Homicidal
wide Arthas
out of harm's way as the focus would have been there. Dahaka has already left the scene to soak mid because they know they've defended enough. But they did lose that keep. They need 16.
Heroes Hearth played that brilliantly.
Nice aggression. Good job. Double boss play was good.
Push in. Rhaegar went to capture that. They didn't overcommit. They
didn't think at first they would.
Grab it with Abathur.
But they do have talent to your advantage.
Well. You got to commend them for that. Now they're looking for a potential party bush, seeing if somebody's going to go ahead and roll on through here.
Yeah, look at the flip side. If the other way around, right? If Abathur had stepped forward, if Arthalon was like, I'm going to be safe, they have to defend. This game could look in a very different position, but
you just have to give this. You can't step up without 16.
Intelligent play from Heroes Hearth. Good zoning from all members here, covering all the options, and one more tribute before that curse comes into play. Lots of mercenary camps available on the side of Heroes Hearth. The 16 has almost been picked up for even in depth.
Siege Giants will be potentially pushing with the next phase, as well as de-pushing the top lane. So we'll see if even in death, how luck strikes them, whether they can pick up the tribute themselves. They've struggled in these team fights, but it hasn't been that they struggled mightily. It's just that Heroes Heart, again, by the thinnest of margins, have managed to pull these out, but it's a calculated approach. Now, if you get the curse for Heroes Hearth, your top lane is basically forfeit at this point because there will be Siege Giants pushed. Abther can't exactly clear those quickly. You can try, but your big play is going to be a team fight, potential win, bot lane, right here, right now.
McIntyre has the position for potential double.
The Mecha event was one of the coolest events they did in Heroes of Storm, and it's a shame they never sold those T-shirts. That only the devs got them because those T-shirts were so sick.
Forces an early Ancestral onto Battery, and that is a bad spot. The Howling Blast with the go for the throat gets the kill on Frozen X. Lutano needs the Crystal Aegis, but it's delaying the inevitable. The four-man mosh.
Defend. Oh. That is 2 members down. Uther's going to be one of them. Sanctification is now down, and we're still trying to make plays happen. The clone is down as well, and just like that, the Mosh turning this fight again. McIntyre will not make it out alive. That is 3 members down and a clone.
You get a mid lane forward, I guess.
Here we are again, Jake, where Moshpit turns this all around.
I am actually speechless. Homicidal is keeping even in death alive.
That's not true,
in
Jay.
this tournament,
Solid Jake.
Single-handedly by pressing that mosh pit at the crucial moments. First time a full engage, that time just turning the fight when it looked. I mean, I saw the Crystal Aegis go down. I said delaying the inevitable. Well, if you get a mosh pit, you delay nothing. The Crystal Aegis gets full value, damaging all those members. It was fantastic.
Let's step back here for just a moment. The boss on the top right, about 30 seconds away. Level 20 has been picked up from Heroes Hearth. They're still waiting to spawn. You still have potential curse point coming up. Curse plus boss could be game. You have the double clone potential. You have the siege potential of this composition. You have the boss.
Which was a top hat. He reclined in a leather chair. I love that, Umber. That's adorable. I love that. I love that.
We have 20 here. If you're even in death, can you afford
nice push
to
check.
give this up? I think that they have to, but we're going to see what call they feel comfortable with. And it looks like they're coming up for defense.
Arthas is a bit behind as McIntyre slower on the respawn for his team. Making his way on up is going to find Lutano.
What's the ultimate evolution? Because it's available.
But doesn't want to be caught isolated on his own as he needs the
Arthas again.
Dead. Right away, the fight has begun. The focus target once again is looking to be that Rhaegar.
And this is down 20. This is a risky fight.
We have a nice holy ground locking everyone.
Where's the sanctification?
In.
Where's the sanctification?
Nice
Ishbu, would you like to use sanctification this game?
The D shield's going to be used. All of a sudden, we've got the cleanse also onto Arthas, and there's going to be Rhaegar falling. But in the return, you're going to have Uther down. He will be back momentarily. He's going to try and heal his team up. And now
it got put on 10-second cooldown twice.
For those heals. It is a 4
twice. Ishbu got put on 10-second cooldown. Yeah, twice. It was off cooldown when I was yelling about it, and I think that's when it literally got. There it is.
For vision on the backside of the fight. That is a target for the hat. There are mines behind that as
well. That's dead to Haka. ETC, Lutano, possibly Battery.
The Hammer of Justice says you will not pass.
Good old Northern European country.
It's not game quite yet. This is the
curse point. Sidewall on in. Find yourself a core at the end of the yellow brick road. Heroes Hearth is riding that yellow road between the Divine Shield, between the Sanctification, and they're going to take themselves a 3-2
Crowan's health is so freaking low.
In this best of 7.
Never mind. BBJ just gave like 50% health almost.
In some of the best team fights we have seen all.
Holy ground from Ishbu to block Frozen X from getting out. Army of the Dead from Mac. SGG.
So many battles.
That's gonna be GG.
Oh my!
It couldn't get closer right now as Heroes Hearth have taken their 3rd win in this best of 7.
I have a bunch of messages on my phone. Give me 1 second here, chat.
One map
before I push to the next thing.
From Crowan and Mac returning to the pro scene. Arthalon as well, and Ishbu and BBJ finally getting that big payoff.
Okay.
But even in death, honestly, are not.
I messaged a couple friends about there's the USA game tomorrow at 5 o'clock my time. So I messaged a couple friends about it,
and how back and
asking
forth.
if they
The
wanted to
next
like come
map
over
is
and
about
watch the
to be
game together and
determined
just,
for
you know,
this series.
cheer on
Heroes
USA.
Park is bringing us to
We're going to Warhead Junction for the next map.
On Warhead Junction, that's quite the thing. But they're continuing the trend of, if you lose, you give up map pick.
Final map of the Crucible.
Heroes Hearth would love to close it out here.
On Forehead
Seeing
Junction.
How much pressure the best of sevens did in our EU series earlier today. If you missed that, that was a crazy, crazy and wonderful series to watch. Unfortunately, only one winner. The Morales band that we've seen so much of, hovering here, switching back to the Tassadar. We saw some Juice Pirates earlier, didn't quite have the success they wanted. But I say the Tassadar band, probably fair and warranted.
You got to think about McIntyre, the impact he has on the game, and the impact that he also then gives to someone like Crowan playing Vala, Greymane, whomever he ends up on. And that is a very justified ban as a result.
What you think about Bandit?
In like the stalling of the side storm and all of that is just, it's tough. And sometimes that can change games.
No hover of Brightwing yet. No signs that even Death would be willing to play the Brightwing.
Two games that were almost turned around and one that was with ETC. They've been banning the Brightwing. Should they fear the cow?
No.
Homicidal, like, legit, a boss on those mosh pits today.
Heroes are spending every second that they have.
Oh, congratulations,
to make
Freaky.
this as perfect as a draft. as
You
they
should
could
ask
possibly
if you
want.
can go and visit the company just to see the
Warhead
dog.
Junction, I mean, they picked it, so they gotta have something in mind. Take the Illidan off the board.
Hey, you guys mind if I come back to the office? Not to talk to any of you. I just want to see the dog.
You know, good for the bosses. Lots of strengths.
Or you just ask the owner. It's like, hey, let me walk that dog.
I wouldn't even be mad if it worked. Who knows?
When I was younger, my parents didn't let me have a dog because they're not really dog people. I would beg neighbors who had dogs to let me walk the dog for them. And I literally did it for free. Like, I could have been making money off these people, but I just wanted to hang out with a dog so bad.
Blinds, the polymorphs, things like that. They're putting the eggs in the.
Oh, no, yeah. So you could probably get hangs with the dog easily. All right, Illidan, Tassadar have been banned away. Another first pick ETC for Even in Death. J-How is laughing for some reason.
We haven't seen them play Brightwing yet since the changes. They have the opportunity now. Tassadar, of course.
I'm not trying to be critical. It's just there's some times where it's like I don't know what this has to do with the draft.
Maybe even the Greymane early, but it's up to them. They've got to have something up their sleeves. This is in the map pool. Wasn't banned out. It's their map pick over the alternative that we had that we'll have left in Game 7. This is the longest I think we've ever seen them think about a draft, to say the least.
And I appreciate that. You do not want to...
They have no idea what Heroes Hearth is going to draft. I'm sorry. They're talking in the most generic, like, open context phrase. They're not saying, like, they're not talking about globals. They're not talking about, like, camp. It's just so general of the draft, just waiting for the first 2 picks, so then they can just look at their charts and make the decisions off of that.
Unless something weird happens,
I get statistics are a thing. I just feel like commentating purely off statistics is a fault.
To dance around that boss with Q build. Just
that is a
getting
good point.
the Hungering Arrow
I can
build,
literally
gives
see the
you that
Discord
sustain. You can move around all the
message.
locusts
Thank you,
that spawn
Turbo.
out of there. So for Vala Morales, that makes a lot of sense.
As I said, I'm not trying to be hypercritical, but there's little things that
the same attempt that we saw earlier with the
I try and avoid in my own casting.
It was fun.
Or do.
On the side of the European, that was a little
rough.
By the way, it's Morales and Vala.
I get it. They wanted to try to cheese their opponents essentially, but it didn't work out, to say the least. If you didn't see the EU matches, definitely check the VOD after this, because
Got him in a tuxedo with a monocle. Love it. Love it even more.
And Brightwing.
Finally, the Brightwing. I think that was expected.
I think I might remember this game. We'll see. If I remember it correctly, I don't want to spoil the actual gameplay, but if I have a gut feeling that I remember this actual map.
Extremely well in double support situations right now.
In a ton of scenarios, I would expect the stage dive with this, because you've got the stage dive with the phase shift, the Emerald Wind for ton of control, Crystal Aegis to save that target, whatever.
A Path of Exile streamer said a big turning point in his interviews was when he stopped looking for his next question so he could really listen to the answer of the current question. That's, yeah.
And you've got Rain of Vengeance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've dumped an idea because Grubby brings up something else because I want to play off what Grubby's saying rather than what I want to talk about, absolutely.
But how much does a grenade do if your whole
Like, literally, I can think of the next concept and cast and talk to Grubby
You could have told him that in 2 games
and listen and balance it, but yeah. I think the big thing, too, is, like, you should be able to pivot as a commentator from what you want to talk about to what is being talked about. Like, there's that. Now, there's a way to transition into what you want to talk about, but you should never hard pivot off of what someone's already made, because that
when it comes to a solo assassin,
is disingenuous, in my opinion. Like, they've kind of bump set you, to use the volleyball term, which is always very good for casting. Like, if someone bump sets you on a point, you don't start like, if they bump set you on Abathur, you don't start talking about the Anubarak.
Pretty prominent on maps like this. We could even see a Grey Mane paired with this
So,
because Arthlon's kind of played over onto that Vala. You could get that. And
I've shaped a lot of my casting off of things I like and you could dislike from multiple casters. I mean, it's not just heroes. As I said, I watch League of Legends and I watch CSGO to listen to the casters.
Is extremely powerful, especially kind of in this open area where roaming between lanes is.
Or my biggest gripe is when you have one caster who makes a bunch of points and then the other caster goes, yeah, and then like continues casting. Like they have to like acknowledge the caster who just talked. Like I don't like that.
Even to death agree, it is.
Now, there's a lot of casters who have done that.
Okay, now we're about to find out exactly the way this game is going to play out. What tank are they?
Medic is a solid League of Legends caster. I like listening to Captain Flowers purely for just his pacing and cadence. I'm kind of whatever on him, but yeah, his cadence and pacing is really what I listen in for. What's up, Pizza? Good to see you, bud. You only listen to gunshots in Counter-Strike? Who's your favorite to work with, as and it might not be the best, or, but someone you feel like a chemistry with? I mean Grubby, but I think that's more so because Grubby and I work for so long together. Rap God Flowers, yeah. Haloran was super fun to work with. Haloran is like one of the top 3 people I was inspired by and formed my casting from.
They've got double support, which they'll use.
Haloran, Galeweed, and Dread. Those are like my top 3. I've never been able to cast with Galeweed or Dread. We only did the award show with Gilly, so I've worked with her in that capacity, but I'd love to cast with Gilly and Dread. That would be like an honor. To work with, to like cast with the 2 people that were my formation, yeah. That'd be huge. But I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I mean, they're so far out of Heroes, I think. I don't think they're participating in Heroes much.
Pick up the Gul'dan for the consistent damage, and they do go double range.
You know what? When they announce HGC 3.0, I'll get them to work with me.
Global control in their favor outside of.
All right, so ETC, Ariel, Brightwing, Gul'dan, Falstad for the side of Warhead Junk, or for the side of Even and Death. Heroes, Hearth, Esports are going to be going Morales, Vala, Rhaegar, Malthael. They're going to need a main tank.
Potential.
The Tyrael last game was not bad. I like Arthas with maybe Sindragosa.
There was a bug that hit like right in my face.
He's being attacked by flies. We have that last tank pick.
I almost wonder if medevac might be a thing just to help deal with some of the global pressure. It seems unlikely. Just make up for the stim pack with.
Gul'dan looks like Dahaka. I mean, I can see what you mean, but nah. Because I don't think Dahaka has like big bottom tusks. What's up, Skulfy? How you doing, bud? Alrighty, well, you have a good night. We'll see you next time. I did make a bunch of Discord events for the month of July if you'd like to take a look at those. It is last Pictorial, by the way. I liked it a lot last game. I thought it would be the Arthas, but the Tyrael works out pretty good. Yeah, good to see you, Skulfy. Have a great night. Thanks for coming on by. I'll cheers you with my water. Some quality H2O.
I like it a lot simply due to the fact that on the opposing side, you have Brightwing.
All right, let's see if my memory's correct of this.
You can either isolate a hero with the Horrify, you can disengage with the Mighty Gust, or you can polymorph and crowd control that. But if you can get in with the Tyrael, you have that Sanctification, allow Tormented Souls to do work. So I think that it almost felt necessary in order to get max value out of that, because that's 3 very specific abilities.
Ready to defend this badge again on Friday? Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Doesn't have that opportunity to stay
We
in
do
that
have the
game. Doesn't have
Grande
torment
Grand
control.
Prix on
His
Friday.
engagement options are limited, and his team fight potential is extremely limited at that point.
And I love the dance of a false.
We got a really busy Friday. Heroes,
and then
maybe casting or playing.
Throw the sync down. Does
Bird game with Day, Marbles, and movie night.
And sync denies it. Well, then
Saturday's probably going to be Heroes casting.
Like, well,
Sunday's going to be Heroes casting. I kind of feel like casting some Heroes Lounge on Saturday.
I mean, I don't know if
Saturday might be a shorter stream day for me because it is 4th of July up here, and I think there's some neighborhood stuff going on.
Begin our 6th map here in the Crucible as we roll into war.
I know Monday I'm going out in the lake with my buddy. He texted me if I wanted to go out in the lake and stuff on Monday, and I'm like, heck yeah, dude, it's my day off.
Rocking on in. We've got Lutano on that Gul'dan. How we're going to be playing Falstad. We've got Frozen X on Brightwing. And Homicidal once again on the ETC, looking for those 5-mans.
I know we've got a lot of Heroes Hearth fans out there, so if you're out there in chat, put them up as you're going to see Heroes Hearth trying to
solid Jake Bunty. Solid Jake Gaga.
Be on the medic this go around. McIntyre moving back on over to that Malthel. Crowan on Vala, and of course, you will have Ishbu manning the front line on the
Good to see you though, Bunty. Happy Tuesday.
As you mentioned, that Hungering Arrow build, incredibly valuable for dealing with the boss, but it's been the most prominent build in general. Another thing to point out that you mentioned is just the fact that this map tends to go fairly quick in the grand scheme of things, and Season Markman on Falstad doesn't necessarily do that well. It's a late game talent and empowers your auto attacks the more you're able to get the impact.
Falstad, we're seeing here, when we talk about early game siege potential, the Morales...
Okay, I don't think I remember this game.
The top lane will be
I'll wait a little bit longer to say what I think it happened, but
those are
I don't think I'm remembering this the way it was.
It got punished, and this is one where it being punished will be very difficult.
Yeah, till level 7.
Oh, this is back when there was double boss on the map too.
It's a struggle. So we got the winged friends up here trying to help out with that Brightwing. Bottom lane.
We had mid and top lane, or I guess it was bottom lane and top lane boss with the vision tower and just the top center.
But Lutano just has so much that he can offer. This is the
Yeah, health orbs not. Yep. Towers of ammo.
Long term because
Towers of ammo. This is the 2017 phase 2 if you're curious specifically. It also says at the top this is the Kel'Thuzad patch.
Mana or giving.
Bye-bye, Ariel, bottom lane.
If you kill the Ariel, it really helps solve that issue, Jay. That's a great way to approach it.
You made such a wonderful point. You know what? Let's just trade supports. Go ahead and rotate.
That is, okay, that right there, as an observer, because when I do casting, I do everything. I'm getting in lobby, I'm doing the observing for all of you. That is the most tilting thing when you're observing. You miss one kill, so then you focus on that lane, and then you miss the kill that you were just in the lane for. That tilts me so much.
As well, so it makes that first phase incredibly quick due to the double kills that happen on either side, and just an even trade. Neither of them will be cast right out the gates. Looks like BBJ might be setting his sights on the bottom lane. Ariel's still not here, so we should be able to
early objective on this map too.
Whereas top lane, Frozen X.
Wasn't it like back at this time you could get entire? Oh no, you couldn't even get entire gate.
Does make it tough. Does make it tough.
What's up, Rob Dog? You're tilted by seeing Warhead Junction?
To interrupt you can be interrupted during the
I love seeing maps we don't get to see.
Putting the pressure on.
Just popping off. Probably buys them some space.
I'm excited to see what the Eternal Conflict map pulls this weekend.
Every time you hit that Hungering Arrow, it's going to go up in damage. So hard to step into. And when Crowan gets going,
yeah, you could chain people to their own structures.
Rotation.
HOTS Classic plus needed. Well, this is HOTS 2.0, right? Tracer's in the game. Because HOTS 2.0 happened early 2017, if I remember right.
The earlier nuke that we saw, there will be Merc Camp's time.
Because I still lived in Michigan, and I want to say HOTS 2.0 literally released like just before I left Michigan.
Will be falling slowly but surely.
It's very important that they keep control over that eye to make sure that the gank potential of Homicidal coming up, they have eyes on that so they can be as aggressive as they want. I imagine when they push this down, they'll either make a play maybe on the well, because this has no ammo, so it should be cleaned up pretty quick on that wall, or whether they'll continue
Thanks,
to try and
Rob
push. It
Dog.
does get a little bit more trouble.
Hopefully your day's treating you well, bud.
So we'll see. But they are just going to keep the threat up.
Probably did not.
Okay, so my incorrect memory of this is I legit thought Heroes Hearth ran it down like top lane the entire game.
Lutano gets the heal, the face
But they don't.
Not there in time.
I had like a vague memory of them like running it down top lane. That might have been a different series from something else, but yeah, anyways.
Scary two-man of Kron and basically any support that can kind of support the Vala. But that situation will not happen again because we have repeating arrow at 7. And we saw, if you go back to the Tomb of the Spider Queen game, you step out on that, he will more than happily bait you in, feel comfortable, and then end your life.
I'm calling it the torpedo from now on when you do that double Q, because that's what it looks like. It just rips you in half. Now, it's really interesting because both teams have drafted like the support that has infinite sustain, right? The Ariel Gul'dan, however, is in a matchup that isn't against infinite sustain.
Just making expensive decisions I may regret.
Right now, and that's kind of what's netting.
It's alright, I had to get a bid for a tree cut down that I'm not excited about.
They've gotten one additional.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is, Izuyoi. I think that might be it.
Interrupted at last moment, McIntyre going to keep the pressure onto Battery, instantly dive on over. Going to be met by Lutano. They
I remember it wasn't N18. That was really about it. Now it was a good cleanse.
Cleanse was pretty.
Crowan went deep, and the phase shift is here, which makes Ishbu
In the midst of doing flooring and kitchen model for the new place, oof. You
don't
need marble. You don't need a fancy backsplash. Just get laminate. I don't do that actually. I hate laminate in kitchens.
Concede this mid one, and we'll have 3-2. That's good. But they want all the control in the world. Falstad is back, however.
He's back, and they are.
Also, keep in mind if you are going to do marble, keep in mind what it looks like when there's dirt or water on the surface. My mom finally got her dream marble countertop for the kitchen, and she hates it. Because you can't even see like water on it because of the coloring.
What is Homicidal doing? He does not have level 10. He's stepping forward and just giving Crowan lots of free hits, lots of free stacks there for the Hungry.
Hate it's a strong word, but she definitely just like why did I choose this?
65 Hungering Arrow stacks right now. They begin their quest for the boss.
4 nukes.
No marble, maybe do quartz. Okay.
One boss is going to help secure this. That way, the race for 10 for even and death is not going to be there.
That boss. The nuke to deny any safety of considering to attempt that, you have disposable nukes with this many in your pocket.
Need to go to their bedroom via the roof because they're working on the floors. Oh my god.
Did a really good job of getting that top lane, so getting the nuke down, getting the pressure that we saw previously. So
when I did the floors of my house back in Royal Oak, I slept in the living room on the couch, but that was whatever.
Get the gust in. Mosh pit being held.
Yeah, I like that.
But I feel like it has to be a snap pick. Because
Bandit was the only one who was annoyed because he couldn't sleep, in the bed with me or on the couch with me.
They're gonna get desperate. It's the ultimate playmaker.
Rain of Vengeance.
Nice face melt. Oh, flank gust.
Has been used on
Mosh 2, 1.
Emerald Wind secluding, installing out the
what a chaotic fight.
Sanctification for Ishbu's gonna be needed here.
Oh, Crow and Rain of Vengeance saves Ishbu, dude.
Unfortunately for Ishbu.
They've got the nuke going down. We've got a momentary pause as we will try and get that resolved. Pushing forward, no gust.
Those nukes were cast in a very...
part literally couldn't leave because they had deconstructed the stairwells around me. Oh god, I'd be pissed.
Destroy that bottom keep, and that is a big play.
Catapults pushing for the rest of the game. These will help deter them momentarily when they do finally spawn. Do have 2 bosses on this map.
Her issue today is the range hood because the wife doesn't like the cheaper options. Electrical that needs a bit of redo, so to be TBD on the budget.
So even in death, it's not that bad just yet. You do have catapults down.
They did the fireplace all sorts of wild. Oh,
catapults pushing, but you still have.
Got you. Yeah, that sounds stressful.
You can never count out how impactful that can be for your team with the global.
They put plywood over drywall above the fireplace.
13 isn't here yet.
That sounds like the wrong order of operations.
They're not going to be able to stop this. I don't think it'll do too much.
That sounds like the wrong order in which things would be applied.
But Morales didn't show to minions, so they have no idea that Morales is way down there.
The power of denying vision like that.
Oh, man.
Give it up.
Threat of 13.
You should ask if the construction documents are made with AI.
Not up.
Because I know that it is something that is being attempted to be pushed a little bit ago. Is to have AI do construction documents, which is dumb as hell to me.
Did see her damage. Nuke in
Either that or just people not good at reading, which that happens in construction too.
In fact, have control of the bottom right now. Mid Nuke does get grabbed. Phase shift in to just reveal a peekaboo life.
What did they do, Umber? Did they like belay you out of a window?
Nuke being, the boss being checked again on the minimap as we saw Tyro go up. But the bottom lane, BBJ and Malthael rotating, they'll control the lane. We have the 5-man pushing
Level lead.
2 members showing all the way at the bottom of the map. We'll see if they try and make another play, as the nuke might be threatened here, but they should be able to get this without the nuke. Give them that 13 finally.
When you see this members pushing in, Rhaegar has the option to go for mercenary camp.
That's that honestly sounds like they might have used AI for their design or something, dude. So much of that sentence is
and Rhaegar
bleh.
needs to consider heading home, because giving away a keep wall right now to just getting additional soak for your team seems like a pretty weird call right now for Hero. Sorry.
Brightwing wasn't here. She's the one that's holding the nuke. I thought that they might try and posture up, put the nuke down, maybe get that.
Apparently the contractors weren't informed of the residents. Oh, okay.
With the disengage, he gets Mighty Gust.
This was in the time before AI. They made these plans 4 years ago? I guess, what, 3 years ago? It's probably more AI.
But nope, Gust was used, so one resource down.
I feel like AI's been around for the last, like, 2 to 3 years.
The boss a little bit more dangerous.
Or at least the generative AI.
But he's still there. They have vision on Ishbu there as the peekaboo.
It sounds like you got a bad designer or something, man. Something ain't adding up.
They can never stray too far away from the boss on the top, because easing up that pressure, getting a little bit of damage in that top lane.
Oh, is this existing construction are you talking about? I thought you were. This is stuff they're doing.
With double globals, 2 nukes. That's a big threat.
Oh, I misunderstood. Okay.
Until they can get 16.
The double global definitely keeping them alive, as Falstad went down to bottom to clear that up, but he needs to return to the fight with the flight for his team. Horrify went down. The power slide is going to be good. The mosh pit instantly interrupted by the rain of vengeance from Crowan. Crowan looking to re-engage in the fight with the stem drone, dashing forward. Big corruption going in, however, from Gul'dan, denying him the full aggro he wants to play. Bottom lane catapults are starting to pressure on the core, but it is a level advantage right now.
Yeah, my
from both sides.
The French doors to the backyard, when I got them changed out, the previous doors, instead of using insulation, there was rolled up newspaper. And not like, here's the date we did this. It was literally the entire frame of, like, the door frame was just old newspaper rolled up. There's no insulation value with that.
Held at least to the mid-top.
There's a lot of stuff like that, yeah.
The boss threat not as high now, but we could have ourselves a fight that could decide this game any moment.
It's do or die time. 16 isn't here, which is a big sigh of relief right now for Even in Death, but they need to make sure they don't lose 4 nukes again, and that is a dangerous dance they're playing, because...
You can Sanctification the core and then drop all your nukes without being interrupted. And 4 nukes on the core... You do not want that. Mighty Gust is back up.
3 nukes on the core is bad enough. They're going to be content with that.
2 nukes on the core is bad enough.
Get Mercenary Camp, secure 16 before
we had to keep it going.
It'll be 3-3 in the pockets of each team on those nukes.
McIntyre poking a little bit, going to delay this, see if they can get 16. Crowan and team starting to rotate down. Crowan putting out the Hungry Arrow, but eating a lot of corruption stacks in the process.
He just rolled with it. He's like, all right, I'm just going to dance in this filth.
The threat of 16 right now, too much for Even in Death. Ishbu on the backside. Homicidal greets him there on ETC. The base melt, the grenade forces out the power slide. Tormented Souls is going to be out. The Mighty Gust is going to be there. And now all of a sudden the damage coming in. Ishbu is going to try and save the lives, but he doesn't need to, as Emerald Wind is there for the disengage.
The Gust and Emerald Wind keeps Even in Death standing for now, but it doesn't look like they want to be let alone.
Nice totem from Rhaegar there.
The phase shift. Big heals once again, sustaining forward, but McIntyre keeps coming in from the side, looking for these opportunities. It is going to be a safe sustain right now for Even in Death. 3 nukes on both sides.
I think they wanted to potentially push that, but we're in the same situation we were before. Ishbu is lacking mana. You will not see him use much in the way of abilities here because he will need to hold this. He has Holy Ground. He has Sanctification. Homicidal.
The Gust
is
isn't
not there.
Yeah,
but
Mosh.
the party time is going to be there. Homicidal's going to go deep. He ends up getting knocked out of the Ancestral used on the backside, but we've got ourselves
Two nukes used to get boss.
One nuke, however. Let's see if they try and push this all the way to core because 2 nukes in return can defend this.
Tense moment. Cleanse got Malthael out reinvented, stopped the Mosh. The boss did get picked up with that 1 nuke behind it, but as you mentioned, the 2 nukes for the defense.
2 nukes and Gust.
This core is going to be sieged, but they have resources to help defend, and they have 16. Fawcett still has not selected that talent.
He doesn't, but the boss making his way here down to about 75% health. The nuke's going to go out, land right on top of the boss, do some damage. Sanctification is going to be down. They're on the core. The shield's starting to fall slowly, but they're pushing on. Falstad gets interrupted. The nuke comes down 80%.
Oh!
We already have ETC down 80% and falling 70%.
The
2 members down on even in death, but 2 are also down on Heroes Heart. The boss starting to fall 50% and falling. 3 members down. Malthael and Morales are on the core. The boss is there 30%. Can they do it?
This is so tense. The boss is the last hits, and Heroes Hearth have taken the spot of even in death and qualified for the HGC Pro League in 2018 in a very close series.
Is there a interview with like young Ishbu? Yes, give us young Ishbu.
Hard fought series.
Give us Ishbu.
Freaking awesome, man. We're all hyped. We're all just yelling it up in our chat right there. Except for BBJ for some reason. He wasn't as hyped. That's half the reason he wasn't up here instead of me. But anyways, we're all pretty freaking hype, and at least especially, and I know this is for BBJ. This feels pretty awesome to be our first time in HGC, so we're pretty stoked.
Let's rewind to phase 1. Mental state of you and BBJ after not making it to the Crucible.
Honestly, I don't want to say crushed because we got up pretty quickly, but it was pretty heartbreaking. The whole team honestly was pretty heartbroken after the LFM loss. That being said, me and BBJ both kind of we talked as a team whatever we wanted, and me and BBJ both were kind of the mindset like, look, we want to get back into this as soon as possible. We want to make sure that by the end of next season, there's not a doubt in our minds that we will qualify for HGC. So we just put in the effort early. We put in the effort to find good teammates. That's more BBJ than me. He did all the networking. And we came back on it, and we got back on our feet as soon as possible. And I think that definitely helped us out in this season.
So what's it like at the end of phase 1 when you had 5 people, including yourselves, as the amateur team, and then all of a sudden BBJ does all the networking? He's like, hey, by the way, we've got ourselves Crow and McIntyre and Arthlon. What's the thoughts at that point going into phase 2?
I mean, literally what he sent me when he asked me to join this new squad was, hey, I just got us a free ticket to HGC. Come join us.
Dang. All right, let's wrap it up there. Thank you everyone so very much for hanging out. That's a good like T moment to drop it at. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Bandit and I are gonna get out of here because I need to get editing on the Murky Cup videos so I can get YouTube fully filled with Murky Cup games for all of you. So we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. Bandit, you can already see, is already out of here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we are gonna be starting our first ever playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII. Thursday we're gonna be doing more Heroes casting. Friday will be a big old variety day of huts, bird game with Day, marbles as well, and Discord movie night. We're watching The Sandlot on Friday. And then Saturday will be some Heroes casting, and Sunday is going to be the start of the Eternal Conflict. You too, Shy. Thank you so very much for coming on by. Be sure to copy the first message of your tier 1 sub, or if you're a tier 2 or 3, copy the second message of the Bandit emote as a tier 2 emote. But thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being here. We're going to go right over to Dr. Doot, as he is currently doing some Dark Souls 1 enemy item randomizer, all bosses permadeath. And they are currently on their PB of 23. No, they have a PB of 23. Looks like they've just started a new run. All right, I'll see you all over there. Have a great night, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning for Final Fantasy VII. Bye!
Hi.
Have a lovely day.